and Angela and Mike have to stay here for quite a while doing the pay orders. So, because it's the first time working on all of this, I think Jay can talk about emergency.
Well, I think I can, we can wait on the emergency. I just wanted to know what the update was because I know there are forms that need to be filled out, and I think each board member should have a copy of it. So in the future, let's put that back on the agenda as something as a follow-up. And the other is the town finance discussions. I think we need to discuss some of that. That needs to, attention.
Is that an emergency?
This isn't an emergency meeting. This is a regular board meeting, correct?
Yes, it is. But tonight we're only working on things that have deadlines that we have to deal with. And also a letter from.
Well, I think it's going to come up regarding the.
We'll put it on the future agenda.
People.
Chris?
No, excuse me.
Oh.
Never mind. I made my table and I'm saying what I think.
Well, I think it's really inappropriate, Chris.
You think it's inappropriate? When I sit at my table, I can say any goddamn thing I want to. Well, just realize that.
Okay, Chris, can I just remind you that this is going to be on public TV?
I don't care.
Well, I'm asking you to please be respectful to everybody the way we will be with you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, dear.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, so we don't have minutes to play.
Oh, I guess somebody off already.
So can we just table the minutes for the next one? It's not a big rush.
Okay.
And keep moving right along, please.
Make a motion to table.
I make a motion to table the meeting approval of minutes till the next meeting that we have, date uncertain.
Okay, Mike second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Okay. I'll have it and we'll postpone that for next meeting. Okay, the next item on the next item on the agenda is road business, and it's the road foremen and road commissioners report. Start with the motion, please.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday morning. It's the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. The home security came, replaced that detector, and replaced all the batteries.
Excuse me, Jay, can you speak just a little bit slower? It just comes muffled. Thank you.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday, and it was the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. So home security came and replaced that detector and replaced all the batteries in the rest of the system. The permitting process continues on the sand salt shed and the Depot Road box culvert. Both of those, the people continue working. Still doing stuff. They're falling partially over and taking the back with it on South Woods Road. I'm working on somewhere to remove the trees. Mark Pickering and Scott Jensen are looking at it to come up with a plan for permanent repair. We're busy getting roads repaired from mud season. And I've been on a daily basis wiping down all the common surface Clorox spray at the garage, either after everyone has left for the day or before they come in. We're doing our best at having people drive only one vehicle or wiping them down if we do have to spray. If this goes on for a couple months, it's going to be a very annoying process.
I'm not sure what he said.
Wiping down everything.
They're piping down everything with chlorine.
Okay. So my thought here is, again, if it's not a, what is it called, like an emergency, I don't think that the highway crew should be out unless there's a failure in a road or a bridge, et cetera.
Well, that's what he was saying. They were fixing a spot on South Warsboro Road that needed to get done for people
Okay.
that need to drive on it.
But is the staff on duty now, though?
Yeah.
Because the governor has made an emergency declaration, and it's only for essential services. So unless there's an issue, I think we need to discuss about what their role is, and if they're not essential, they should not be out working. There's $1,000 fines that are going to be imposed.
The highway crew is considered essential employees.
Right.
May I say something?
Yes, Chris.
The town crew works on the road. They aren't together. They're working on the roads, grade the roads. One fifth person is doing one thing, one person's doing another. Let the road crew keep working on their road. If you don't, you're going to have a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Well, I think that the roads are very essential.
That's
Because it specifically talks about municipal employees and road workers. So I don't know if we need to call a vote on it. It sounds like you're all, allowing this to happen. So, I mean, I'm just worried about people getting sick.
Don't read.
May I say something about that?
Yes.
These gentlemen work apart. Jake has separated them. Each truck has a driver. The loader has a driver. Everybody has a driver. They're not doing anything that makes everybody sick. Now, let the road crew do their job if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thank you very much.
Okay. My suggestion.
Chris, it's really inappropriate the way you're talking. Really inappropriate.
Okay, Shelley, I would like to say that probably, but my guess is that Jay Wilson and Chris, who are the people who oversee the roads and the road crews, would not be working if it was detrimental to anybody. I think right now what Jay and Chris are saying is it would be detrimental not to work on the roads because it's a very difficult time of year with mud season coming, trees falling down on the road. It would be terrible if they didn't work. So in my opinion, and I think in others, it is considered an essential job.
Mary, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
The road crew is working on the road. They're working, just like I said, separated. They're doing what has to be done. And if the town would leave them alone and let them do their job as it needs to be done, everything will get straightened out. Everything will be all right.
Well, I think as a select board members, we have the right to have questions, to make questions about what's going on and to follow the law.
Shelley, it's fine to have questions, and that's not the problem. The problem is that I think that right now the road crew.
I get it, Marion. I understand that the springtime, the roads need work.
Yeah.
I understand that part of it.
No, so I'm saying that Jay as a road foreman and Chris as a road commissioner, I think are going to be the ones who know the best about what is important and essential for us.
Yes, but Marion, we are select board members, so I mean, there are staff. They're hired to do the work of the town. So, I mean, if you guys want to make a ruling that we're going to overrule what the governor's law has stated, that's, I'm just stating that I'm not real keen about it.
I can't.
But that is only if they're considered not essential. If they're essential employees, they can still go out and work. And unfortunately, with mud season, our dirt roads need to be taken care of. They can't just sit and wait.
Hello?
Well, I'm just saying that if they're not out, if they're out there doing an emergency thing, that's one thing. We have a gentleman over in Wilmington that died of this virus. It can happen to any one of us.
Like I told Jay, I said, the town of Putney over there, the food is not allowed in the garage.
Can you speak up, Mike?
Town of Putney, when I was talking to Karen, their road crew's still working. They're not allowed to mingle with the garage street right there. You can't go and have lunch and stuff like that. They're there, they're assigned a vehicle. They all come in the morning, they get the vehicles to go to work.
Well, that's what Chris is saying.
But I mean, right now, they're still running out the garage. Still running out the garage, and just like that, for one thing, Christopher probably shouldn't even be done. You know?
Okay, so is my understanding that when the men show up from work, they go into the garage to get their vehicles, and then one by one, with their each their own vehicle,
So
they
Putney's
leave?
actually parked all the vehicles outside. They don't do them outside, they're not in the garage, not allowed to.
I can't hear what they're saying. Can you, Angela?
No, I can't hear Mike.
Okay, what Mike is saying that is that in Putney right now, the garage and road crew people are not going into the actual building of the road crew. They are picking up their trucks which are parked outside. And I think right now without the snow anymore, you could probably do the same. Right? And then the gentlemen just come in the morning and pick up their vehicle, and then they go off on their own to the business.
I think that's fine. And then I also think that if any member of the road crew feels that they shouldn't be at work, they should take it upon themselves to talk to Jay and explain that. We all have that decision, whether we go in or stay home. Anytime you should make that choice for yourself.
They're aware of that any one of them are welcome to not come in. So, there's days like you get a heavy rain, you can't go out too much on the road. What do you want to do? If they stay home, how do they, do we still pay them? How do they do it? I don't know how to.
Oh, that's a good question.
I think the road foreman should work with the road crew, tell them what's going on, tell them how things are, let them do it themselves. I don't think we should micromanage them and tell them what the hell's going on. They know what's going on, they know if there's a problem, they know if it shouldn't be there, they know everything. Those people are not ignorant people. Just leave them alone, let them do their job.
Mike Maine has the butchering to do so with Dr. Well, and they gave whatever. And he did that up to
I can't hear him.
that's fine, but I just didn't know if we have a day where we feel we can go out and do something separately. How do you want to handle it?
Jay, I think you have to be a little close to tell it easy.
I don't like this whole thing, no matter what either, you know, I mean, honestly, I mean, like I said, I'm no different than the grocery. I go to work and buy myself. As of tomorrow, they're gonna find me out what's up. And I said, I don't know why the hell, you know, in, what's the difference between us and the road crews or anybody else like that? There's a lot of jobs, you figure, a lot of guys that are logging, they're working by themselves off this, you know, they don't see nobody, you know. Yeah, just to come out of this water, that they don't start finding everything, people go to work, you know, and maybe they'll have to be in money backing it up.
I can't hear Michael.
Michael was saying, he's talking about the rule that's supposed to be in effect as of tomorrow, that people shouldn't go to work. But at the same time, it's essential work that the road crew has to do, that Mike and other people, loggers have to do.
Oh, I know, I said, we're no different than the road crews or anybody like that.
They're no different than the road.
You know, we're not with a bunch of public. You're by yourself all day long.
Right.
And all that stuff like that, but as of tomorrow, they can either find here, they even said they even could put you in jail.
So, Jay, I was out calling the state first thing in the morning and saying, did the new thing go through for me? We would like to know.
I mean, I know this is serious stuff going on.
No, I know.
It's really gotta be looked at, no matter what, I mean, it's, you can't just take it for granted, I mean, you know, we all know how very angry, I mean, it's not good. But, you know, I mean, on the other hand, too, you know, people have to survive, you know? You can't just shut everybody, I mean, places they tell you can go to work, and places you should be going, that's the stores. You know, you go in there, and there's 100 people in there shopping, telling you the damn thing about the place, you know? And that's everybody's all right, you know, you go to that.
Well, would everybody agree that Jake called the Vermont State tomorrow, the governor's office, whomever he has called, and ask permission and see what they say about road crews being essential?
Sure. That sounds great.
I agree with that. Can everybody agree with that? Kelly, do you hear me? You're muted. Kelly, don't mute.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
What I'm saying is I would like to have a vote, so to speak, in terms of having Jay call State of Vermont tomorrow morning when he gets to work and ask, is the road crew considered essential for the people to work on the roads where their trees have fallen, where there's mud? Or do they want those people to stay at home also?
Yeah, I think you need to get clarification. It's in case of an emergency, yes, I could see the road crew being out there, but it's supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be staying at home and away from other people.
I want to know what the governor's office says to Jay as road crew foreman. I can't hear you.
I said I read it. I read the material.
Dig your road,
What's essential?
get them going. The guys are not working tight together. They're away from everybody. Let the gentlemen do their job.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to take a vote on it. I think Jay should go and contact and get the essential, who's essential, and regarding the road crew.
Does everybody agree?
Get clarity on it.
Andrew, is that okay with you?
Yes, that is fine.
Thank you. Chris, is that okay with you?
Repeat that to me, please.
That I suggested that Jay call the state of Vermont first thing tomorrow morning from the road crew garage, and ask if they are considered essential workers.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, great. And Mike, you agree? Okay, we all have voted yes, that Jay will call.
Great.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you, everybody. We need a motion now to accept Jay's road crew. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further?
I'll second.
No. Okay, motion and Jay's report. And Chris. Okay, moving right along to administrative assistance report.
A very brief one. I've been working from home remotely and in the evenings, checking emails, looking at the mail, talking with Mary and setting up conferences and planning what's going to be essential to the select immediately. And just trying to keep things moving and efficiently.
Also, Renetta's been doing training with BCTV to get this Zoom on and to get the office working to have this happen. And Peter, who is the assistant to Carroll Town Clerk, has been in here working with Renetta this afternoon and maybe before that. So there's good teamwork going on in this building.
Definitely.
That's wonderful.
There a motion to accept Renetta's report.
I'll make the motion to accept Juaneta's report.
Further discussion? No, thank you, Renetta, very much. Okay. Now, we don't have any unscheduled events to cover. So we are moving on to the important business at hand tonight, the old business, which is now has a time limit to it, and that is to review the lease agreement for the CAP excavator. And the question will be to consider renewing the excavator for at least another year or return it. And we need to know this within a few weeks.
I'll make a motion to renew it for another year. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, we have a second in order to discuss it. So now discussion. Jay, do you want to start?
So the guys have their ideas of what they would like. They feel the tracked one that's a little smaller would be handier. Logistically, I think that could be a nightmare moving it around all the time. It has to be trailer. This one's nice. You're able to drive where you need to go. So it's very hard to find one machine that will do everything we want to do. I think this one's a little more versatile than a smaller tractor would be. I just can see if we were able to go through the covered bridge with this one because we're able to sneak through, whereas very little one we have to go over the.
Can't hear you, Jay.
We're able to go through the covered bridge with this one, and if we had a tracked one, we'd have to go over to the beach work, which if it's slippery at all isn't always good. I don't know. I think we've been able to do quite a bit of stuff with it.
How often is it used?
We put about 300 and 340 hours of move on this summer.
40 hours in the summer?
So we've had it for a year. And so what are the projects that have been done up with it?
Was it like two spots? We did ditching on Newfane Hill. We did ditching on Hillsville. 20 plus culverts. We did the work for the Hunter Brook bridges, moving of the old ones and the,
Can't hear you.
what was that?
Can't hear you.
We did the Hunter Brook bridges with it. Pulled a number of stumps and rocks that were, hitting lanes and plows. Quite a bit of stuff that we haven't been able to do with this tobacco before. We had a rock that was thrown inside of a small car. We got out of one of the roads. So,
Have you been able to use the brush cutter?
we used it some. We ran into a lot of problems with neighbors. The power company had come through and everybody was still a little raw from all the cutting they did. And so it was a lot of people were coming out and questioning why we had to cut the road back and so forth.
Why you were cutting it back?
Yes.
Really?
Did you say 340 or 500?
Yeah. I think the normal usage for town was like 3.
I can't hear you.
Looked up what they usually figure the hours. They base our warranty on how many hours the towns usually use them.
Yep.
The range was 350 to 500 hours was the average for a town per year. The machine that we rented the previous year,
You have to sit forward, I think, to project.
the machine we rented the previous year, the wheeled excavator, was $5,900 a month, which comes out if you rent it for the summer, like $29,000 or something. If you rent a smaller one, I think it comes out to $20, something like that.
Well, track one, they'll cover 135 hundred a month.
Right.
And like I said, you wouldn't have to rent for summer, you can rent for fucking.
I can't hear what Mike's saying.
No, the thing is, if you only putting 300 hours a year on it, that figures up to like $100 an hour. Right?
Yeah, it's cost-wise.
Losing it, and then you got the guys running it, you got fuel, you got carry insurance. Almost to the point where it's a lot cheaper to hire someone to do the work.
So you're saying the cost of using it versus the cost of renting something or buying something, it kind of is the best situation.
Kelly, wait, let him finish and then you can talk.
I couldn't hear him.
Oh,
Like I said, if you put on roughly 300 hours or so a year, that's $100 an hour.
Right.
Then you got the operator running it, which is costing, what's the guy cost it down, 30 some bucks an hour? So then you got 130 some bucks an hour there, you got your insurance on that, you got fuel going, that's where you're done, you're spending probably, goddamn, 150, 60 bucks an hour for that machine. Where you can hire somebody for a hell of a lot cheaper.
A lot of our ditch work, though, you can't just do all of it in one shot. You have to do pieces, place the culverts, so the machine sits a lot. Whereas it's not like you get to go out and run it for 300 hours. It takes you months to get that done because there's so much time has to sit while you do the other part.
Like I was saying before, right? And this grant that should be off the market by the time. You didn't have that should be good, but you get a better deal. People, if they put a contractor to do it, they can do it. And furthermore, it takes away from the town doing the maintenance on the road. The way I look at a road crew, so road crew is the maintenance. Many of them do it on the road. And they never had, and most of them don't. They just finish the project, they put it down there. And I think that's the way to go. I mean, especially if they right now, they got people out of work, get it done trouble going down. I'm not the, like I said, when we first started about getting one of these, we were looking at randomized, like, a good used machine for when they're out grading the road, they can dig that out there. You know, everybody I talk to just think this thing's way too big for our road. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. I've had a lot of people back there just off it together.
The grant money paid for $16,000 worth of it this year.
So 16,000 is paid. Thirteen thousand is paid, but people who got the county. Is that a grant that we can apply for on a yearly basis?
Yes, we apply for 2 every year. Yeah, we've got 1 so far.
That's the good word. That ain't we're doing, what he's saying is, by what they get by hours on it, you figure so much an hour, that they get that.
If not, well,
No, they're not just gonna give you a grant, they got
They give you a grant to do work, all your equipment, so our backhoe gets reimbursed, our dump trucks get guys, based on how much use you use.
so the grant is also for salary.
Yep.
So let's say we didn't use, what was the alternative? Anybody?
Use 140, you need it for the gym, send it back.
And how much is that?
That's what the one that set up grocery shop is out there.
I don't know if I can hear you. Can you hear? No.
The one they thought they wanted is $3,500 a month. For the rubber trash, for the buckets and all that stuff.
So that's more than, but it's more.
Marion,
Yes,
I make a motion to renew the lease. The taxpayers have paid it. They have already offered it. Renew the lease for another year. That's what I got to say.
They've already come back. I said, now we're discussing.
yeah, you made that motion, Chris, and Michael seconded, and we're in the discussion period right now.
Okay,
So we're considering it.
I think what we should do right now is go over for the next 2 weeks. There's no way to get out of it. So I do say that I think these grants. Broker has always got plenty to do with maintaining our. Last year when they were up on Sunset Lake Road, they all came off and they put them behind over a month and a half because they were working on that road. They're working on the town road.
We can't hear Michael.
I'm just saying, I think what we ought to do tonight, we'll look this thing over a little bit more, take it the rest of the next, between now and our next meeting, look this contract over, go through it. And if you can't get out of it, so you gotta rent it one more year, we'll rent it one more damn year. But I said, I still think all this grant money that we get for different things can be put out to bid. And the guys, they only use that to work on the road as maintenance, use it for that. Wire, the head got that too, and that, something that comes up. You got first use it. Now, that's so much, they said that that's a vibration to it now too, but that's what they said, they don't. Be like a balanced shack, but
I don't know, I tried it.
well, it's good. But I mean, balance is vibrating, it's gonna pull the bearings out of it, you see it out of it.
I would like to reword the motion, and I don't know if that's allowed with that. So you correct me, you and Chris is right. And I'm not Robert's rules of order. But what your motion is is to look over the lease and see if you can get out of it. And if you can't get out of it, then the lease is connected. I would prefer to say, to make a motion, second, that we look over the lease in the next 2 weeks, not with the purpose of getting rid of it, but then making a decision based on real facts. Should we keep it? So that it's still, we're not wiping it out. So that we can be respectful to both
I mean,
sides.
it's just like what I said that one even last year.
Can't hear you, Mike.
I said what I said last year, even when we got it, I didn't like the idea of just putting it as a lease payment or rental equipment, And the thing, I'd rather have it go as a damn article in the town vote if they want to buy it. But like I said, right now, you're hearing a bunch of this in the morning.
May I say something?
That should have been put into an article as in the warning. For us to vote to spend $30,000 a year to purchase. Just that's right.
Yes.
Right now, we're
Wait a minute, Chris.
right now, every year, we're putting in rental equipment money that we pay for rent. Doesn't say that we're buying it.
Well, no, I remember talking about that, whether we would buy it or rent it. And
Mary, we can't hear you.
Chris would like to say something. What would you like to say, Chris?
I got one thing to say. That loader we bought, it's the same type of purchase. And that was perfectly all right. Nobody complained about that. Now, what the heck is the problem, what we're doing now? Thank you very much.
Because it says that it goes to that loader, doesn't it? The payment every year goes to that purchase, that loader. Brett, to buy the bucket. This is just in there with a bunch of money. There's not a separate line item that says that, there's a grand total of X amount of dollars that they voted on to put in the budget. What I'm saying is if it should have been put as an article, that's what Caterpillar is saying. We should have an article in our town report saying that we were going to allocate $30,000 to rent and purchase the rubber tire estimate.
Are you talking about this year's town report?
That's what the Caterpillar thing says.
That's what the lease actually says that we should have brought into the town.
Argue with Mike on that.
So I think what we should do is take this thing and you gotta read out a copy, let's look it over, talk back and forth with the Caterpillar guy. And if there's no other alternative, we're gonna have to pay $30,000 this year. Another year, put it in a goddamn article that we're gonna vote on. Everybody knows it. If they don't like it, they come and vote the thing out. You can even have it go into an article like the Australian ballot, not just a show of hands. Throughout the day, people come in, they put their yes or no if they want to purchase that thing. If they don't, the thing goes bye-bye.
Did you get that, Shelley? Shelley?
I hear
Okay, Shelley, you can see that.
It's better if you speak towards the computer, I think.
Okay, what Mike was saying was that, I think what he's saying is that it's possible that we might have to lease it again,
Yes.
but we have to talk to the person, the company who owns the excavator and talk about the lease. If we don't return it, then Mike is suggesting then we have to rent it, lease it for 1 more year, and then it must be an article on the time when town meeting comes where even the public would be able to vote on having this equipment being leased the 3rd year or not. Is that correct?
Well, if they voted on it one time, to put this money in every year,
Right.
to go to a rental purchase of this estimate. Right now, we're just throwing this in as a one thing in the budget. So the, like I said, it's comes up to about $100,000, $120,000, it's crazy for different things. And half of them don't even know what it's for. Now,
Is
they
there a
proved it was-
reason that it wasn't?
And according to Caterpillar, it should have been voted on at town meeting in an article, unless it said it's one that you removed.
Well,
So that was overlooked.
you know, Ergo didn't say that.
It was
Okay.
overlooked.
So as I said, we'll let them go over this thing, talk to them a little bit, see what it is. So they can't get out of it, we'll have to lease it one more year. Come down meeting, clean it as an article. We'll get the vote on it, we'll all shut it in ballot, go to the day, just like we do the rest of the thing. And at the end of the day, they say yes or no, there you go.
So it seems that it could have been voted on at town meeting this year as an article. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen. So Mike is suggesting that we might lease it again for one more year. That we might have to lease it again for one more year and then put it in an article for town meeting day where the public will vote on whether to spend the money on this excavator or not.
Well, I read the lease, and the lease did state that it had to go before the board for this last town meeting.
Right, but it was overlooked. It
I
didn't,
understand that.
Okay.
So let's just go through the paperwork.
Can I speak, Marion?
yes, Chris.
Okay. We both do it. Then it's gotta be, put it on a ballot. Whether they wanna purchase it or lease it for another year. And that will make things very much simpler.
That's the way it was supposed to have been done.
Sense?
As I said,
We're gonna look everything over and then,
I looked it over, but I don't think everyone else has yet. But I think we're obligated for another year.
yeah, we've looked it over.
Yeah.
We've looked it over.
Excuse me, I realize that we're obligated for another year. Now, we've gotta work out what we wanna do future. Now, we've had it 2 years. It might be smarter for the town to buy it outright after that. You've gotta look at the purchase price, what the town can buy it for, and it might be a lot smarter just to buy it.
Well, I
Off
think,
that. I don't know how I'm not making any sense, but
no, I understand. I think we understand what you're saying. And I think since this is an issue that we want to have come up on next town meeting day,
correct.
in 1 year, a little less than a year, we have quite a bit of time to make sure that we will put an article out, we will discuss it, we will go over the leases, we'll make sure that it'll be done correctly.
Does the rest of the board agree with me or not?
Do you agree, Mike?
well, it's like I said, I want everybody to copy that, the story is complete.
Yeah, we're gonna go, everybody,
Next meeting, you know what happens.
Well, I just like to say that we can get out of the lease, but we would have to pay a penalty, and it would be, if we wanted to push it on the lease, so that we could break the lease. But at this point, if he feels that he's going to be using the machine and it's worthwhile, we're into it for another year. And when it comes back up for next year before a town meeting, we need to get it in as an article, and we can discuss it prior to town meeting day.
that's what I just said, that we have almost a full year to discuss this now.
Right.
We review the contract, and we will make sure that before town meeting, that everything is in place to put an article into the town meeting day and be voted on.
Now, the article should be put in, what to redo it, what to purchase it.
Well, that's something that I think we need to decide as a select board at the time.
Oh, all right, that's, I'm just telling you like I feel.
We don't do it,
Right.
And
We're gonna
then
go-
By the end of the month, to figure out what we're doing.
Right. We're going to go through the lease next meeting. Everybody has a copy of the lease, is that correct?
Yes, and I think we should also ask the dealer
I don't do this shit.
to give us a summary of what the lease requires us to do. And if we, and what it would cost for us to get out of it if we chose to do that.
Okay. It's in the agreement.
That's what I said. But between now and the next meeting, we'll all read over the contract, I didn't have a chance to read it, and then we'll decide by that point.
Right,
You know?
right.
I mean, there's no sense of point down there, it's all here. I haven't looked over there, I think Shelley's looked over it.
I
don't
don't
think
know.
it has.
We never mind.
So,
Spent a long time with
you know,
you.
I mean, it's just like I said, what you told me the other day, that wasn't in the article, the vote on it. If someone pulled it out, you could get out of it.
I can't hear you, Mike.
Well, then talk to them. I don't care if we keep fucking them or not. I don't care. He's been saying it all night. So.
Okay, we're gonna clean it up.
Now, I just want to say that I want to go this thing. We got till the end of the month.
Yes, we're going to do that.
Right.
And our next meeting is, the 30th. No, we're on the wrong calendar.
Let's go there.
Sorry, that's the clock.
April 20th. April 20th is our next meeting.
April 20th. April 20th is our next meeting, God willing, we're all here in the live and go. Okay? Is that good for everybody? Angela? I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
April 20th?
Yes, Angela, you're not on. Angela? Nobody can hear you.
Are you muted? Muted?
You're saying yes?
Yes, you will.
Yes, okay. Okay. So, do we need to vote?
Okay, so can I make a motion that we contact the dealer?
No, we have the motion already on the floor. Motion on the table.
So you can vote on that, but then I wanted to make a motion to contact the dealer if we're not going to do that.
So we're going to vote on that motion and put another motion.
Because it only references the meeting on March 3rd, 2020. Hello?
I think it's including, Mike has offered to go and talk to the lease person.
Yeah, but I think we need it in writing. We need a statement in writing from the dealer so that we all have it in black and white.
I will have that done. Who's going to go with you? You and Jay? Jay and Mike are going to go and talk to the dealer and have it in writing, whatever the decision is. And we will discuss, we will vote on it.
Regarding how we can go forward as far as another year.
That's what we're talking
The
about.
motion on the table was Chris made a motion.
Yeah, I know, Marion. I just wanted to clarify because it's kind of hard to understand what's going on.
Mary, the motion on the table is Chris made the motion to remove the leaves. Mike seconded in order to discuss. So we need to have a vote on that motion or amend.
Can't hear Juanita.
The only one that can amend the motion would be the one that made the motion. Right?
Can you hear me now, people?
Yep.
You can?
Yeah.
Good. I'm all set. Haha.
I can. But I can't hear Juanita.
Somebody is doing a motion. You need to vote on the motion. So the motion was made by Chris to renew the lease I seconded it in order to discuss. You either need to vote on it that way, or you need to amend the motion. Anybody can.
That's case, and I just, we'll just go through this contract and our next meeting, we'll vote to.
I can't hear it.
Okay, so Mike is making a motion that we're going to go through the lease during the next 2 weeks. We're gonna read the lease, and you also should add that you and Jay will go and talk to the dealer. That's part of the-
So that is an amendment to Christopher's motion.
Right. And
Okay.
we will, meet at our next meeting, April 20th, and vote on it. Okay? Is that good for everybody?
Can I second his amended motion?
Yes, you may.
I'm seconding his amended motion, please.
Any further discussion before we vote on it? Okay, all those in favor of the motion that was made, that Mike and Jay are going to talk to the dealer during the next 2 weeks, and we are going to reread or read for the first time the whole lease, and we will discuss that at our April 20th meeting and make a final vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chris?
Marion,
Yes.
I'm the road commissioner. Whatever I say doesn't mean shit. Thank you very much. I'm all done.
Are you going to vote?
No, I'm not gonna vote.
Well, Chris, we had your motion and we added to it that we were going to read over the lease during the next 2 weeks. And
Correct.
okay, and Jay and Mike will go and speak to the dealer, and then we will come back and discuss everything that was found out and what we read, and then we'll vote on it next time. Are you willing to vote on that, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Okay. We don't know, we have to find out.
I thought we could spread this in there, but.
We can't hear you out here in Zoom land, folks. Just saying.
It's really frustrating because you guys need to project your voices.
Would you have everybody on Zoom? No,
Next time we need to get a microphone on that table.
Used to be the table.
right.
And then we come up with this, but I mean, we're doing a whole freaking agenda to try and bunch of things. I don't think we're not supposed to be hanging around together, we shouldn't be hanging around, and then we're yelling.
Mike, can you lean forward?
I said, I don't really like this whole TV deal, you know, because we're not supposed to be hanging out, and now we're having to yell at the top of our damn lungs so you can get it so everybody can hear me. I said, our last meeting, the only thing we was really gonna be doing was
Pay orders.
to do the pay order. Now, this is turning into a full meeting.
Yeah, because we found out about the deadline, which you,
Right, but I
ones
think,
who pointed out to us, thanks,
Marion,
which was great.
which I think probably will get totally handled, you know, on the side. I don't know, but it's.
How would you handle this?
Marion,
Yes, Chris.
I agree with Mike 100%. And this is a bunch of BS, having a big blowout meeting. And I disagree with it. We voted not to do it. And Mike's 100% right.
We voted not to do what?
Have regular meetings. It was just supposed to be Mike and I getting together to do pay orders. Because we're really not supposed to be hanging out with each other around a table.
Right, no, I understand that, but
But people don't like the Zoom meetings, which is frustrating
Yeah.
because we can't hear everything. However,
You guys hear each other all right?
there's still
oh yeah,
accomplished. And we need a microphone on the table.
I can hear Shelley and Christopher clear.
So if we were all,
Yes,
then it would be easier.
Right.
yes.
And then we have to, what we have to do is,
Well, you have to have two people come in and do the pay order.
And that's supposed to be myself and Mike, so that's fine too. I could also do a Zoom meeting in another room at the town office with my laptop, so that's fine too. It's all good, but I think we need to start wrapping this up and moving along so that we can get all of our business done. And
it's fine with me.
All right.
Everybody got a letter, I think, by an email from the letter that Bob Fisher wrote a letter regarding the select board to follow the oath of office, particularly about when to do that we cannot change things. Please read that letter. We can go into correspondence.
have we all read that letter? Do we need to make a motion or anything to accept his guidance? And
I haven't read it because I got it late this afternoon.
We didn't get it on Wednesday last week when I sent the agenda.
Yeah, I was here when she sent it out.
Oh, I didn't get it. Sorry. I just saw it this afternoon.
Yeah, I was sitting with Winetta when she mailed those out last week.
I personally do not think that this is an emergency that we need to deal with this evening.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay. I have an executive session. I and Angela are going to be doing pay orders, so we can adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll be in touch about how to do this on April 20th.
Okay, I'm going to call us to order at 6:01 p.m. And Lyle, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Before we jump right in, I wanted to offer our congratulations and gratitude to Mark Spino, who has been named Vermont Elementary Principal of the Year. That's fantastic. I can see you all clapping and waving your hands. So, yeah. It's not a surprise to any of us, but it certainly is a nice honor. Well deserved.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Let's see, I think we're full. We have 35 participants. I'm going to ask you all to manage your mute buttons, please. If you're not speaking, please, you can mute yourself. Right now, about half of you are muted and half aren't, and it's nice and quiet. But if sometimes there's background noise and sometimes electronic noises. So if you would unmute yourself and raise your hand and put it right close to the camera, you'll notice I can see it if it's way up like that. So if you have something to say, please do that. As usual, the things that the business that we are covering, the board will participate, will hear presentations when appropriate, and the board will comment and ask questions, and then we'll open it to the public for participation as well. And there'll be the recognition of visitors and the communications and the public opportunity to comment on things not on the agenda will be at the end of this agenda. So that's the plan so far. If you're on the phone, Kate is at the moment, and Deb Gass and Christina Mailer and Ann Beekman. *6 will, let's see, what does *6 do? *6 will unmute you if you get muted somehow, and *9 will put a little hand waving over the dark panel where your name is. And Kelly, same thing. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into the first item on the agenda, which is discussion of the powers of school boards. And this is part of an ongoing series of educational things we'll do together to make sure we all have the same understanding and the same information, the same background around what it is we're supposed to be doing. And I'm not sure if in the future, if there'll be opportunities for the chair and the superintendent to do their duty of doing, I think it's 8 hours of training over the course of the year. So I'm going to keep track of all of these things, and we'll count this. And I'll take a look at the statute and the regulation and make sure that we're covering most of the topics that are on there. And we'll see how that goes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen where I have the document that I sent to the board. And it's the actual statute from the Vermont statutes on the powers of school boards. And I annotated and I changed some things to red to sort of point out the language that specifies what the power is or the responsibility is. And then I have to let a few more people in. And then and then we'll skip over all of the details in between. You're welcome to read that at your leisure. People coming in, please mute. Thank you. And then we'll just go through. If you have any questions as we're going, make sure I won't be able to see you. So you'll have to say something. So maybe the board might want to actually all unmute at this point. So if you have something to say, you can. If everyone else would stay muted, that would be great. So I'm going to share my screen, and you probably won't see me anymore. Okay. So you should have on your screen Title 16 Education, Chapter 009, School Districts. I hope that if you're a board member and you don't have that, please let me know. Okay, so the first power is the board shall determine the educational policies of the school district. And this describes about how to do it. We need to give, someone is, I'm getting some feedback on somebody's other conversations in the background on somebody's mic, so if you could mute, please, that would be great. The school board has to give public notice of its intent at least 10 days prior to adoption of a policy. And we have an extensive manual of policies that we'll be looking at. The policy committee is working on sexual harassment policy right now. So we'll see that in operation fairly shortly. The second power enumerated is to take any action required for the sound administration of the school district. Any of the actions that we take can be overruled by the Secretary of Education with the advice of the Attorney General. But we're responsible for soundly administering the school district. The third one is we have discretion to furnish instruction to students who completed high school, who completed secondary education, and to administer early education programs, which we do. We have a number, I think it's 19 pre-K, private pre-K partners that we help with the administration. The next one, number 8, is establish and maintain a system of receipt, deposit, disbursement, accounting, control, and reporting. This is our warrants. This is the reason that we have several accountants in the central office, and this outlines the ways that we need to do that. The system of accounts is what you see in the budget. It changes from time to time, and that comes generally from the Agency of Education, or the Agency of Education. We have to report on the condition and needs of the school system, and we do that annually at our annual meeting and in the published report. And we have to prepare and distribute annually a proposed budget for the next year. And some categories are prescribed, and some categories I think we get to add as well. But that's become pretty formalized at this point. The next two are the provide at the expense of the district, public to approval of the superintendent, all textbooks, materials, equipment, and supplies. This, we do sometimes have students pay for things, and that's something that we're going to have to be looking at some point. It's on the agenda of the performance and programmatic equity, the PPEC, and there are some courses and some participation activities where students are paying. So we need to have a look at that in terms of equity. But it's our responsibility to provide at the expense the materials that are necessary. And then number 15, which is kind of like the 10th Amendment in the Bill of Rights, shall exercise the general powers given to the legislative branch of a municipality. But this basically says, and I made this larger because this is really the catch-all. It basically says that we make the rules. It doesn't say we carry them out, which is an important thing to keep in mind when we talk about administrative responsibilities. And a little later in the season, we'll have a look at the policy governance model of operating school boards and school districts. And that'll make a little bit more sense. But basically what it says is that we have the legislative power, the rulemaking power. 21 talks about that we can borrow short term to cover projects and things that will be reimbursed by the state. But the state, at the bottom, it says the state will not pay the cost of borrowing funds under this subdivision. So if we have to borrow for something we're going to be reimbursed for, we can do that, but we have to pay the finance charges. Presenting information to the electorate, this comes up often, and sometimes some people have thought it means that board members cannot present information or take positions on political questions or questions having to do, my phone is ringing, so I'm going to stop that. Questions having to do with things that the board is doing. So let's see. And so we can present information and materials designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And 24 is adopt. We can integrate homeschool students into the schools through enrollment in courses, participation in co-curricular and extracurricular activities, and use of facilities. So that's a quick run through of the I got to admit a few more people. That's a quick run through of the powers of the school board. If any of the board has questions, please ask me now. And I don't know if I can answer it, but somebody might be able to.
David?
Yes.
So I have a question. I think it was on number 21, talking about the borrowing. My understanding from last year when we had to, we almost, there was a lot of discussion about maybe having to borrow the 87% of to cover the budget into this coming year. Mm-hmm. Since my question is, if we had to do that because we were not able to, as this pandemic sort of progresses, and if it carries out further along than we are hoping or anticipating, if we're not able to make the budget vote in May, and we then have to go the route of borrowing the money, is it possible that the state would reimburse us for the cost? Oh, I mean, is there any leeway there? I don't expect that anyone would have an answer to that now, and it may be a moot point, but possibly if it does become an issue, maybe that would be a question that could be looked at.
Yeah, all of that right now is up in the air. The legislature and Lyle and Frank were in a webinar yesterday that actually it was today, on that topic, and we're updated on what the Senate is doing as far as what will be permissible if we don't have a budget passed. I think that sooner or later along the line, we will have to have a budget passed. But well, Lyle, do you want to, or Frank, want to say a little bit of what you learned today in response to that?
So I can start, and then Frank can talk maybe more about the 87%. Today we learned that there are a couple of bills in the Senate. One would level fund us at the ed spending level from last year, which is a little over 40 million for us. And the other would level fund us with a percentage increase. So both of those are in the Senate. There's no time frame at this point. I am meeting with Becca Ballant tomorrow. I've sent out some emails also to some other of our representatives because it will go to the House as well, because that would actually be a help for us at this point if the Senate does state a specific amount for us to get the year started with before a budget is passed. Frank, I think Frank's here.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is regarding interest expense and borrowing money as it relates to 87%. Yes, that is part of a general ed spending amount. So there is no unusual payment process or liability associated with the interest expense on borrowing. That interest expense is just like any other expense that the school district incurs. It's just part of a total expenditure that is covered by the education spending grant, which is about 85% of what we receive, and then those other revenue sources that we talked about during the budget development. But as Lyle said, and David referred to, I don't think it's a particularly relevant issue for us today because there are these specific bills that Lyle just referred to that are being developed specifically to address the 18 school districts in the state that budgets passed. So it's definitely let's stay tuned to the legislative developments.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from board members about I can't see every board member, so I've got about 25 of the 45 participants on my screen. So board member, if you have a question, please speak up. You'll have to unmute if you want to speak up because I can't see any waving hands right now.
There we go.
Sean, great, thank you.
Yeah. I would just like to say out of the 18, 9 were because their budgets were not passed, and 9 of which we fall into that category were because the annual meeting was canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Great, thanks. Any other questions having to do with the powers of school boards? Not hearing any, and as I said, I can only see about half of the people in the meeting. So you'll have to just speak up.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next topic is we'll hear, a couple minutes early too. Corey Frazee is here, and I think also Nada Moline is also here from Building Green, and Corey Frazee from Stevens Associates. And Frank have some information for us on the Academy School project. So Gentlemen, take it away.
Very good. I'll just turn it right over to Corey and Nadeb. We've met. We have some follow-up points to review with you from the last meeting where we discussed school board goals as it relates to this project. And so they're ready to give you sort of an update and a follow-up to that last conversation. And of course, we all wanted to be sensitive and very upfront about the fact that we understand that there's going to have to be a very careful sort of step-by-step process in dealing with the financial concerns that obviously we all have, the community has. So we know that no commitments to a major project will materialize until the board feels comfortable with with our financial ability to make school improvements. So so I'll turn it over to Corey.
Great, thank you, Frank. David, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'll use you as my guinea pig. Great.
Great.
I'm Corey Frazee. I'm a principal with Stevens and Associates, and I'm a civil engineer. So we're talking about a building addition. So I also have with me tonight Diane Abate, who is a longtime architect, has worked on a lot of schools and works with Stevens and Associates, and Nadev Malin with Building Green. He is the president of Building Green right here in Brattleboro, and we reached out to him after actually at your direction or request a couple months ago. We've had a couple good conversations with Nadev, and he can speak in a lot more detail about the different ways that we could approach this project from not only an energy perspective, but from kind of the broader sustainability perspective, going beyond carbon footprint, climate change, but looking at it in a really holistic way. And unbeknownst to me, Nadev is also a facilitator. He does a lot of facilitating across the country. So he has added value to this conversation in helping us kind of ferret out what the appropriate goals and objectives are for the meeting. We have outlined a document which I believe was forwarded to the school board yesterday, and it talks about 3 specific discussion points for tonight. I wanted to check and see if everybody had that, because I think that could be a good guide. I haven't facilitated a meeting with 45 participants before. David, I'm not sure about you. Maybe Nadev can help us out in how to kind of navigate through this conversation. But do all the board members have that, that document from yesterday? David, is it agreeable to you to kind of move down through that?
Yep, that'd be fine.
Would you like me to read it?
It probably would be helpful. Do you have a share screen option there? Do you want to share it? Is it on your computer screen?
I'd be happy to do that. It says I can share the screen, so
well, let's see if it works.
let me give that a try. Yeah, give me just 1 second. All right, here we go. So this is an outline of things we thought it was important to talk about tonight, and ultimately goals. If we could move through these goals, it would position us to take the next steps in the project. And I want to reiterate what Frank said. We're very cognizant of our current kind of global situation. And so at the bottom of this page, we've identified that we think there's some good timely steps to take. It would kind of keep the momentum going on the project. But this would ultimately culminate with a bond vote, and the school board would set the date for that bond vote. So we are in no way suggesting that should be pursued at this point. It would more be the work to get prepared for those public hearings, but not to actually schedule any public hearings yet. So first bullet point, confirmation that architect and design team will include an energy consultant for next phases of design. And we're going to actually propose to change some of that language and I'm going to ask Nadev to speak to this. But Nadev has a great background in the sustainability side of things and can speak to the energy standards. And given the size of this project, we feel that if Nadev were to come on board and team with us, that he would play an important role, and maybe more as a sustainability consultant. And then we could use the mechanical engineers to do the energy modeling that would be needed for this project. Nadev, could you add to that, please?
Hey, sure, Corey. Hi. So first of all, really glad to be with you all on this, and I'm excited to be sharing a little bit about this project. David, one facilitation tip with a group this big, I think it would be a good idea. I think you as the host can mute everybody and then just request that people unmute when they want to speak up. That would be safer in terms of
That's the way we started, and it was problematic. So
oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, so we're stuck with this for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
And okay, so yeah, in terms of the sort of energy consultant versus sustainability consultant role and the energy standards, what I understood from speaking with you all is the board and saw in the goals that had been talked about that there is certainly an intention that this project be as energy efficient as possible, but also there are goals in terms of water efficiency, in terms of looking at the sustainability of materials and where they come from. Certainly the indoor environment is a huge priority to make it optimal in terms of a learning environment for students, and the connection to the community. And so that really almost defines what a sustainable building project would address is that whole scope of areas, energy along with all these others. And I believe in your last meeting you looked at, there's a number of different standards that were proposed that could be referenced as setting the standard for what this project should be trying to achieve. And some of them are more specifically targeted at energy, and others are broader. So we'll get into that. But from an energy consulting point of view, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an energy modeler. So it would be very important to me that there's somebody on the team with the project who has those capabilities. And what I expressed to Corey is I would be comfortable working with that person and trusting that that could work, as long as the mechanical engineer that's selected is not somebody who focuses strictly just on mechanical systems, but really has experience contributing to and advising on energy efficiency of the envelope as a whole, and doing the kind of energy modeling that really helps inform the design process right from the start. So there's two different ways of thinking about energy modeling. One is energy modeling that answers questions and provides data to inform the design as it moves along. And the other is what we call compliance energy modeling, which is when you've completed a design, you might run an energy model just to show that you've met the code or the standard. And they're both valuable, but in this case, we want to make sure that we've got somebody on board who can do that energy modeling early on to really inform choices and make sure that we're optimizing systems. So with those two conditions, that whoever's doing the mechanical engineering understands the whole building systems and is comfortable talking about the entire building, not just the mechanical system, and can do that early design energy modeling to inform the process. I think it would be appropriate, especially for a relatively small project like that, to basically utilize them as the energy consultant, include that in their scope, and then I could help participate in those conversations and review what they're doing with that broader sustainability lens. I or somebody like me. It doesn't have to be. I don't want to assume it has to be me in this case, but that's the way I would think about that.
Great. Corey, could you unshow your screen now, please, so we can see each other again? Thank you. Great, thanks. Well, Corey, keep going. If you have other points to make. I think that I've raised a couple of questions that I think you'll want to explore and get unpacked a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I would just add that the mechanical engineer having that energy experience and ability to do that modeling is you'll see that in another slide. It was actually part of the documents that we gave you last month or 6 weeks ago, and we fully support that the design team should have someone with that type of experience as the mechanical engineer. So I think that really opens the door for NADEV to play an important role and a valuable role if that's something that's agreeable to the school board.
Great. I think we had been pretty clear in the last meeting, at least in my notes from it, not necessarily minutes, that we wanted to have an energy consultant. I think you're suggesting that we expand it to a sustainability consultant, and given the previous conversation, I think that's consistent with what the board is looking for.
Great.
So, is there other information for presentation, or can you take questions from the board now?
Well, there's kind of those 3 discussion points. Do we want to? I think it would be great if we pause there, see if there's discussion or thoughts from the board on NADEV's role moving forward.
Again, board members, I have to ask you to just speak up and hopefully do it one at a time, because I'm not in control of that at this point. Any questions or thoughts about this process? It really is consistent with what we talked about as far as the next steps that we wanted to take. I see Sean, but you'll have to.
David, there is a raise hand feature within Zoom. Have you tried to use that and found it not
Well, I
working?
only have 25 of the 40 some faces on my screen, so raising hand won't.
If people show the participant list, which you can do by going to the bottom of the screen and click on the little icon for participants, then you'll see at the bottom of the participant list, there's a little button that says raise hand. I'm going to raise my hand now. And then you can see me on the list with a raised hand, and I think you can see me in the window with a raised hand as well.
I can see you in the participants list, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so actually that's up. So yeah, that's very helpful now. So I hope everybody got that. If you go to the bottom of your screen, participants, and click, you have the option to raise your hand, and that would help me see your help me see that you want to speak. Although again, the list is longer than and I've got a big monitor here, but the list is longer than my screen can handle.
I learned today in a meeting, when you raise your hand, you actually get bounced to the top of the list. So
well, that would be very helpful. So we'll see how that works. Good. I hope everyone is as patient as I'm trying to be with this process.
You're doing great.
Sean, you were muted when you talked before.
Yeah. You still are muted. Sean, try again, please.
Sean, press and hold your space bar while you talk.
Or there's the unmute button down the bottom over there. Just hit that.
So does that make a difference? All right, I'm sorry.
Yes, you got it. You're there. Thank you.
Yeah. So I went over the material that we received before, and one of the things I was wondering about is there were different categories, as an example, the stretch guideline categories. And was that going to be part of the discussion today?
I think one of those goals is to reach consensus on which set of standards we wanted to follow. That was what we asked for at the last meeting. So yes, hopefully we'll be able to find a way to do that through this online process. Other questions? Yep. Go ahead, Corey. I see your hand.
Yeah, that's a good lead in. I can't find the raise hand feature. That's why I'm laughing. So I'll work on that. But so I think that might be the next bullet point. And if it's okay, I'll toggle back to that and keep going with that. If there's not other discussion, Sean, that's a great lead in.
Yeah.
So, okay, actually, next bullet point I'll touch on quickly. That was consensus with the school board finalizing. These were the draft goals and objectives that we presented at the last meeting. And I'm going to see if I can toggle over to those now. Are you able to see those?
Yeah, we're seeing them.
Yes.
So I'll just give everybody a minute to read through them. The fifth one, the last one, gets at this standard for, we're gonna continue to call it energy efficiency, but we know that we're broadening that up to a much broader discussion of sustainability and climate change, carbon footprint, and beyond. So design a building to meet or exceed an industry standard. So Stevens and Associates has prepared a recommendation, and I believe I have that recommendation available as well. Nope. I'll have to find that. Excuse me. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then we can have more discussion about it. We took into account the feedback from previous discussions. We understand that it's important to broaden this beyond just energy, and I'm happy to hear that that's important to the board. One of the documents we looked at our last meeting with you had 6 overarching sustainability topics that Diane had identified, and LEED actually folds into those nicely. Nadav is very experienced in LEED, but it's worth noting that Diane and I put our heads together, and Stevens and Associates came up with this recommendation independently. And I'm going to ask Nadav to speak further to the choices and his opinion on using LEED as well. So briefly, we're recommending that this project utilize leadership in energy and environmental design, which is called LEED in the country, to guide the design and decision making for the project, to the extent that this standard can be applied in a fiscally responsible way. So we're trying to respond to both the sustainability goals for the project, but also the budget and making sure that we're fiscally responsible in those decisions. So we currently believe the project is going to be required to adhere to the Vermont Energy Stretch Code because it's going to be permitted under Act 250. And that's a great baseline for energy efficiency. Adding LEED to that will provide us with opportunities to look for additional ways that the project can reduce carbon footprint, reduce impact on the climate, and I will add to that, be more sustainable. We feel that LEED standards will address the necessary sustainable building design concerns for the project. So it is a good overarching standard for us to refer to. We think it's appropriate to use it as a standard to guide design and decisions, but we're not recommending that we try to achieve certification for this project. There's a cost associated with that, and we would suggest that rather than being attached to a certain level of LEED certification, that we open it up to looking at all the different LEED standards and all the different opportunities that brings to us, and working with Nadav and choosing what's appropriate for this project. In particular, what can we identify through LEED that's going to have the biggest return on investment, either financially, as far as life cycle costs, or for an impact to sustainable impact. And sometimes if you're chasing the LEED certification, you'll be required to spend money on something to check a box essentially so that you get the LEED certification that doesn't have a large benefit to a particular project. It's worth noting we also considered net zero and passive house standards for the project. They focus largely on energy. They're not just limited to energy, but because of the Vermont stretch code providing that nice baseline or that high threshold for energy, LEED provides a much broader platform for us to pursue sustainability. And I will stop sharing.
Thank
and
you.
If people want me to put that up, back up, I can. And David, I'd like Nadav to have the opportunity to speak to that, okay?
Yes, thank you. Great, go ahead. Well, I'm actually really curious to hear what board members are interested in hearing more about, because there's so many directions, so many aspects of this we could talk about. But I totally support what Corey just said. I think he described it beautifully. LEED, of the standards, I know in a previous meeting you reviewed or shared with you a document that went through a number of different building certification programs. And they all have their place, they all have their value, but some of them focus exclusively on energy. There's also some that focus exclusively on health and well-being, which is great. And then there's a few like LEED that really cover the broad range of all of these different things and let you focus in on the aspects that are going to be most strategically valuable to the project in terms of making it the best possible project. And I think LEED does a decent job of that. And I also support Corey's assessment of you could choose to actually try to get the project LEED certified. It's not like it would be impossible to do that. I think it's very doable, but it will cost some extra money, take some extra time. And the question is that the best use of that money? Typically what we've seen is that for small projects like this, that money it's a relatively big piece of the overall budget compared to a very large project, and so it's just not as good a return on investment on a very small project as it would be on a much bigger project. So as long as you all trust that the team is going to stick with this agenda and these goals and follow through on them, the only thing you'd be losing by not going for actual certification is you wouldn't have the plaque on the wall at the end from the U.S. Green Building Council saying this is a LEED building. In other situations where somebody is concerned about whether or not they're going to actually get the performance that they want, then there might be a value to say, well, get it certified, and then we know. So that's really the consideration there, whether to certify or not. Yeah.
Great. So we have a proposal which does what we asked, which is to identify, well, it gives us a way to do what we wanted, which is to reach consensus on a set of standards, and this is the proposal. So I'd like to hear from board members. Does this fit the parameters and the requirements and the interests and the values that we want to make sure that this project incorporates?
It sounds reasonable to me. It sounds like what we were asking for originally, and the LEED certification doesn't seem like it's important to me. Just means it's just important that we're getting the standards that we asked for. This all sounds reasonable to me.
Other board members? Sean, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have one comment.
Yep.
It seemed to me that looking everything over, that the stretch guideline that Corey laid out in the previous meeting, and additionally what he said here, use the stretch guideline, but also delve into the LEED's playbook, and so not pursue the LEED certification. So that seems like a very prudent approach. I did have two specific questions. I don't know how much we should get down, but I was kind of wondering about the under slab insulation of R10 And then the windows, they didn't mention argon. They mentioned the
John,
low-
I want to ask you if you would please hold those sort of details for after we decide, see if we can come to consensus on this process.
Yes,
And
I'm
there'll be
sorry.
plenty of opportunities along the way for you to use your expertise. Thank you. Other board members, again, I can see Liz and Michelle and Thomas, and all the rest of you are invisible to me. So just speak up if you have any comments. Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to approve the recommendation.
Emily has her hand raised.
Great, go ahead, Emily.
So my question is, so I know we were going through net zero and lead and passive building, and I heard a little bit from, was it Nadev, I think, who said that, you know, this one was more all encompassing. So I guess, is it also the case that this one is more used than net zero and the passive building standards that we talked about last time? Is it like more common because it's more comprehensive, or harder, I guess, a harder standard to reach? That's kind of two questions.
No, good question. So LEED is, of all the standards you looked at, the most widely used. And I think part of that is because it's been around longer than most of the others, and it was very well, it kind of fit when it was introduced to the market about 15 years ago, actually almost 20 years ago now. It met a need that was it just seemed to hit a sweet spot in terms of demand. And part of that was, with any standard like this, it's trying to find the bar that's better than standard practice, but not so far out there that it feels unreachable or like it's going to, you know, throw people's budgets out the window. And so LEED seems to have done a good job of that. It's gotten a lot of market uptake. And so, yes, it's some of the standards on that list are more rigorous than LEED. Some, I think, might be a little less or more narrowly focused. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's pretty common. That's a common one for folks to use, it sounds like.
It's the most common of the ones that yeah, of all the ones that are basically out there in the US market. I mean, other than, of course, codes, right? Things like energy code is mandatory, so every project has to meet that.
And my second, I have another question too, and then I'll put myself on mute. But my second question is, do you know from the state of Vermont, other schools that have looked into this and are pursuing LEED certification, or is it kind of like everybody is in the same boat and really just some maybe being mindful but not going for that standard?
Wow, I'm a little embarrassed here because others may know this. I would be surprised if there aren't other schools in Vermont that have actually pursued LEED certification and become certified. I know there's projects at University of Vermont, a number have done that. But because professionally, a lot of my work is actually all over the country and not local, I'm not aware, I can't tell you about a specific one. I do know, for example, that the state of Ohio, at least for a while, had a standard where all state schools had to be LEED certified. It was that, sort of ubiquitous there. And so schools in general are a pretty big market for LEED, and quite a number pursue certification, and many more do what we're proposing here, which is to use LEED as a framework, but not actually get certified.
David, could I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
And Steve, you may have a little more detail on this, but I know that Brattleboro Union High School, that major addition, has been qualified as an Energy Star rated facility, and Robert Clark has done a terrific job working toward that recognition. And I don't know to what extent other board members are aware of that. But maybe Steve is aware of whether or not the project followed a LEED footprint from a design point of view.
I don't know. I know that a lot of the work was done with Energy Star specs and with Efficiency Vermont, but I don't know that it was directly looking at LEED certification.
Okay.
But I can check.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other board questions or thoughts about this? A couple of things I just wanted to mention. In looking through the descriptions that we received at the last meeting, the thing that stood out for me about the LEEDs project aside from things like making sure, efficient use of water and energy. And it also focuses on materials and resources, but particularly indoor environmental quality and regional priority. And I think one of the things that this region has become pretty well noted for is green building, is sustainable building, and a focus on sustainability. There are not many towns in Brattleboro that actually employ a sustainability coordinator. And I think it really, it sort of represents this community really well in terms of our values. And innovation and design is another appealing characteristic of it. So I'm not hearing or seeing anything, so I wonder if we would like to entertain a motion to adopt the proposal, the Stevens Associate proposal that we select the LEED's performance standards as our goal in this project, following the LEED's standards as our goal in the project.
So moved.
Huh?
Emily, second.
Great. Tim, you missed your chance. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering to know if you know about the chat function.
I'm sorry?
Jackie and I, do you know about the chat function that Jackie and I have used?
I do know about it, but I don't have time to look at it. Okay. Wendy, did you get the, you did, okay, great, thank you. You didn't get the names. The names of the people who moved it. Who moved it, please?
I think it was Jackie and then myself. Oh, Jackie and then myself.
Okay, and Emily seconded. Great, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We found consensus. Good. Well, we've got one thing done. And I think probably, Corey, we could dispense with the second part, which is the putting together a team that includes a sustainability consultant. And I don't know exactly how you articulated that. It was on your it was a series of statements on your list. I wonder if you could give us a sense of how we might form a motion to approve that.
So you're specifically talking about including Nadev on the team?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nadev, I think we talked about the term sustainability consultant. And Diane, I'm going to look to you a little bit to make sure that we feel comfortable with this. If we're the kind of the architects moving forward. But I think just to simply replace the words energy consultant with sustainability consultant, and if the board wanted additional language on the reason for this shift, we could note that the mechanical engineer is going to be required to have the expertise to do energy modeling. And given the size of the project, Stevens and Associates is comfortable not having a separate energy consultant, but between Diane and Nadev and having a mechanical engineer with that expertise, we feel like we've got our bases covered.
Okay, let me just clarify, because I think we're going to look for a really simple motion.
Yeah, so I can give it, yeah, I'll give you a simple one.
Yeah, but just to clarify what you're saying, the change is going to be that rather than have a traditional energy consultant, we will have a sustainability consultant whose responsibility will be to sort of monitor the process and make sure that we are following practices and procedures that are would comply with the LEED standards.
I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's in our minutes, right, Wendy? And it's also in the recording of the meeting. So that's really clear. So I think we could have a motion to the board would like to include a sustainability what was it, consultant on the team with Stevenson Associates and our business manager to take this project forward. I think we're going to the design and modeling stage of it. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. We can talk about next steps. The design and modeling will be part of the final design. The third bullet point on that goal for this evening's agenda is the next steps, and that's kind of this piece of putting together information for the public. But I'll stop there and let you get through this motion.
Okay, so do anybody want to have a go at making a brief motion out of what I just said? Nobody, huh?
David, I would
Yes.
be glad to. I would
Thank
be
you.
glad to suggest that what we're looking for is authorization to engage Stevens and Associates and Nadev Building Green to move forward with the project as the project architect and sustainability coordinator.
Okay, how much of that did you get, Wendy? Not enough.
Not much.
Okay.
Maybe somebody could write it down and email it to me.
Or how about putting it in the chat?
Yeah,
let's go in the
Sure.
chat window.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll send it to chat right now.
Great.
Thank you, Frank.
And in the meantime, Wendy's asked that people state their name when they move a motion or a second motion, please.
Thank you.
Wendy, can you read that back to us?
Not yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet. Okay, I didn't see it yet either.
Frank might be a fast typist, but that's
Oh,
really
I thought he had it all on his screen. He was just going to cut and paste it. All right, we'll stop disturbing you, Frank. Let you do your work.
Okay, I think I got it. There might be a spelling error in there, but let me read it. I have the motion is to engage Stevens and Associates as the project architect and Nadev, I've got / Building Green as the sustainability consultant for the Academy project.
Great. Would someone like to move that for us?
I know.
Was that Liz?
Yeah, Liz.
Okay, Liz, thank you. And second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Great, thank you. That has passed as well. So now on to the.
So much.
Yeah, and that is the business that we asked for, and I'm happy to say that you want to step. Not only did you prepare us really well for that, but want to step further with to outline the next step, which an initial viewing seems like a really good idea. So would you share that with us, please, Corey?
Yeah, so this circles back towards working towards what will ultimately be a bond vote. And so what we've talked with Frank about and what's been successful in the past is that we will work on what we'll call kind of a public information packet. And so we will synthesize a lot of what's in the feasibility study, and we will prepare documents for the board. Ultimately, and Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but ultimately the board holds the public hearing, the public information session that would be kind of preceding the bond vote. And of course, we'd be happy to be there if you ask us to be there and do the majority of the presentation. But the idea is that we provide public information so that we can bring the public into the loop, help the public understand what we have done to date and what the project is proposed to be moving forward. And so this is a kind of another opportunity to reiterate that we've done a feasibility study to prove out that there is a viable solution for this project. but there's a lot more work to do. So we're going to revisit a lot of design objectives as we move into the next phases of design. But this public information packet will provide the history of how we've gotten to where we are today.
Thank you. I would suggest that you do that, the packet in a series of steps, and with each step of the project, that you kind of put together a package of information to present to the board, and something in a form that we could put into a press release, or that could go into the paper, or go as a letter to the editor about this project, and why we're doing it, the way we are doing it, and why it's needed. Obviously, that's important. And another component I just thought of as I was looking at all of the parts of the LEED certification, is how much value there is in there for Career Center students in the building trades. And so I would like you to talk with Ann and Nancy. Ann Beekman's the board rep on the Career Center Council, and involve them in the process as well, and see if we can't build some curriculum around that process, and maybe some student involvement as well in every aspect of it, but particularly the standards part and the sustainable building parts of it. I know that's not in the work plan, but it just seems for a school district that's something that we should try to fit into the process. And Ann and Nancy, I don't know if you want to comment on that or have any thoughts.
Go
ahead,
Dave. I was going to, Dave, I'd like
Yes.
to speak on that. I mean, that is something I think is a great idea. I've done it on schools that I've worked on in the past. We'd be more than happy to go in and make it be a learning experience for students, whether we go in and do a demonstration or sort of involve and have students engaged in the process. I think is very important. So I'm happy to do that, and I think it's a great idea.
Great. Nancy?
I think it would be a great collaboration for our students.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Ann, I think you probably have the same view.
How could I not endorse?
Great, thank you. Good, and I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but it's entirely possible we may be looking for some off-site learning opportunities for students next year, because we can't be on-site all the time. So we'll see where that goes.
I'd be happy to collaborate with teachers and get involved in a class situation. It'd be great. I'd love it.
Great, thank you.
We've started a little bit of that with Dan Braden and the STEM program. So we can broaden that out to more elements of the Career Center if there are other populations we should be talking to.
Great, thank you. Is there Frank, anything else we need to, anything else on your list that we should try to deal with tonight on this topic?
No, I think those are the key things for this group to move forward and keep the board posted on progress. So I would say maybe if the board has a general timeline, I don't think you want to talk about it now, but as to when we might start a conversation with the public around a public hearing, that will be helpful. But obviously there's so much to sort through with this pandemic before we get to that. We'll take that as we come, but that'll help us outline, a timetable for deliverables back to the board.
Great, thank you. Are there any other comments or thoughts from the board before I ask for public participation, if anyone wants to? Is there any of the public present? Feel free to unmute yourself and just start talking. I have to change screens to see everybody, and I can't do it quickly enough to see it in a timely manner. Okay, well, I don't see or hear anything, so I will move us on to our next topic, and we're going to leave the land of somewhat familiar and manageable processes and get into the land that we're in now, which is running a school district in a remote learning process. So I ask Lyle this is the administrative report on how that's going. And thank you,
David,
for that.
I just wanted to say,
Yes,
on
Corey, go ahead.
behalf of Stevens and Associates, thank you to the school board. We're looking forward to this. Thank you to Kelly and Frank, and we will be back in touch in the near future.
Thank you. And I was remiss in not thanking you and Nada and Frank for that, for having such a coherent presentation that responded so perfectly to our concerns and questions. So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Great.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Lyle, thank you for that extensive report. I hope it doesn't take you as long to do something like that as it would have taken me, because you wouldn't get anything else done all week. But would you share as much as you'd like to, or I know there are some additional things as well, or updates you might want to give us too.
So the majority of the last week and a half has really been spent on the required continuity of learning plan that we submitted to the state last week ago today, actually. And in that plan, we had to really address everything you could probably think of, everything from how we're reaching out to students who don't have internet, how we're integrating students' IEP goals, how we are ensuring that we're still feeding students, how we're addressing mental health needs of families. So all of that is included in our plan. Administrators, Deb Cardane, Paul Smith, the academic coaches have all worked tirelessly on that plan for the last, as I said, last couple of weeks. Other things in the plan include how we're doing activities such as music lessons. So music teachers are still doing music lessons, and that's part of the plan. PE, art activities. So both what we're considering core subjects and activities that are a little more hands-on and active. So we submitted that. Actually, we were cited as having an excellent plan. We had nothing that we needed to update or go back and redo in our plan. So thank you again to everyone who took part in putting that together. In this plan, we've talked to, and I've outlined this in your information, we've talked about how counselors are working to ensure that any families that we've not heard from in a few days, counselors are specifically reaching out to find out if everything's okay. And if counselors can't get in touch with a family, we have each school putting together a protocol to determine whether or not we need to do some well child checks. Technology, of course, is a huge portion of this. Paul Smith and Gary Parzik have both been working on our technology needs, and we've designated someone at each site. We've put together a list of safe, and I use that term in quotes, safe websites. That's on the parent resource page on the WSCSU website, so that if parents are looking for some additional things for kids to do, that's there. We have actually, in my notes it says we're in process, but we have purchased Remind for all teachers. So that is a way that teachers can communicate with families and yet block their private numbers. So that's a way that teachers can also do some well child checks or remind families of upcoming class meetings, that type of thing. Food, we're up to about 1,200 students, and food's being prepared at BUHS, at Putney, and at Academy. It's delivered through vans or buses. John Sessions has done an amazing job ensuring that we have volunteers to help deliver the food or package the food. And we've used, we also have delivery points around the town. Many of the volunteers, it seems like John had said, we have up to 100 volunteers. We don't use them every day, of course, but many of those volunteers are para-educators. Let's see. Putting together contingency plans so that any administrator, myself, any teacher gets ill and cannot continue with their job for a while, who's going to step in and make sure that our students are continuing to be educated. I think one of the major things that we should just let you know is that we are very concerned about burnout, both for our families, because this is very different way of educating, and for our teachers. So we've determined that starting after April break, which is next week, new learning only will happen on Mondays through Thursdays. Fridays will be a day for students to catch up or take a break from online work, go do outside things. It's starting to be nice out. Outside projects, family time, and teachers will be able to use that day for planning, collaborating with colleagues, doing some professional development type things. Attendance, we're just starting with attendance to make sure that we are in touch and with families and students. This week, we're creating feedback family surveys to find out what's going well and what ideas that families might have of changes we might need to be considering. Always we're assessing and reassessing how distance learning is going. So that'll be an ongoing project that we're working with. And assessment is probably the next big topic that we'll start looking into. How we're going to assess students. There's still not a specific end of year date. At one point, it was my understanding that the agency was going to identify an end of year date. Recently, I've heard that we will do our 175 days, which would take us pretty much where we had originally planned in the calendar, mid-June. But that's still to be determined. The other thing still to be determined, and I think Steve Theron might comment on this later, is spring sports. I had heard this week, I got a press release from the Vermont Principals Association that they are going to make that determination by April 30. In my mind, it seems unrealistic to consider that we would be having a spring season. Thinking about, we're still supposed to be doing stay at home until May 15th, just seems to be contradictory. I was asked about, last meeting about BCTV doing some educational programming. They're willing to do educational programming of anything that we are putting together. I am very reluctant right now to ask teachers to do any creation of programming, but we do have posted on our website in the parent resources section, Vermont PBS at-home learning, and Vermont PBS is doing some at-home learning. So I think that's a quick rundown of what we've been working on. I did send out some new hires for Oak Grove, and we just had one confirmation today of a BAMS teacher. So would you like to do questions first on any of the distance learning, and then we could go to new hires and
yes,
resignation? Okay,
that'd be great. Yeah, and I believe Wendy already has the names, but we'd like to recognize them publicly as well.
Great.
Yeah, so I guess we'll start with the board. Any questions? Who would like to go first, I guess? Is that Jackie?
I guess I was just thinking about the students that are not attending, and that maybe, because there's certainly going to be some that won't attend online learning and that we won't be able to reach out to. What is the plan for them? Will there possibly be a summer session, or will some students maybe need to repeat the grade? Just curious about how that might be handled.
We do recognize that this is very definitely happening. And as I said, we're using counselors to do some reach out and do some well child checks. For some people that aren't participating online, it's because they don't want to let their children be online, which is totally agreeable to us. So we are preparing work. We talked today about summer school and how we're going to assess which students might need summer school more than others. The, the, the sort of question we still have around summer school is, are we going to be able to be back together? So yes, Jackie, those are all questions that we are still recognizing that we've got to get a better handle on, especially with younger students who really probably need a parent to help them access some of their work, and not all students have that parent that they can count on being there to help them. Their parents are working at home themselves, or they are they have a lot on their plates right now. So
Thank you.
Other questions? Emily, looks like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I had written down just a few questions. So first I wanted to give a shout out to Mark Spino, because I noticed in your report, Lyle, he got principal of the year.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
All of our principals are amazing, but really nice job, Mark. So the questions I had, one was on the food programs. So you said it's Putney Academy and BUHS, I think. So does that mean we're still utilizing, because I know different schools have different food programs. Does it mean that we've consolidated food programs for the time being, or we're actually still using different vendors for that?
So Putney is still using their own vendors, and they're doing the thing that they've always been doing. The two other two, Academy and BUHS, we've consolidated so that we're using the vendors. It is not the same quality food that we've been doing in Brattleboro Town. It's very difficult when we're thinking about 1,200 bagged lunches and 1,200 bagged breakfasts. That we have to get things that we can pack up and we know will be able to be eaten in a couple of days. We don't have any control over what happens with that bag once it leaves us.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the two other questions, I'm trying to consolidate all my questions.
Okay.
So one is because Jackie brought up something and then it made me think of something. So I'll say that one, and then the one that might be a little longer. So do you know what % of students you feel like aren't attending? Like I just want to kind of get a breadth of like, is there like in elementary school, we have about 50% attendance, or like, do we know those numbers?
David had actually asked for that data as well, and we don't know yet. That's something that we are working on. And this is our first week of really mandatory new learning. And so this is the week that teachers are really using to get this new learning into place. So the week after vacation, we're going to start. Counselors know right now who we have not heard from. So we have some preliminary numbers, but I don't want to, I'm not secure in those numbers yet, right, to share them.
Perfect. And the last question, just to ground it, and maybe this is it could be you answering, or maybe it's a principal, I don't know who's most appropriate, but I guess like there's so much going on that I'm having a hard time conceptualizing, like, what does that really look like for, let's say, a third grader? Like, are they just on the computer for 6 hours, like bouncing from music to other things, or like, so I guess I assumed no, because you guys are thinking holistically. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay. So the question is like, what could somebody just give me an example of like what a day would look like maybe in elementary? Because high school, I could kind of conceptualize it a little more, because it seems like college learning when you're online.
Right. Part of the plan, and then I'll turn it over to a couple principals. Part of the plan, we did include some research that I think Deb Cardane may have done for us about how much time we would expect it would be okay for kindergarten through second grader to be online, and how actually it may have been an elementary and high school, because we do not want our kids online for 6 hours.
Yeah.
So is there a principal that would like to speak to that? Just unmute yourself and jump on in. Herb, looks like Herb.
Hi, everybody. So one of the foundational tenets of this new landscape, this online learning landscape, really is that the number one mistake you can make is to try to replicate the school day, either in depth or breadth. And so we've avoided that at all costs. there are so many factors, as Emily just stated, that are at play here that it's not even chess. It's like a chessboard where everything is moving around, controlled by a magnet that you can't see. So for things, for example, the capacity of families to engage with us, particularly the younger kids, K2, K3, they almost always need a parent to be helping them with anything that's coming across on a Chromebook or so forth and so forth. And also for those kids that are working in a combination, sort of a hybrid environment with Chromebooks and then some packets or other work that teachers might send home, they're also going to need support. So there are morning meetings, there are required sessions for kids a little bit more heavily as you go up through the grades, fairly light in the younger grades. What really has to happen is families have to make the best choices they can given their capacity to engage with us in this endeavor, and we have to respect that. And I think that so far, so good.
Is there another principal that wants to speak about, or Deb or Paul, about what a typical day might be for our younger students? Deb?
Sure. Our younger students are doing a mixture of face-to-face contact with their families, and then also, or with their teachers, and then also some meetings where teachers are sending songs on, through a video. Remind app is a really amazing tool because they can just send a video out and all the kids get this greeting from their teacher every morning. We're really encouraging a menu to give kids lots of choices. So when they're working through their day, they might choose to play a game online, and then they might choose to go do an outdoor activity. And the teachers have been really cognizant about offering options online, but then also really encouraging kids to take some ownership over their learning, and parents are joining kids at these circle times. And we had a really good story today about with a family whose the older siblings are meeting with the families, with the younger siblings, with the teachers. So it has been a little bit of a silver lining in that our teachers are really getting excited about the inclusion of the families that with our younger kids, for sure.
Thanks, Deb. I think Kelly Young may have had a question.
Yeah, I see your hand up, Kelly. Are
No,
you?
I see your hand.
Oh, great. I'm for some reason not hearing her. She's not muted.
Nope, I don't hear her either.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Yes,
Thank you.
good.
So my question goes to goes to a little bit further in the future, and hopefully this will not be an issue, but just to be prepared. Like, I don't think anybody was prepared for this, but let's say that this seems to kind of like we're down the down slope and things seem to be going back to normal. And we want to start the school year, and then from what I've heard, that there's the possibility that there could be a reoccurrence. I'm interested in how you are preparing preparing the new incoming superintendent or for in the fall. If we have a reoccurrence, it's going to be on him to be playing your role. So I'm interested in what your thoughts on that are, if any preparations are being made, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Yes. So the first preparation that we're making is thinking about, as Jackie had just asked, about summer, and are we going to be able to hold any summer classes, how we would identify that. We are also looking ahead right now to re-entry and what re-entry will look like, what types of assessment we have to do, and to find out where kids are. We are not planning at this time to retain anyone. If there was any question about retention, that those conversations would have started with families before we ended. I think Andy Skarzinski's here, but he and I have a Google Doc with questions and answers for each other, information for each other, and we have a time set up to talk, and Andy will be starting to join some of the leadership meetings that we have so that he'll be a part of any conversations as much as he's able to. Of course, he has a full-time job right now. So I've been trying to make sure that I'm respectful of his time in his current position, but absolutely he will be a part of the sort of re-entry plan. And part of that re-entry plan will have to be, as you said, Kelly, will have to be, do we need to be making plans if we have to go out again for any length of time? Mark Spino had his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that beyond all the work we're doing around academics, there's still a major emphasis, probably the biggest emphasis we have is still on relationship building with our students. Especially in the time that we're in right now, our number one focus is connecting with families, committing to weekly conversations with parents, but still looking for creative ways to have fun with our students and to engage with them during our class meetings. And I think that's just a really important thing for you to know, is that that's probably our number one priority, is maintaining a connection with our students and our families and still focusing on building our relationships, because that's what's going to get us through this. Students are going to keep jumping on these screens if they don't want to see us. So that's a major topic for us as we move forward in this world.
And in our conversation today, I think it was Kelly Dias brought up that if we are able to do summer programming, a lot of that will be around socialization and getting back with your peers and working together as a team, as much as and more than academics, because our kids will really need to be able to come together and do those things with each other. Tim.
At the high school level, how disruptive has this been to those students who were looking forward to going to college, applying for colleges and such?
I know that Steve's been having some class meetings with seniors and with senior parents. So Steve, do you want to talk about that?
So we of course feel worst of all for our seniors, because they're missing out on a lot of the rituals that we all take for granted. I'm in pretty regular communication with the folks that were planning the prom. We talk about graduation a lot. We talk about what that could look like. In terms of the college process, though, that's kind of proceeding as it always has. Kids are still finding out if they're getting into colleges. We're still getting scholarship applications for senior awards. So, all of those processes are in pretty good shape. We've moved a lot of those forms to a virtual environment so kids can access them easier. And so that's going okay. Really what we're starting to think about is, as Mark pointed out, how do we reestablish our community when we come back together? What does that look like? What happens for that kid, whether they're in 8th grade, 9th grade, or 10th grade, who's in a sequential math or science program, and how do we address and backfill the gaps in knowledge that they're not going to get? And that's a big part of what we've started to talk about with our department heads. And, if we have a budget and we have the resources to do summer learning, what does that look like? Because, we also have to think about backfilling driver's ed driver's time. So yeah, there's a lot of things. But in terms of the straight up college process, that application process was pretty well underway for most kids. So now it's a question of, making sure transcripts are sent out. There's a couple of recommendation letters, but by and large, the application deadlines have passed. So we're in decent shape. The other thing we're a little worried about is, SAT, ACT exams. SAT has canceled exams through, I believe, the end of June. And so they're going to begin to hold multiple months, multiple tests per month, which they normally don't do to kind of address the backfill. But again, that's a process we're kind of waiting to unfold. And, the biggest, for me, probably one of the biggest problems is seniors and senior parents, really want to have a celebration and they'd like us to plan it. But we can't plan it until we know when we can reassemble. And so and every time I mention that, people get it and they understand, but that's a big frustration. So, a group of seniors have asked me if they could start doing some contingency planning about what graduation might look like, and so we're starting that process now.
And we know that all colleges have to expect that their incoming freshman class is probably in the same boat as ours. The majority of the schools in the country are closed.
Other questions? Is anyone from the public? We have 25 or 30, more than 30 people, I think, from the public involved in this meeting, which is kind of more than we get on a regular Wednesday when we meet in person. So it's kind of, I imagine you must have something on your mind, and I would bet a lot of it, some of it has to do with the remote learning. So again, if there are any questions from the public, please, I'm not sure I can see your hand, but you can unmute and ask your question.
Well, this is Maureen Ward from Central School.
Hi, Maureen.
But I'm also a parent of a senior in the high school, and I'm just glad to hear that there is some kind of discussion going on about maybe pulling something together for a closing celebration when we know that we might be able to be together again as a group. I just think that that's an important closure for the seniors. So thank you for putting that on the table and having that be something that is getting looked into. I appreciate it.
Other comments? Lyle, anything else, Lyle, you want to? Tim does. Go ahead, Tim.
I thought that Ed Week article you sent was pretty interesting, David. It noted, for example, that 77% of students who are doing online learning feel that it's just not as good as face-to-face. But of course, it's way too early to look at what the learning outcomes are. But maybe this is premature, but I think it speaks to the need for the idea that you propose for fiber optic connections. And at some point, I think that maybe the school board could make what's a legal term, amicus curiae, a suggestion to the select board that we, as a town, move forward with fiber optics. And I'm still curious to know what percentage of our families are not connected. The article mentioned the lower the income, not surprisingly, the less connected they are. The good news is that the teachers in poor districts are using multiple means of teaching. But do you have any idea, Lyle, what the percentage of non-connected families are?
I do not yet. That's part of the data that we're collecting. I don't have I think the highest number of families we had heard about was 9 families in Putney, but we also have families that have been unresponsive to all of our attempts to try to find out if they need help with getting connected. So it's still sort of a moving target for us. It looks like Paul has his hand raised, and Paul's overseeing the whole tech project, so maybe he has some more information on that.
I was going to say the same thing. It is a moving target. For instance, there are families that are taking advantage of the free internet offers that different companies are putting out there, but installation times are such that it'll be a bit before some of those installations happen. As Lyle pointed out, there are also families that are unwilling, uninterested in having their students connected online. And we need to honor that. And so that whatever the percentage is, it will
encompass a number of different situations.
Thank you.
So the only other, Deb Cardane has her hand up as well.
I just want to say one of the things we're really focusing on is thinking differently about how we're differentiating our instruction, and that level of differentiation is really around how are we reaching our kids. So if there are families that either are choosing not to have internet or are unable to access, we're making it our business to explore what are the other options. Is it a pack at home on the bus with the food delivery? Is it phone calls? So we're definitely trying to think very outside the box as far as gaining that access with families.
The other thing we had tonight, David, was a couple of hires of replacements for teachers that have retired. So at Oak Grove, Mary is here. Mary, you want to just read your 3 people, and then the board could accept or not?
Sure. I have 2 classroom teacher positions and a librarian leave replacement. So for first grade, we have hired Kylie Weld. She's coming to us from a pre-K classroom in Massachusetts. She seems like she'll be a wonderful fit for our school, and she will be taking over for Stephanie Moransky. In third grade, we have Logan Robinson, who is currently an academic support teacher at Oak Grove. She has accepted the position to replace Deb Perotti, who is retiring. And our librarian, Lexi Oliver, is taking a 1-year leave of absence. And to replace her for the year, we have hired Catherine Haggerty. That position has gone from a full-time position to a 0.6 position. So all 3 of those we are happy to have join us and move into new positions for next school year if you would gladly accept them.
Thank you. Are there others, Lyle, or should we move on?
The only other one we have is a resignation, and I'd have Keith read that. So if you wanted to do the new hires, and then we can move to Keith with the resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the new hires at Oak Grove as presented, please?
So moved, Emily.
Oh, thank you.
Second.
Who is that?
Liz.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have accepted the recommendation. And okay.
And
Keith,
we got a letter of resignation today. Keith Lyman got it. I haven't seen it yet. So if Keith, I think Keith's here. Yep, Keith, if you could be willing to read that, please.
Sure. Wondering, let's see, can you see my screen?
Yep.
It works.
Yeah, so maybe you can, I'll just let everyone read that really quick. And as you're reading it, just really sad to lose her. She's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, she's moving down to take a job in Springfield, Mass, Forest Park Middle School. So she'll get a new experience down there, and we're very sad to see her go. So I'll ask that you accept her resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the resignation as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second, with regret, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. It's moved and seconded to accept the resignation with regrets as presented. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have passed the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for me tonight.
Great, thank you, Lyle.
You're welcome.
Again, having that long report was really helpful. I think it saved us a lot of questions probably. It's just good to be able to take it in bit by bit, sort of slowly. Okay, the next topic is financial stability. This, this is something that we've never faced before, and that's the seeming likelihood of revenue shortfalls and the inability of the people to pay their taxes. And since it's all unknown and all moving parts, I think there's very little certainty we can get from conversation about this, but there are some numbers that Frank shared with us and some numbers that we got from a webinar from the state that can kind of give us a picture of what's going on. So I wonder, Frank, if you would maybe tell us, or Lyle too, a little bit about the webinar and the current state, and then we'll have a look at the numbers that you sent us, and you can kind of take us through those sheets.
So the webinar was a week ago tomorrow, and the forecast, of course, looking for this quarter and possibly into the summer was quite grim. A lot of it due to the fact that because the state is pretty much closed, we are not taking in revenue from rooms and meals tax, from the lottery. There is, of course, the assumption that people that have lost jobs are going to have a hard time paying their property tax right now. So it was not an encouraging webinar at all. Frank has put together numbers of where we are now and what that might look like moving forward. So I'll stop talking and turn it over to Frank.
Okay, so a couple of kind of the big picture points, and then maybe I'll flip to fiscal year end forecast for this year. So I'll share a couple of documents with you. First is the big picture in terms of what's being considered in the legislature. So this is a page, it's page 12 out of our annual report for the Southeast School District. It's the projected tax impact. And what you're looking at here are there are two versions of bills to address the statewide issue of uncertainty in fiscal year 21. So one of the bills, it's the Senate version of the bill, is my understanding it's going to be discussed this Friday, there's a proposal to freeze the 18 districts without approved budgets. So that's us, and that's Springfield, and it's Wyndham Northeast, and a number of other systems in our area, but it's also South Burlington, and so on. But one proposal is to freeze at this education spending number for the current year. And what that would mean is a $2 million reduction to the budget plan that we've developed. So obviously that would be extremely severe for us. Another version that I know the VSBA, the VSA, and as Lyle mentioned, she's meeting with Becca Ballin and others. We are hoping is a House version of a similar bill, and that is to provide a base ed spending amount of 40 million here, and then to add a inflator of the average budget increases that pass. And that inflator right now is 4%. So you see what that would do to us is instead of us getting a 5% increase on ed spending, it would be 1% less, which that's $406,000 difference. So still it would have an impact on us clearly, but it would be nothing like a $2 million impact. So those are the two legislative discussions that are in play for fiscal year 21. We don't know, how that's going to work, but we're obviously encouraging folks to contact their legislative representatives and advocate, particularly for districts like us where we have a lot more poverty than South Burlington and some of the others. This sort of an impact would be far more damaging to our system than it might be into one of the wealthier districts in the state. So that's the big picture for next year. Totally unknown as to what that outcome is going to be. When we dial it down to our circumstances, I want to flip to this document. Did you guys see the flip to this other document? I just flipped my screen. Are you looking at the forecast? Okay, so I gotta share that one as well. So let me do that. So I wanted to move to the document that I had sent to you through David. It's a forecast of our fiscal year to date, and so I just started with talking about the state of the state from next year's point of view. This is a look at how we might end up this year. And that obviously tells us a little bit about our financial stability, to start the new year. So the document I'd sent, there were two documents. This one that I'm sharing with you is the one that shows our current budget that we were actually just looking at in a very summary level. Okay. Current budget, 49 million in revenues, and we had a approved budget of 50 million. You can see that we proposed a budget that used $1 million of fund balance. That was the plan. That's what's been published in our annual report. Here's a preliminary forecast. When we look at the revenues, I'll go over a couple of the major deviations from the plan, but I'm at this point estimating 48 million in revenues, 49 million in expenditures, and not utilizing as much as the fund balance as we had originally proposed. So under the current forecast, based on my work with principals, with Lyle, with the state, I see this fiscal year end ending up slightly favorable. 167,000 as a percentage of 50 million is 0.3%. Not a substantial difference. But the good news is, I do not see a deficit in the school district, the Wyndham Southeast School District. The variations from the budget on the revenue side, you see I've got approximately 900,000 receiving less than the plan. It's really primarily the transition of us being separate districts when we planned this budget, FY20, that was passed, remember, just 4 days before the year started because of so many interruptions in the governance conversation across the state. When we administered the current budget, things like Guilford being a separate entity and paying the high school were eliminated. And so that's why that's not going to occur. This 600,000 in state revenues is a similar sort of a scenario where the state redirected transportation aid to the supervisory union and not to the SD. That's across the state, so not unique to us. We also had fewer vocational students that will drop the vocational aid that comes to us. These revenue shortfalls are more than offset right here under the tuition and assessments costs. So it's somewhat of a wash. And then because we're not in school here on the fourth quarter, as Lyle said, we are still making quite a commitment to education every day, every week. So there are expenses. You will see more expenses go through the warrants for the variety of things that are being delivered to students and families. But I don't see us spending all of those resources. So that's going to create a little bit of a surplus in those discretionary accounts. The salary and benefits are, this 1% variance at this point, which is just a kind of it could be plus or minus in any given year, given turnover and or people making plan changes for health insurance and those sort of things. So these are kind of a typical variance. And as you know, the governor has directed school districts to continue to pay staff through the end of the school year. So we would not expect to be a whole lot different in our biggest chunk of our budget. So overall, I think this is a fairly cautious estimate. I don't think it will be much worse than this. I think it could be better than this. It depends on depends on, there's no indication that our major source, which is the state revenue, that is 86% of 49 million, this state. There's no indication that they, Beth Pierce, treasurer, and others have said they plan on making the education spending grants as planned. And then the towns, the extent to which they have a portion of this 42 million. Remember, they collect on behalf of the state, and then they send the school district the money that is associated with the school property tax. If a town is not able to collect that last fourth quarter, Mark Peralt in the webinar last week and others in the state government have reiterated at this point, there seems to be no change in the current statute, which says a town will have to borrow in order to pay the school. The statute it's Title 16, it's Section 427 that basically says the town treasurer must remit the school property tax to the education fund and to the school district 20 days after taxes are due. It's not when they're paid, it's 20 days after they're due. So I've seen this interruptions from year to year over a long period of time where towns have had to go and borrow funds in order to pay the districts. And I believe this is where the legislature at the state level and at the federal level know that across the country, towns are going to have trouble with their revenues. And I believe there are strategies coming together to help address that. And where we started the conversation is the biggest strategy, which is the legislature considering passing budgets for the 18 districts under these emergency circumstances. So that's all to be determined. So I think the takeaway from this outlook is that we're not bringing in a deficit into fiscal year 21. I think we'll close out, with stable financial condition. We have about 5 million in cash right now. So we're okay through the end of this year. But we know we're all working administratively in preparing for these contingencies that we know are going to be very challenging. Any questions for me?
Board members, any questions on Frank's presentation or the forecast? Yes, Tim.
I heard the webinar too, Frank, and yeah, this year we're going to get through this year, but next year, my takeaway was that things look very, very bad. What?
I would agree with that, and that's where when you hear from the legislature when they're considering freezing our budgets to the FY20 education spending level, that's a reflection of how concerned they are. That our spending plan was up 1.8% or 900,000. They're dialing us back behind that to authorization to spend that would be a $2 million cut. And that's the first conversation that we're seeing out of the legislature to address what you heard in that briefing to the legislature by the Joint Fiscal Office. So what was also brought up in that briefing is that there's expected to be 28 million in the CARES Act federal funding for the state of Vermont, and the Agency of Education has interpreted that number for us here at Wyndham Southeast as an approximately 800,000. So these are things that there's no certainty to, but they are in play, and I do see some mitigating resources and strategies coming to help alleviate. I think, unfortunately, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see some extremes in the conversation because there is so much uncertainty, and then as more concrete actions take place, we'll be able to start planning and address our workforce, address employment contracts here, and those other things that we must do to get ready to operate school for next year.
Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
The Leadership Council at Guilford Central wrote a very good letter, I think, which was a reminder asking the board, what are we doing about all this? So with that thought in mind, I jotted down a few guiding principles that this board might consider as when we come to the point where we have to consider budget reductions. Some of them are obvious, but I think that it's important to state the obvious sometimes. One of the first principles, I think, these are really up for discussion. But the first principle is that we should make every effort to ensure that the continuation of quality instruction, especially but not limited to those students who are most vulnerable, most at risk, we should focus on those students who are most vulnerable. Under the thought, I always think that the mark of true civilization is how we take care of the most vulnerable. School districts should be the same way. With that thought in mind, the discussion should focus not only on the number of students impacted, but the category of student who would be impacted. There are some students, as we know, who succeed no matter what, and then there are other students who need help. Another principle would be certainly before cuts are made, we should look at long-lasting impacts this crisis isn't going to last forever, and I think that we should look at perhaps suspending programs that can come back after the crisis is over, assuming that the economy gets back to normal someday. I think we should state that as a merged district, budget decisions should focus on what's best for all students in the district. Again, obvious, but I think it should be stated. I think that, well, let me just stop there and ask for reflection on when we look at budget reduction, what are the guiding principles that should guide our thinking?
And would you repeat the last part again, please?
The last part is more or less we're a merged district. So we look at on what's best for all the students in the district, regardless of the size of the town, the size of the school. We're focusing on what's good for for most students in the district. But the tough decision, I think, is going to be focusing, and it's not tough at all for me. We should focus on classroom instruction above all else when it comes down to cuts. We have to determine what's least harmful to instruction in the classroom. So to make there's one more principle, I think. In my mind, primary grades are critical to the foundation of education. So in looking at reductions, I think that K3, for example, is much more critical to sustain that than higher grades. I know these are controversial, but somebody has to say it.
Thank you, Tim. Other thoughts from the board about what principles should guide our consideration if and when we have to reduce programs or staff? Yep, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like to ask Frank, I have called my representative and also one senator, and I think Frank alluded to the fact that there possibly are two bills in the legislature right now. One would be a little less favorable than the other, and if you could give us guidance, it was recommended to me by Sarah Coffey that it really means a lot when school directors actually reach out to their legislators and all the legislators. And if we had a specific guide from you, Frank, on those two bills that you mentioned before.
Sure. And Lyle, do we know if the VSBA has distributed that document that was in development? I think it spoke to the two bills and it advocated for the one where we get the inflator on the current year ed spending. That's the one that's clearly to our benefit and would prevent us from being put way behind the rest of the state if we do have to go through an extended period of cuts.
I don't know if Sue Siglowski was going to put that together today. I have not seen anything from her, although I would probably get it from Jeff Francis, not from Sue. But that I thought was going to happen after our session today.
Yeah. They probably have numbers for those bills, but the legislators, at least the three Brattleboro legislators, had a Zoom conference on Saturday, and they were talking about those things. That they know exactly what they're brainstorming a range of ideas having to do with all the things that were raised at the webinar. So I think anybody that wants to contact their legislator and say that would be most helpful or least damaging to give us a more than just last year's budget, or just mention that if you only give us allow us to spend last year's amount, we'll have to cut $2 million worth of programs and staff. It doesn't have to be really specific or really detailed or impressive. It just has to make the point that this is going to really hurt. And that's the voice that they need. That's what they need to hear. So I second what you're saying, Sean. I encourage people to take a minute to email or call our representatives. They're home. They're easy to find now.
So
other comments, Emily?
yeah. So I guess in the past, there has been times when we've reached out as a board. So I guess I wonder, is this a situation where it makes sense to draft something and have it come from the entire school board? Or is it more powerful for us to individually reach out?
I don't know if there's any legislator in the room or someone with that experience that could say. I think that hearing individually from people that they know is very impactful. And sometimes for committees where we don't have representatives, a letter from the board is also helpful. But I think the individual contact with the grassroots contact is really valuable. I'm happy to have a resolution, to pass a resolution and send it up tomorrow, or tonight for that matter. But I think both would be the way to go. Sean, something else?
Yeah, what Sarah Coffey said was that either a letter or individual contact would be very valuable. And actually, she went ahead and sort of tentatively set up the idea that I could testify on Friday in front of the House Ed subcommittee. But I probably need permission from the board in order to do that.
Any thoughts? Comments?
I mean, Sean would be advocating for obviously the one that's more beneficial to us. So I guess it seems like a really great idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sean, anyone can advocate for what we want individually as people. The fact that we're school board, but we can't say you can point out that you're a member of a school board when you sign that. You can't say it's a school board's position unless we all agree, which obviously we will in this case, but none of us are restricted from expressing our opinions to our legislators in any way. It's the policies and oaths don't replace the Constitution. Yeah, Jackie.
So then do we need a motion to agree to allow Sean to speak on our behalf? Is that possible?
Sure. I'd like to see if we have a couple other hands up, and then wait a little bit before we decide on the motion. Liz?
Yeah, Sean, when you testify, can you also point out that the 4% might not be particularly good because of the rate of poverty and the addiction issues and everything that this area entails? Because it's not going to be the same all around the state.
Yeah. Other thoughts or comments? Well, we have two things that have come up. One is if in the situation which we'd never faced before, being a region that's always had strong community support, we haven't ever had to really look seriously or too seriously at reductions. We've had to move some things around and change things, but we basically had support. Now we're looking at a situation where people aren't going to be able to support us because they simply don't have the income. So we are looking at serious reductions, and Tim has raised the concept of having principles that the board supports in terms of proposals that are developed for where to reduce spending, whether it's 400,000 or 2 million, where those things, where we want those things to be looked, where we want the administrators to look first or last, depending. I guess what you're saying, Tim, actually is the last place to look is at anything that affects the most vulnerable, anything that affects quality instruction in the classroom, and anything that harms the primary grades. So that's one question we have in front of one potential action that we have in front of us, and the other is how to communicate with the legislature our desire for the 4%
cost factor. What was it called? Inflation factor, Frank? Yeah, inflation
Inflator.
factor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kelly
so-
has Kelly Young has her hand up, David.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Go ahead, Kelly.
So I would like to thank Sean for being willing to speak on our behalf. And so I would certainly support that. As far as the cuts, we all know there are going to be sacrifices that are going to have to be made, and it's going to be a scary process. I would just caution making having preemptive thoughts on anything over third grade or anything, this specific because yes, there are vulnerable populations in our areas, but each kid is valuable. And I think we need to, before we start to say, sort of segregate certain portions of our school populations, I think we should be very cautious about that. And regardless of whether you don't happen to, maybe just by a little bit, not fall into what someone may categorize as a vulnerable population, that student personally will be losing out. So I'm aware, I acknowledge that there are quite possibly going to need to be some cuts, some sacrifices, some very difficult times ahead. But I would be very concerned, and I would encourage caution when just sort of when targeting where these cuts need to come. Thank you.
So if I could just respond,
Yes.
I've met with all principals recently within the last 2 days, and we've the instructions I've given them is to look first at things that are going to be least impactful to our student body. We know that we are going to have students coming back to school on all levels that have been out of school for approximately 5.5 months. So teachers are going to need extra assistance with academic coaches, because we're going to have to differentiate more than ever. We need to really look very carefully at every portion of a child's education. You heard principals today looking at social emotional. So there are things that we are looking at, but there are also those things that we need to keep in mind, that we're coming back with students that need to come back into a community that haven't seen each other and been in a formal education situation since mid-March. So those are in our minds all the time.
Other comments from the board? Yeah, I'd like to hear from everybody if people are willing. Emily, please.
So I guess my question is, I thought we had kind of a reserve fund or like a buffer fund in case some disaster or something happened. So is it the case that this proposed $1 or $2 million, depending on how the legislature acts, is how much of that would be buffered by using or any surplus or general funds that we have? I guess it's directed towards Frank, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to get voter approval. Frank, we have what, a couple of million in the undesignated reserve?
That's right. However, the bill that is being contemplated, both of these bills, and at this point I think they're more concepts than bills, because they don't actually have bill numbers assigned. You can't actually find them in the legislative report, but the concept of those discussions right now at the legislative level is that this action would replace the public vote. It would put in place an FY21 budget, and there would be no public vote unless a board wanted to go for a higher rate. And then back to your question, Emily. Yes. So we do have a reserve. It is approximately $2 million, and I'm sure we would want to be looking at how we might manage the pain over an extended period of time. Most folks are thinking this is probably going to take at least through fiscal year 23 to work its way out, assuming we do come back to some kind of no longer stay-at-home orders and so on in early June or mid-May. So, that's the case for not wanting to use all of the reserves, obviously, in the first year.
Thank you.
Yes, Liz?
So we will probably face some cuts, but I don't want anything coming out from this board that's going to panic people, because everything is still in play. We don't know what's going to happen with the state. We don't know what's going to happen with the feds. And I don't see any point in panicking teachers or staff at this point. I mean, if it comes to that, we need to establish some principles. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen. And I would caution the board to not set off some kind of stampede where all of a sudden we've got a whole bunch of teachers going, well, maybe I won't have a job, and then they go somewhere else. So that's my 2 cents.
Thomas, would you share your thoughts?
That's a very wise sentiment. I agree wholeheartedly. We have no idea what we're going to be facing in a month or 2 months, let alone September. I don't think this is the time to even talk about that. Everyone knows that we're going to have some problems. That's not in doubt. The question is, what do we do about it right now, aside from, worry people? Maybe drafting a policy, like Tim says, about our standards, like the principles we'll use. If we can think of something that is reassuring, that might have a positive effect. But I tend to agree with Liz at this point.
Okay. Jackie, Michelle, Ann, thoughts on this? Jackie?
I mean, I definitely agree that we're pretty far from knowing exactly what's going to happen, but it still would be prudent to at least start drafting some guiding principles. And, we might have differing opinions, but we have enough time now before we're really certain of what's going to happen that we could think about it carefully and vote on it. I think at least beginning to establish guiding principles for when that does happen is something better done now than later.
Michelle or Ann, any thoughts? Yeah, Michelle?
Tim, I appreciate that this was on your radar and that you're thinking about it. I agree with those who have said that it feels too soon to really establish anything, maybe a general statement to reassure that obviously our intentions are always to maintain the best possible learning environments is, an easy thing, but to actually create bullet points, it just seems like we don't have enough information to know what we're doing moving forward. I do sort of have a question. As far as, it's hard to even begin to think about cuts. I guess it was because that webinar, there was so much focus on, well, I should say, at least he mentioned it a few times, union contracts. And I'm wondering if ours has been finalized. The last thing I want to think about is cuts for teachers. But if it's still open, I was wondering, do we know, was there a growth this year? Was there an additional expense this year? Do you understand my question? Is somebody able to answer that?
Yeah, I think the Vernon voted Monday night to ratify the contract, so it's fully ratified. There may be some signatures that need to happen, but it's ratified. And there were, I think, well, I'm not sure what I can say until that happens. Lyle, can I address the percentage of increases, or do we need to wait on that?
I don't see why you can't. It's all ratified. Both the union and the board has now ratified.
Yeah. So the increases are in the 2% range. They get spread across the salary schedule, but it was in the 2% range, and that's 2% of approximately 70% of our budget. So you can do the math.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Anne?
Well, obviously we are going to have to consider what we are and aren't going to do, but I would caution all the members of this board that we don't necessarily know what the needs are or what cuts can be made, and we're going to have to depend very heavily on our administrators. For example, just because Brattleboro has big problems doesn't mean Putney doesn't have big problems, or Guilford. And we can think about it, we can have guiding principles, but I don't think we can make the decision that one group of grades should be benefited at the expense of others, or that we definitely know all the situations without relying heavily on their guidance and on our principals to keep making their budgets. So it's a good idea to have ideas, but remember, we don't know everything.
I wanted to, sorry if you
Yeah,
don't.
go ahead, Thomas.
I wanted to say something. We're talking about a serious economic problem here. We do not have to approach this as what cuts will we make. We're so far ahead of this that we can put political pressure on making sure that, if necessary, maybe revenue has to be increased. I know we don't have full control over that as a board here, but we are far ahead of maybe the point where we have to worry about that. We can say right now, just as citizens and as a board, we're not going to react to this as what do we hurt in the school district. We're still so far ahead of it. We can put pressure on our politicians as well. So
Great, thank you. Emily and Sean, I think you wanted to speak again too.
On that, on that note, I did want to, so maybe it moves us into the second topic, which is, or what are we going to do about reaching out to the legislatures? I guess I'd like to move to, for us as a board, to write a letter. We can still individually contact them, but I think like the more we can get out as a unified group, a letter in favor of this, I don't, maybe Frank will help us with the language, but in favor of this additional fund, I think that would be prudent. So it's being proactive, but in a different way.
Thank
So
you.
Frank, maybe you have some movement language.
Oh, yeah.
Frank, just before you do that, I just want to kind of assess where we are and see if I understand. Everybody has had an opportunity to speak, and I thank you. There were really lots of really thoughtful comments. Somebody today asked me what I was thinking, and I wrote, the first thing I said is, well, here's what I'm thinking, or here's my comment, and then I immediately put in parentheses, but I always change it after I hear really, really good ideas from other people. And I think that the collective wisdom here is pretty sound, and I'm really grateful for the good thinking that's going on. I think we are at the point where we don't want to say or do or restrict or really define anything until we have more evidence or more certainty about what the parameters are, if there are parameters, what they are. And I think we want to be a lot more certain. So I think we can probably move on from that and get to Emily's motion, but I want to make sure that we sort of had closure on the question about establishing standards. So Sean, if this is about further comment on the establishing of standards, I'd be happy to hear from you. Otherwise, I'd rather wait and move on with Emily's motion. Okay, so Frank, do you have information enough of it? Can you give us some language for? You are a motion writer here. We're going to make you the clerk.
Sure. So what I had in mind was there is a well articulated position on the issue by the VSA and VSBA. It sounded like Lyle was under the impression, and I am as well, that there's a document being drafted for the legislature's consideration on Friday as part of public testimony, and that it represents the input of at least 15 of the 18 supervisor unions and their superintendents and board chairs. They were all part of this Zoom meeting at noon today. So that's a little background to say that a motion, a very straightforward motion would be that the Wyndham Southeast School District Board requests the legislature to support the VSBA and VSA request to fund schools at the FY20 ed spending level plus the inflator. There's that could be the motion. I know none of us have seen the document. Lyle, you don't have a document, do you? Yeah, this has all been part of looking at something that was drafted in the Senate as a pre-bill, I guess as you call it, and then it was edited. One version added the inflator, the other version took it out. So the VSBA and the VSA's position is to support the version that has the FY20 budget plus a 4% inflator. And you know, we feel in this environment that would be a very good place to be.
Okay, let's. So I want to suggest here then that we entertain a motion to the legislature, I guess to the Senate Ed and House Ed committees.
Yeah.
A motion that the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory District requests the legislature support the VSBA VSA proposal to fund school districts without approved budgets at the FY20 rate plus the 4% inflator.
Excellent.
And Wendy, did you get that mostly?
Yeah, I think so. Can I read it back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. The motion is for the Senate and House Education, is it committees, commissions?
Committees.
Committees,
Yes.
hold on, let me get that. To request here's where it's a little foggy, so you're gonna have to help me. So motion to the Senate and House Education Committees to request the legislature to support the VSA and VSBA's proposals to fund schools without approved budgets at the FY20 levels plus the inflator.
Yes, just say funds districts rather than schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'll write this up and send it. It's actually the Senate Committee on Education. So, you know, I mean, there's specifics about it, but that gets to the heart of the motion.
Okay, yeah, if you could send that to me, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
David,
in the morning. Yes, yes.
I could also make it's just technical, but it's important. When we refer to the rate, what we're talking about is the FY20 education spending.
Ed spending rate, okay.
And maybe instead of using rate, we would say amount.
Ed spending amount, okay, great, thank you. Okay, so between Wendy and I, we can get we can perfect this. Would someone like to move this motion?
So moved.
Emily, thank you. And second? Thomas, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Now, Sean, you had a question on this topic further? Thank
you. Well, it sort of refers to, you know, contacting the House on Friday possibly. And one of the things I was going to highlight, if I do this, is to say that the reason we do not have a budget in the WSESD is specifically because of the COVID pandemic. Because we were going to meet on the 17th, and that was canceled. So just as, you know, so people start thinking, well, maybe we could use federal funds. That was a direct result of not having that budget passed was because of the pandemic. So that's all.
Yep, really good point. And one thing, we've got this resolution now that we're going to send up to the legislature, but at the same time, writing or contacting our legislators individually is really, it's really more important than signing on to this. It's valuable. The more people that sign on to the proposal, the better. But the more individuals they hear from, the better. And I think Sean's point about we wouldn't be in this fix if it wasn't for this pandemic. That's why we don't have a budget. And we shouldn't be penalized by that. Except, I mean, we'll share the pain with the rest of the state, but we shouldn't be singled out more intensely, I guess. So I just want to double down on what Sean said about contacting the legislatures and making that point. Anything else on this topic? Yes, Liz?
Maybe that should be in the letter that we send as a board too, because we didn't have our budget voted down like some of the other towns. We just never had the opportunity to vote.
Yeah, I'd want to redo the motion at this point. I think it'd be just as effective if each of us wrote to each of those committees. You can write to the clerk. You can write to the clerk of the committee, and they will get it to each of the members of the committee.
I know.
As well as our. No, I'm talking to everybody now.
Okay.
Yeah, as well as our individual legislators. Great, thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, the next topic is committee reports, which will be brief, but we are going to do some committee assignments. Hopefully, get people to sign up for committees, and also talk about leadership councils. And so what I'd like to do is, we've been at it for an hour and a half now, is take say a 5-minute break, or make it a 7-minute break, and we'll come back together at 8:35. Is that agreeable? Okay, so we're going to recess for 7 minutes. Everybody get up and walk around. Okay, if people can turn their cameras back on, so we can see everybody, that would be great. And we'll get started on the committee reports. I don't know that we have any actually committee reports. I'm not sure. I don't think any committees have met, including the supervisory union, in the last couple of weeks. Are there any reports or any updates? No. Okay. So the two things we need to talk about are we have 4 new members on the board, Liz, Jackie, Tim, and Michelle, and we have 8 committees, and we'd like to get the new people on some of the committees. And I've heard from a few of you about some of your preferences, but I'd like to actually hear from you again in terms of the options. So let me just briefly run through the 8 committees, and they have very short mission statements. So it just take a couple of minutes to go through, and then talk a little bit about which committees you'd like to be on. And then we need to talk about what work the committees to try and convene on a Zoom platform, and talk about what they can be doing in terms of what we're facing right now, what they can be doing to support the remote learning, and what else, anything else going forward. So if that's agreeable, I'll just quickly run down the list of committees, and we'll see what we come up with.
Can I ask a question, David?
Yes.
Just before?
Yes, go ahead.
So is it the case that all committees will have reassignments? Because I can imagine cases where, maybe somebody feels.
Hang on a minute.
All right. Anyone who's listening out there and not on this call on video, you can see it live streamed. Go to the legislative website, finance committee website, and live streaming.
You're in, Anne. Thank you.
We are in, so we are live. And okay, Treasurer Pierce is the first one on our agenda, and we're just looking for any information you can give us. I know we had some commingling of funds that you had to do. You sent us a memo on that, but an idea of any of the fiscal implications you're seeing at this point.
Certainly. If you don't mind, I'd just like to check to see if some of my co-workers are on the phone. Is Will on the phone?
I am, Beth.
Okay, so Will Crewald is our Chief Financial Officer and one of our experts on this. I don't know if you have Dan and or John with you.
I'm on another phone.
I have stuff from Ashlyn.
Yeah,
I'm
here as well. Ashlyn is our Ashlyn is our policy director, and Dan Currier is our cash manager. And just to give Dan a little credit here, Dan has been with us before I started. So I started in 2003, and he's one of the best intuitive people I know in terms of managing your cash and sees the trends right from the beginning. So I just wanted to point him out. And Will has built this system even further. So I think we've got a great team. And I'm confident, I'm going to start off right with that. I'm confident that we will be paying all of our bills and paying them on time without disruption. And I'll go through a little bit of how we're getting there and what some
That's
of the
the first
are.
positive information I've heard in a couple of weeks. So that's good.
So Beth, this is Jane Kitchell. I just wanted, if you're not aware, you have members of the Appropriations Committee as well. We thought for time demands that it would be easier to have one have you come just. Dan, are you all right?
Yes, my iPad just slipped. I'm good.
So
this case thing doesn't hold up.
So I just wanted to let you know that we have not only the Finance Committee, but we have the members who are able to make it of the Senate Appropriations Committee as well to hear your testimony.
Well, excellent. Thank you very much, Senator Kitchell. It's a pleasure. It's good to hear from all of you. And again, I hope everyone is safe and their relatives are safe as well. And getting back to my positive news, we expect to make all of our payments on time, without disruption. And let me walk through a few pieces. I'm hoping someone put the graph that we sent up on the screen. Is that up for folks to see?
I think that's one of the documents that Ashlyn sent us. So it's in your emails.
Yep. So
I won't say I can absolutely read it, but okay.
Okay. Well,
can Faith put it on the screen?
Faith is doing double duty with several things, but I'm coming.
Okay. It's in your emails.
Okay. There you go. We've got a lot of new things we're all doing, so we can all be patient and try to work that out. And you obviously know patience is my best skill, so hey, patience, but hey, joking on that. So is it okay to start on this graph?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So this is a summary of our cash over a number of years. And you see that we started, we've got an average down at the bottom. So if you look at the chart on the bottom, average of fiscal year 04 to 09. And what that shows you is what our cash flows look like by month, end point of each month. And then you see at the end, it'll have the average and the high and the low period. And if you look at it, the good news is as you look at the average, and it started off an average for those first several years of $130 million average cash position. You see it's moved up. It's had a little up and down. But at this point in time, you see that it moved up from in 2016, 17, 18, 19.
Somebody needs to mute.
Okay. And that is because you folks have done a really good job. I want to thank all of the money committees and particularly, no disrespect to finance, but the appropriations committees for fully funding our reserves, creating new reserves, rainy day funds, And that reflects very well on us and what puts us in a very good position. I want to thank the Finance and Ways and Means as well for working with us on this. I'm impressed with the way that this assembly has done that job, worked and thought through and been forward thinking, and it is serving us well in this crisis. We got a lot of work to do. That doesn't mean that we're not going to have issues to resolve, but this was very, very much a contributor to our success to make the payments. So again, looking at that chart, you see that our average is moving up. That's again a good thing. And if you look at the graph below it, you see the month to date. And while it's a little bit, from one year to the next, a little bit skewed, you see an average. So the bottom line you see is an average for 0409, and you see that there's a little bit of a trend to this thing, even though it's a little bit tough to follow. And you see that our cash position in December is a little low. In September, you see a little dip in April. Those are when the Act 68 or the education payments go out the door. I'm going to see if I get this right, Dan. So September 10th, December 10th, and April 30th, if I did that correctly. And so you see a little dip. On the other hand, on December 1st, we collect some money from the states, from the municipalities that are payers, and we also do that on June 1st, and you see that uptick there. It's a little bit ups and downs, and even within each month, there's an up and down. And this chart is for unrestricted cash. We also have restricted cash, and let me explain the difference and why this works in terms of making sure everybody, every payment can go out the door. So unrestricted cash would include it's a pooled cash, so it's all the different funds are in there together. It would include the education fund. It would include the general fund. I'm going to hope that I get this right. Either Will or Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but the transportation fund, a lot of our operating funds. And it's a pooled cash position, which means that each fund has a portion of it, and in their primary funds, in the fund itself, the ed fund or the general fund, for instance, it will have a cash position, which is reflected as a portion of that pool. So we do pool our monies, and that actually helps us as we're working through managing, our daily cash position. The restricted funds might be funds that are segregated per statute, that can't be for whatever reason a regulatory issue, a federal issue, that are segregated and essentially not part of that unrestricted cash. So we have money in that little account as well. And right now, I think we have about $100 million, if I'm correct, Will, in our restricted cash fund balances.
Yeah, that's correct, Beth.
Yeah, so thank you. So again, we have a fairly healthy position going into this. That said, we're taking some hits. We are pushing out the income tax. They're pushing out the sales tax and meals and rooms into the next fiscal year. We have analyzed that. Will and Dan have spent a great deal of time looking at that, and our estimate is that we will be able to pay our bills despite that, and we're comfortable that our belief is that there will be no disruptions based on just our balances in the unrestricted funds. That said, you always want to backstop. We were talking about can openers before we started, and somebody's electric can opener wasn't working, but they had the backup. So it took a little bit more, with the risk in doing that, but you had the plan. So one of the backstops that are already in statute is that in December, so from December 10th to I think it's for a month again. I'm going to check with Dan from December 10th to January 10th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to get this one wrong. From June 15th to July 15th, we have a window as well. And what those windows say is that if you are having a temporary cash position issue, you may borrow from restricted funds. Obviously, when you borrow from the restricted funds, you have to pay back the interest on that. So you're paying back the interest to those funds. But it gives you a little bit of flexibility. And by doing that, and again, there was the December 10th was because, as I said earlier, that's when the education payments go out, that first round. So it gives you a little bit of a backstop. It gives you a little flexibility, and it saves you money because you don't have to go out and do a bond or a bond anticipation. Excuse me, a revenue anticipation note in the markets, because when you do that, it costs you more money. And so this is a less expensive and more flexible way of doing that. Back in September of 2003 was the last time we did a borrowing. It was about $48 million. And to be very candid, while we borrowed it, and we had I think it was from September to about February, if I recall. We actually didn't need it during some of those periods, and you're paying for it. And I'd rather be in a position where you're internally borrowing from those restricted funds, again, paying back the interest as a backstop and going out to the bond market. So we think that, again, our cash position is strong enough to meet those revenue changes, that pushing off those into the next year, and as well as any amounts that so far have been estimated in terms of actual losses. We have backstop number one, which would be restricted funds, utilizing those, and backstop number two, if you had to get to it, which I do not contemplate us doing that, would be to be able to do an external borrowing if needed. So that's the way this works. We wanted to add a little bit more to the restricted fund backstop number one. And to give us a little bit more flexibility, what we wanted to do, instead of having a June 15th to July 15th, give it a little bit of room on both sides. So another 30 days. So roughly May 15th, 30 more business days on either side of this and out to August. We think that would give us some more flexibility. And that is the request that we made in a memo. So if we can put up that memo, our second slide in this presentation. I don't know if people have done that yet. I'm going to do it myself. But it's a memo dated March 26th, and it's to all of you, as well as Senate President Tim Ash and Speaker Mitzi Johnson. And essentially what we are asking for is more flexibility in the interfund borrowing, and putting, again, an additional flexibility of 30 days to assist us on either side to provide just a little bit more room if we need that. And we also don't think we're going to need that in future years. We don't want to get in the habit of doing that over an extended period of time. So our goal would be to have this sunset. We've provided some language that we and that's at the end of this presentation, and it shows you the statute that currently has the interfund borrowing. I understand that legislative counselors made that into the proper legalese. We're better at numbers than we are legal. And has that for your review. But we think, again, that this will be an extra step and provide that extra option for liquidity. But again, as the memo says, we stress again, we have sufficient cash to meet our payments.
Could
So
I
I'm gonna
just
stop
Beth, this is Jane. I just had something come on my iPhone saying Congress has just passed the stimulus bill. So
excellent news.
So
Excellent.
obviously that has a big impact on our our fiscal health. So at least that hurdle is over. Now the president just needs to sign. So it's finally got through the Congress.
Well, that's excellent news, Senator. We're very happy with that. You know, we're trying to analyze that as you are and as Joint Fiscal is. We're obviously working and sharing information with all parties, including the governor's office. We want to understand, you know, how that, you know, what are the rules around it? You know, where you, you know, what it can be used for, how it can be used, how it interacts with our cash flows. So this analysis that we presented to you right now does not contemplate that, but that's certainly once we get a little bit more into the review, we'll be updating our numbers. And I also want to stress that we're updating these numbers daily. Dan and Will are doing a great job with that. And you know, we're meeting twice a week with the administration, and we're keeping Joint Fiscal in the loop as well. But that's great news, Senator. Glad to hear that.
So
I'm going to stop.
Could I ask another question, Anne? Maybe you know the answer to this, but I don't. If you in fact had to go in and take money, some of that restricted cash that comes with restriction, you said it has to be paid back with interest. Could you just tell us how is that interest determined? It would be the interest rate that it would have earned otherwise?
Absolutely. You know, it's interesting because April 30th, the Ed Fund always has, or almost always, Dan can correct me if I'm wrong on this, a negative cash position for a few days because those dollars went out. And I can remember having a conversation with then Ways and Means Chair Oberhowski about that and why it had to pay interest and the opportunity, and it's essentially the opportunity cost based on the investments that we currently have. So this is not an unusual event to have that cash position on April 30th, and by June 1st or earlier, that cash position is erased. The negative cash position is erased, and we're back to a positive position. But that's the beauty of having a pooled system. So the Ed Fund doesn't have to go out to borrow, increase cost to the system, because again, the cost of borrowing in the external markets, in the bond market, would be higher, and it allows us some flexibility. And each fund has its own integrity, and each fund has its own position within the pooled cash account.
Thank you.
Beth, this is Michael Sorokin. When you talk about restricted and unrestricted funds, included in there, I assume, is the stabilization fund and the rainy day fund.
Okay, so the stabilization and the rainy day fund do have their own cost centers as well, but they're part of the unrestricted funds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna, if I could, Senators, could I ask Will if there's anything he wants to add to this?
You sure can.
All right,
No,
thank
Beth,
you. Will, take it away.
Yeah, Beth, this is Will. I think.
Could I ask?
Yeah, okay, I got somebody's arm on video. I'm trying to find my agenda.
So Bobby has a question, and Chris?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Beth,
Okay.
I'm wondering, in the stimulus package, they've talked about setting money aside for states to be able to borrow, and you looked into that and what the interest rate might be on that, and if it would be lower than borrowing, say, from the restricted funds.
Okay, well, number one, I think our rates are, unfortunately, you know, with the market going in the direction it is in the Federal Reserve, the rates are pretty low. I have not checked that yet. We certainly are going to. I sent off some communication with NAST, the National Association of State Treasurers, the other day to start to take a look at this. And the treasurers across the country are meeting weekly to have a conversation about what's going on and what we can do to help each other and ideas. So we're going to take that bill apart and look at those provisions. I will be able to get an answer to you down the road, but I do not have that right now, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
Yeah, Chris.
Treasurer, I'm curious if we grant you the permission to borrow between funds, why would we expect that the funds would be reimbursed? I mean, what would lead us to believe there would be a swell of cash flow down the road, given the current projections?
Well, we've done that. We've looked at the projections, and we've done some scenario analysis and worked with Jeff Carr, the economist, the administration, joint fiscal, to look at what the revenue losses and revenue deferrals into the next fiscal year are. And we are confident that we have sufficient cash to meet our needs. There are some questions about financial statement preparation that need to be hammered out. I'm not the expert on that, but we're going to continue to try to get some resources for that. I happen to be the president of the National Association of Auditors, Comptrollers, and Treasurers. And while treasurers don't do the financial statements, clearly the comptrollers are involved in that process, and the auditors are involved in the review of that. So we are going to be working with our resources with NASDAQ to try to help us, as well as some very competent people in finance and management. But that is not our particular area of expertise. That said, we have sufficient cash to meet our requirements and to pay our bills and to move forward. And again, we're going to catch up with that in July. Obviously, there's going to be some impacts to specific funds. I know you've been looking at the Ed Fund in particular. And again, the final position of that fund at year end is something that needs to be discussed, but that's not the area that we're concentrating in our presentation today. But we will be happy to assist folks that will be working on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the treasurer? Okay. Hearing none. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you. And again, I want to compliment my staff. They've done a great job in doing the contingency planning, and my deputy, Michael Clausen, who's not on the phone, but he's the captain of our work, remote processing work teams, and they've all done a great job. And I just want to say thank you to them, and thank you for you folks in the middle of all this and what you've been doing to conduct the business of the state and keep us moving. So thank you very much for your good work, and take care.
Actually,
Okay, thank
Beth,
you.
Beth, I actually have one.
All right.
We have one more.
One follow-up question.
There you go. Yes.
Your news sounds, I don't know if I want to say promising, that we don't have a cash flow problem at this point, but if things go south in terms of borrowing, just generally, I don't know if you can answer this now, what opportunities may be out there for the state of Vermont?
Well, again, some states are in worse shape than others, and some have already done some borrowing out in the markets. Typically, revenue anticipation notes, which is a note essentially going out to the market in expectation of future revenues. So they're doing different things to meet their needs. We're in a more fortunate position because we do have it with the great work of the General Assembly to have sufficient reserves as we move forward to help us through this. So our first thing would be interfund borrowing. And again, we're asking for the extension of that period for 1 year and it will go back to its still, we have authority for interfund borrowing, but for a shorter period going forward. And we do have access to the markets if we need to. One of the things that buried in the 600 some odd pages of the stimulus bill is a section called Section 4003. And what that did was, and we spent a lot of time on that, the treasurers across the country, investment professionals across the country, to tweak that section a little bit to free up some of the there was a log jam in the markets, a lot of outflows from institutional funds and no buyers at the time, and consequently there was some really high cost to borrowing. With that section of the stimulus bill that's going to free up that market, it already has, just by knowing that that's out there. And so there are options to do that should we need to, and we have the authority to do that in the Treasurer's office to do short-term borrowing. As I said, the state has not done short-term borrowing since fiscal year 2004, and we hope not to have to do it, but we certainly have the capacity to do it if necessary.
Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions? Okay, so I think that's it. Thank you again.
Thank you
Bringing
again.
us good
Thank you for your
news.
service.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Have a good day, and again, thank you for your service.
okay, thank you,
Bye-bye.
viewers. All right.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rain can fall upon the land. So lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 367th edition of Energy Week. We are recording this on Thursday, the 16th of April, 2020. And we are reporting news about energy and climate change starting on April 9th through April 15th. This information comes from my blog. I'm George Harvey. Oh, and by the way, here I am, George Harvey, Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell. I should have done that right from the get-go.
I haven't gone anywhere.
Okay. We're starting on April 9th, and as I was saying, the news items here are all at my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Most people watching this are going to have some sort of representation of a website that they can visit or a file that they can download. But the geoharvey.com website is one that you can go to. And if you want to read a particular article, we'll try to keep you apprised of the date that it appeared at the blog. And you can click on that date on the calendar and find it among the 15 or so items that appear there. So
some of them are well worth looking at.
Yeah, they are.
I'll try to mention some of the better ones as we go.
Yeah. I had quite a lot of fun with this first one. The first one starts with a picture, excuse me, of an oil tanker. And this particular article, which was in Clean Technica, I didn't see a picture there that I liked, so I went to Wikipedia Commons and got the picture of the oil tanker.
This looks like an ore boat to me.
It looks like an ore boat to me. I looked at that thing and I saw a thing that said it was a super tanker. And you know, Tom, what I did with this was I actually did a search on the image, and I found that this is probably an ore bulk oil carrier of the bridge class.
I looked that up. I could talk about it.
What's that?
I've looked that up and I could talk about it. There's a couple of interesting things about it.
Yeah, the thing that made me think, and probably the same thing that made you think that this looked more like an ore ship than an oil ship, is that it doesn't have pipes running along the deck. It looks like it's got it's got a series of hold covers.
That seems to me to be what it had too. Well, it did.
Yeah, it did.
It was designed to carry either or or oil. And the idea was it would carry oil going in one direction and carry ore in the other direction to make a little bit more money for its owners.
Yeah, because
it might work out.
If you think about it, an oil carrying ship that's leaving the United States, say Seattle, to take oil to Tokyo, for example, what's it going to carry back in the hold, which is designed to hold oil? It's not going to carry oil.
They should have figured out that it could carry back cars.
Yes, which will arrive in Seattle all smelling like oil. But anyway, we should probably deal with the article. This is from Clean Technica.
Well, it was interesting because I did look up into this particular ship, and it was star-crossed. They made about 7 of them. They had hard luck on all of them. It wasn't all because of the ship. I mean, they had typhoons. 2 of them sank.
Yeah.
They only made 7, and they're all out of service now. They've all been scrapped.
I should mention, by the way, this ship is supposed to displace 91,655 tons, and that is roughly twice.
Wrote that 91,655.
Yeah, roughly twice the displacement of the largest battleship in the world in 1940.
Was it? I never compared to that, but you can see it's a little bit bigger than a battleship.
You can tell just by looking at it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's get going on the article because it relates to this.
Yes, it does. What do you got for a title?
Millions of barrels of oil nobody wants are floating in the ocean. I think we're going to touch base on this more than once.
We're going to do that. Oil demand is in free fall. By the way, this is no longer the situation, but oil demand is in free fall thanks to green technology and the pandemic. Oil is at its lowest price in decades, but that hasn't stopped production. And now millions and millions of barrels of crude are stuck in massive oil tankers waiting for things to go back to normal. The thing I was going to say about this is no longer the situation is that one thing that I just didn't mention was the trade war, which according to reports has ended. But we'll get to that later.
Get to that. That's it is a significant thing this week.
Yes, it is.
So there's a little takeaway here.
Yeah.
Our illustrious leader said, every ship is now loaded to the gills with oil. There's oil all over the oceans right now.
Yeah.
It's a great time to be in the fuel storage business. And there's a picture of a graph of some profits, and they're up.
For storage.
Yeah.
But profits for oil are not up.
No, that's profits for storage.
Yeah.
And it hasn't even mentioned the effect of electric cars, which is going to affect oil very seriously.
Yes.
In the very near future.
In the very near future. It's already starting.
That's happening already.
It is. Okay.
Well, we got another one coming up here, and I'll read the title.
Okay. We have a picture here of a black squirrel monkey.
Yeah, I was going to say, that looks... well, we don't have... We're not up. Yeah, that'll be up on the web, won't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not black, but here's the interesting thing. It looks like Groucho Marx.
You're seeing a mustache on this little guy.
Yeah.
But the colors aren't black. It looks more like a bowl of sherbet for the colors.
Yeah, a little orange there and a little cream on it.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is an interesting article, by the way. It's from The Guardian.
Yes. You got a title?
Wildlife destruction, not a slippery slope, but a series of cliff edges. By the way, this was written by someone named Fiona Harvey. Do you know her?
No, I've never met Fiona Harvey. And I would say that she's probably young enough to be my granddaughter, but that's okay. Maybe I could say that she's young enough to be a niece or a great niece. Okay, wildlife species will die out and natural ecosystems collapse in the near future if the climate crisis goes unchecked, scientists have warned. New research shows that the natural world is at far greater risk from climate breakdown than previously thought.
Well, the article says that species in Indonesia, India, the Amazon, northern Australia, and sub-Saharan Africa, and the Congo are likely to disappear in the 2040s.
Yeah, this is, and basically they say not a slippery slope, but a series of cliff edges. It sounds to me like these species could get into trouble and disappear very quickly once this
starts happening, it's irreversible, it seems.
Well, the species dying out and going extinct, I don't know what they would do about that.
Well, it says that ocean ecosystems will be the first ones hit.
Well, they're already being hit.
They're already being hit, yeah. And there's tipping points.
Yes, tipping points. Right.
By the way, a very interesting thing here, if you really want to, you can go to the website, and you can listen to the sound of an iceberg melting. And I'm not kidding.
No.
It doesn't sound very thrilling.
No, it doesn't.
But it is an interesting article.
Yes, it is. Okay, going on?
I think we can go on, yep.
Still on Thursday, the 9th of April, and we have an item from Renew Economy.
We got a picture there of a coal-fired plant in Wyoming.
That's right, we do.
And it's from Renew Economy, and it says, despite Trump's big talk, U.S. coal production falls to the lowest levels since 1981.
Yeah. Based on weekly production estimates, S&P Global Market Intelligence has said that U.S. coal production through the first quarter of 2020 fell to its lowest level since 1981, with production estimates suggesting only 151 million tons of coal were produced.
Well, we've been talking about that. These companies are all going bankrupt.
They are, and the coal is just not being used. In fact, I think it was last week we talked about how the Trump administration had seen that our domestic use of coal was in decline, so they were trying to build up markets abroad in order to keep miners employed and busy and profitable. And unfortunately for that effort, our exports are in decline too, and that was even before the coronavirus hit.
Well, coal is it's a thing of the past, really.
Yeah, it is.
Well, we got a quick takeaway here.
Okay.
Coal production fell during the fourth quarter of 2019 as well as the first quarter of this year. U.S. coal exports have also fallen, and Standard & Poor's is blaming plunging electricity demand due to the COVID-19 recession. Well, that's helping, but that's not what's doing it.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing, Tom.
And renewable energy sources will account for the largest proportion of new generation capacity in 2020.
Well, wasn't it 72% or something in 2019?
I don't have the number, but that sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay, we're up to Friday, April 10th, and we have a picture of a solar farm being built.
That's what it looks like. It looks like a rather large solar farm.
That I looked at that and I thought those things in the background look like big brush strokes of,
I think they're solar panels.
They are the rails that the solar panels will be mounted on.
Oh, is that what they are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So these are just laying there on the ground and getting ready to be assembled.
Well, the solar panels will be attached to those.
Yeah, but I mean, the solar panels we're seeing in the foreground are waiting to be attached to them.
I don't know.
Oh.
I thought they were attached to a different set. Anyway, this article is from CNBC.
Which is NBC. I don't know why they use the C, but it's the National Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, the C is for consumers, and it's not national. It is National Broadcast Company, but it's the NBC. I've forgotten what that's for. It's not quite National Broadcast Company.
That's what it meant, but it's just gotten so much bigger now.
Yes. So what do you got for a title?
Europe's largest solar power facility comes online as the industry faces coronavirus challenges.
Yeah, a 500 megawatt PV plant described by Spanish utility Iberdrola as the world's largest, that's in quotes, is sending energy to the grid, a welcome bright spot for an industry that in months ahead could experience difficulties brought on by the coronavirus pandemic.
Well, they have named this plant after Balboa.
Yes.
The Spanish explorer who discovered the Pacific.
Yes. I think somebody else discovered the Pacific before he did.
Well, he was the first European, supposedly. I mean, he saw it from Panama. He didn't go around the bottom of South America.
Yeah, and he saw that the waves were lower than they were in the Atlantic, so he
gave it the name Pacific.
That's right. Yeah, because it was relatively calm and peaceful.
In any case, this Balboa facility has 1.5 million panels, and it supplies enough energy to take care of 250,000 people.
It's big. A 500 megawatt PV plant is big. There's no question about that. I mean, the one at the landfill in Brattleboro is 5 megawatts, so
it's a biggie.
100 times that size. And when that went in, it was the biggest one in Vermont.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to go on?
Yeah, we got an interesting picture here.
Yes, this is a funny picture. This is from PBC.
And the picture is a pumping jack in somebody's backyard. Boy, I'd hate to hear that.
Yeah, yes.
Gotta drive you nuts.
This
people in Vermont are afraid of
wind turbines.
Wind turbines.
You know, I want to point something out here, Tom.
Yeah.
On their roof of that building, they have rocks.
Looks like rocks, yes, to hold the roof on, I guess.
It looks like sheep grazing in that backyard. With
It looks like that too, and you can see some rebar sticking out of the roof.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't know that's what that was, but I'm sure you're right.
Definitely not in the U.S. We don't do that, but that's commonplace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia, they got a law that you don't have to pay full taxes till you finish building. So they never finish building.
Yes.
They always have these rebars sticking up to the roof for a potential second floor, which never gets built.
Yeah. Well, that makes a great deal of sense. Not that we didn't do that here. I mean, we had at one time taxes on windows, I think, or something, and there were a number of taxes like that were you know, our architecture during the colonial period and after was influenced by the taxes.
Let's move on to this thing. There's a name to it. Oil producers agree to cut production by a tenth.
OPEC producers and allies have agreed to cut output by around 10% to counter the slump in demand caused by coronavirus lockdowns. The group said it could cut output in May. Now, May is next month, and June by 10 million barrels to keep to help prop up prices. The cut.
There's more on this that's happened just during a week, which we'll touch a little bit.
Yes.
On later.
I read this and I said to myself, is this really going to have any effect on the price of oil? Yeah, it'll have an effect, but I don't think it'll be a big effect because I think a 10% cut in production is still going to have more being produced than is being used.
It is. Well, we'll touch base on that too, but I think I agree with you.
Yeah, okay. You want to go on?
Well, the article says that helped to push the prices of oil to an 18-year low.
Yeah.
And it also says prices have recovered some ground since.
Yeah. Well,
They're still low.
We've been talking about how the oil producers are in trouble for weeks. So here's.
Well, we'll be touching base with it again.
Yes, we will. Okay.
An interesting picture here of a hydrolyzer.
Electrolyzer.
Electrolysis, electrolyzer.
That's right.
This high school chemistry brought up to date.
Yeah, this is from Green Tech Media.
Green hydrogen pipeline surges on a wave of announced mega projects. And this is an interesting thing. Green hydrogen is something to keep an eye on.
It sure is. The pipeline of electrolyzers to produce hydrogen from renewable energy has nearly tripled in just 5 months. We're talking about this is growth that is just unimaginable almost. Wood Mackenzie said that. In updated green hydrogen data, it updated green hydrogen data in a report published last October following an avalanche of new projection announcements. In other words, I'm going to have to say this again. It made the report last October, but it had to update it because things were so different.
Well, the article says that as of March, that pipeline had increased to 8 gigawatts.
Yes.
That's 30 times today's installed capacity.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, I don't remember anything coming on this fast. I mean, computers didn't come on this fast.
Well, it's an answer to the problem of storing electricity.
Yeah, it is not just that, though, Tom. You know, you can store the electricity in hydrogen in one place and then move it to another place.
And that's what's happening.
Yeah, and they're actually talking, and I find it kind of mind-boggling to think about this. I can't imagine that it would actually happen. But they're talking about green hydrogen being produced in Australia.
Big in Australia.
What?
It's big in Australia.
And then the hydrogen being liquefied and shipped to Japan.
Interesting, isn't it?
Well,
who'd have thunk?
Hydrogen liquefies at like 20 degrees Kelvin. This stuff is not just.
You gotta keep it cold.
It's not just cold. It's unbelievably cold.
That's true.
Yeah, it is. You know, I mean, it's so cold that, well, it's just unbelievable. I've seen people take, for example, a goldfish and drop it in liquid nitrogen and then pull it out, hit it with a hammer.
And it shatters.
And it shatters. Another goldfish going in and coming out, put into water, will be swimming around in a few minutes.
Yeah, it recovers. That's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it? But this stuff is so cold by comparison with that liquid nitrogen. It's crazy.
You don't want to put your finger in it, I'll tell you that.
Man, I think you'd leave your finger behind.
It would just fall right off, huh?
I don't know. I've had a little bit of experience with liquid nitrogen, and one of the weirdest things I ever saw was because of liquid nitrogen. But I think I'll tell that tale another time. I'm not sure that we have time.
That could take a while.
It could. Oh,
well, let's move on here.
We're up to Saturday, April 11th.
Are we ready? Yeah, we certainly are.
And we have
there are plenty of coal.
That was my caption I put on, and that image actually did come from the U.S. DOE.
Well, it's true we have more coal. It's also true we don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, it's like having Confederate currency.
Well, in any case, the title says coal companies want you to pay their debts. That doesn't surprise me any.
Clean Technica had this. The coal industry and what is left of it wants American taxpayers to cover more of the debts of treating black lung disease and cleaning up abandoned mines.
Well, why should they pay for it?
Yeah, right. You know, and the Washington Post reported this. This is precisely the kind of corporate money grab that some apologists of the so-called free market celebrate. You know, I read that and I thought, no, free market apologists don't celebrate that.
Well, the free market people don't really want free markets.
Well, maybe what we should do, Tom, is distinguish between people who really do want a free market and people who say they do but don't.
Bingo.
Because the guys I've known who were, and I knew a lot of them, who were really into the free market, you know, and thought it was such a wonderful idea, would not tolerate this. Absolutely not. This, you know, the free market is not there so people can get tax giveaways. And just imagine this. This is something that, you know, an administration that was largely put into office by libertarians who hate taxes.
Yeah.
This is the result.
The little takeaway from it sort of explains it. It's heads I win, tails you lose.
Yes.
It glorifies corporate profits, demonizes big government, then sticks taxpayers with the bill.
Yeah.
They call us privatizing the profits and socializing the costs.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Little takeaway here, it's unrelated to it really. I happened to watch a movie the other night by random called Mine 9.
Mine 9?
Mine 9. And it was interesting because it's about coal mining, and the picture was very genuine. It was actually taken in a coal mine.
Oh, really?
If you look up Mine Line and you watch that movie, it's about an hour and a half. It's not a great movie, but it's authentic. You'll see what it's like inside of a coal mine.
Well, the closest I ever got was the coal mine exhibit in the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. When I was a kid, we'd go on class visits in one of those visits.
I was in an operating mine, but it wasn't operating in the section I was in.
Ah.
But it's real. I mean, I went down there to inspect some equipment, some machinery, and really to inspect some cables because they weren't working the way they were supposed to. And I remember the guy from the mine holding up a piece of cable and flexing it. He said, "You know, I like this ITT cable. It talks to you." And it turned out to be the reason why the cable was failing. They made the cable with a piece of paper around the copper.
Oh.
And the copper was sliding around inside this cable. And it's all well and good if you're just going to trail it on the ground like an extension cord. But this cable was reeling and unreeling, and it was causing trouble. It was failing.
Yeah. I remember those cables. You know, the one that I remember is Ethernet cables. And in the early days of Ethernet, just a little pressure on one of those cables was enough to make it fail.
Is that so?
Yeah, and
we're talking big, heavy industrial cables
I
now.
know that this is a very different thing, and of the cables being wound and unwound, I can understand how that would cause failure.
Well, it did. We solved it.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to move on here to a picture of some flooding in Baltimore.
Yeah, in 2008, and this is an item from D-Smog.
D-Smog, I don't even have that, but I got it later. Oh, we're going to talk about it again later. Baltimore, Rhode Island argue they're suing fossil fuel companies over climate deception.
Right.
This is an interesting article.
It is an interesting article. At a time when fossil fuel companies are using public health crisis to demand financial and regulatory support, the governments of Baltimore and Rhode Island are calling out a, quote, decades-long campaign of deception, end quote, by those companies.
Well, the lawsuits target major fossil fuel companies, ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, alleging that they deliberately deceived the public and policymakers on the dangers of fossil fuels. Now, they wouldn't do a thing like that.
You know, we're back.
They claim that the energy companies wrongfully promoted products they knew would cause climate change. They knew what the harmful consequences would be, but engaged in a campaign to discredit the relevant scientific evidence and failed to issue any warnings that would have enabled the public to mitigate those harms. That's exactly what happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, people think this climate change thing is something that was just conjured up 10, 15 years ago or something.
Well, 1957, they knew about it.
Yeah, that's right. And scientists went and told President Lyndon Johnson, we have a problem. And which was, I think, in 1965. And, you know, this is something, the first projections that this was going to happen came from the 19th century. And it's basically unfolded pretty much exactly the way it was projected to unfold, except during the 19th century, they thought this was probably a good thing because it would mean that you could grow agricultural products in Canada more easily.
And then along came the automobile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we got a picture here of a biogas plant. We
do.
Which, by the way, is methane collected from dairy farms. You got that kind of power coming into your house, don't you?
Methane from dairy farms?
Well, it's power from dairy farms.
Yeah, I'm buying cow power from Green Mountain Power. Yeah, Green Mountain Power has the cow power thing. A lot of places have got that kind of thing where you can buy power through a utility at a slightly increased price and know that the electricity that you're using is not coming from fossil fuels.
Bingo.
This article is...
Good idea.
Huh?
It's a good idea.
This article is from Reuters.
California sets a goal to double clean energy by 2030.
California adopted an emissions target for its electric sector that would double the clean energy capacity over the next decade and stop development of new natural gas plants. The target is a 56% reduction in CO2 emissions from 1990 levels. That's fairly early. By 2030. Some environmentalists, however, say this is not enough.
Well, the electricity providers will need to develop nearly 25 gigawatts of renewable energy and 10 gigawatts of storage to achieve this goal. That's about 8 times more than existed in the entire U.S. in 2018.
Yeah, but we're in a situation now where the market is developing in such a way that this is going to be a lot easier to do than people might imagine.
I think so. The times they are changing.
They are indeed. There's a 300 megawatt battery that is being built on the East River.
That's a bigawatt.
Yeah.
That's a bigawatt. That's in New York?
That's in New York. It's 300
Staten Island.
What's that?
That's in Staten Island, isn't it?
No, it's on the East River. I don't know if it's in Brooklyn or Queens, but it's what they're doing is they're tearing down two load-following natural gas plants to make room for one big battery. And
yeah, that's in Ravenswood. That's in the middle of Queens.
Okay.
59th Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
A similar thing is going on in Los Angeles, where they're building a battery of about the same size to support solar power that is going to provide the city. And the reason they're doing this is because it's cheaper than natural gas. So
that used to be a generating station.
Yes, it was. It was a big generating station. It had 16 units. And now it's got 2 still going, and they're tearing down the last 2 to put in a battery.
Yep. The times they are changing.
They are. And that battery will be fed by offshore wind eventually. But yes, we're in a situation where reducing emissions is going to become a whole lot easier because it's going to be cheaper to reduce the emissions than not to.
We'll touch base on that a little bit later, too, I think.
Yeah. We're up to Sunday, April 12th, with an item from Space
there
Now, and we've got a picture of a satellite being prepared.
Yeah, it's called SORCE, S-O-R-C-E, which stands for Spacecraft Launch, Solar Radiation and Climate Experiment.
Yeah.
And the title says, NASA satellite ends a 17-year mission measuring the sun's impact on climate. Now, that's significant.
It is.
You'll tell us about it.
I'll try to. A spacecraft measuring the amount of solar energy entering the Earth's atmosphere was shut down after 17 years. NASA said that greenhouse gas emissions from human activity have over 50 times the influence of changes in solar energy on global warming.
I don't think they ever expected that.
I don't know. I think the people at NASA probably did. Certainly, there are a lot of. What was that guy's name? Willie Soon, who was paid by Exxon and Exxon Mobil and so forth to produce articles saying that the sun was behind climate change. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. I think the same guy was involved in cigarette smoking.
I don't know about that, but
I think he wrote articles back in the day about how good cigarette smoking was for the health.
Well,
yeah. You know, when I was a kid, cigarette smoking ads featured doctors.
Oh, yeah, they did. They did indeed. And there were people who thought that it would improve your health. This thing, basically, the people from NASA were just measuring the solar energy. Willie Soon was saying in peer-reviewed journals of astrophysics that the sun was behind climate change, and they may have been peer-reviewed, but they weren't peer-reviewed by climatologists or meteorologists, so I don't think they count. And among climatologists, we'll get into this further later on, I think.
Well, a quick takeaway here. This thing they call SORCE, as I mentioned, it monitors the amount, spectrum, and fluctuations in solar energy entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
Okay, which helps scientists understand how much variations in the sun's output are responsible for climate change. Turned out to be very little.
Yes, very little. Okay, that was from Spaceflight Now.
Yes, it was.
And our next one is from Solar Paces.
Yeah, a picture there of some molten salt thermal energy storage in South Africa.
With some very circuitous pipes.
Very interesting. They're not doing that anywhere around here.
No, they're not. The reason
salt is a good way to store energy.
Yeah, The reason those pipes bend all over the place is because
Expansion, isn't it?
huh?
Expansion?
It's for expansion, and they've got some really hot stuff moving through there. So what do you have for title?
California looks for long duration renewable energy storage contracts for 2026. That's coming up real quick.
Yeah, an optimal power portfolio for California to drive the world's fifth largest economy toward greenhouse gas reduction goals for 2030 and then to zero carbon by 2040 includes 1 gigawatt, as Tom would say, of long duration solar energy storage. I'm sorry, long duration energy storage, one analyst has said.
1 gigawatt is a drop in the bucket.
It's a bigawatt that's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah. The roadmap includes 25 gigawatts of all new renewable generation.
Yeah.
With a target of supplying 100% of retail electricity with renewable resources by 2045.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to happen. Economics going to do it.
Yeah. Our next item is from Taiwan News. Now, okay, Taiwan News, but they're writing about the Arctic, and we have a picture of a research station.
Yeah, I wonder what that great big black thing is.
Well, if you look at that on the top, it looks like there's a little house or something.
Yeah.
There's a window and there's a guy in there or a girl.
That looks like it.
Yeah. So what do you have for title?
Coronavirus puts Arctic climate change research on ice.
Yeah, this is not good. Every year, 150 climate scientists of the East Grip project fly to Greenland to bore deep into the largest glacier to melt ice streams beneath it. The ice streams empty into the ocean, raising sea levels. This year, ice streams will go unmeasured because of the coronavirus. They can't put people up there because they're worried about the sickness.
Well, Greenland is presently closed to foreigners.
Yeah.
You know, they won't even let you into Greenland. They're trying to protect their own population, which is largely Inuit, and apparently susceptible to this.
Well, you know, the last time I looked, they'd had 11 cases in Greenland, and all of them were people who recovered.
Well, that's good.
They had no active coronavirus at all anymore. But the only way they can maintain that is to be very careful about people who might bring it in.
Well, they're basically shutting this whole thing down this year.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because it was good research that they're doing.
Yes. Okay, we're up to Monday, April 13th, and we have an item from Clean Technica and a map of the United States.
A map of the United States that shows that coronavirus and flooding are set to collide in the USA, according to the new Union of Concerned Scientists. And this is not to say that coronavirus is causing the flooding.
Although the two
it's happening in the same spot still.
Yeah, the two of them are problematical. The governments of a number of the states, including South Dakota and Iowa and, you know, states in the Midwest, have been reluctant to try to get people to stay home. And the result of that is that there may be some big increases in the number of people with the coronavirus in the days to come. It also happens that we're going to, well, let me read this. For communities already strained from dealing with the coronavirus, NOAA's flooding forecast paints a grave picture in which they must somehow meet the intertwined challenges of severe flooding and pandemic present them. This map shows
intertwined challenges.
Yeah, this map shows counties that have have moderate to major flood risk, not minor, just moderate to major. And of those counties, it shows the likelihood of large percentages of people getting the coronavirus. And we can see that southeastern South Dakota and eastern Iowa are places, for example, where you could have a large increase in the number of people. They're talking about up to 60% of the population getting it. And all of a sudden, you've got a flood, which means the people who are self-isolating at home have to go sleep in a high school gymnasium along with everybody else. This is a not. This is not.
It's a problem.
It sure is. It sure is. Okay, that item was from Clean Technica. Do you have any more on that, Tom?
Yeah, did you read that yet?
I read the thing. Yes, the synopsis.
Well, this spring, 23 of our 50 states face elevated flooding.
Yeah.
28 million people are at risk for moderate or greater flooding, as the map shows.
Yes.
1.2 million are at risk for major flooding. It's all rural places. This doesn't even include flash floods, which happen without any warning. These are the traditional Mississippi floods where everything gets wet.
Yeah.
The areas facing both links tend to be rural, and it's putting a strain on hospitals.
Yeah. This is a situation that hopefully, it won't pan out the way the scientists are worried about it happening.
Well, they got two unrelated problems coming together here.
Yeah. Okay, our next item has a picture of a pump jack.
Another pump jack, amazing.
Pump jack, and I would think that pump jack would be in Russia because it comes from TASS, but it looks like there's a G on the pump jack itself, and I don't think they have a letter of that shape in Russian.
I didn't go that closely.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Record deal to cut oil output ends in a price war.
Okay. BBC said this. OPEC and its allies agreed on a record oil deal that will reduce global output by about 10% after a slump in demand. We talked about this earlier.
They were fighting about that.
They were indeed, and the Mexicans didn't want to have this cut at all.
At all, but they finally succumbed.
Right. The deal made by video conference, of course, is the largest agreed cut in oil production ever. OPEC Plus had announced plans on the deal for the 9th of April, but as I said, Mexico didn't agree, and they had to work the thing out into a final deal, which Mexico did agree to.
Well, global oil demand is estimated to have fallen by a third due to the coronavirus outbreak.
Yeah, and Tom, this is why I'm sitting there saying if the demand's diminished by a third, and we have no idea when this outbreak is going to end, what does that say about the future if the production cut is 10%? It means that the amount that they're producing is still going to be going into oil tankers that are at sea, except there's no oil tankers to dump the oil into.
We'll talk about that in a couple of minutes, too.
Yeah.
Well, OPEC will reduce production by 10 million barrels per day and put some of that into storage. Another 5 million barrels are expected to be cut by other nations such as U.S., Canada, Brazil, and Norway, which aren't part of OPEC.
Right. And the Chinese are buying a lot of this, by the way. They're buying the oil because it's very, very cheap.
And they're storing it.
They're storing it. Yeah, they're figuring that the price is going to go up, and they're not planning on storing it to sell it. They're planning on storing it to use it. Okay, our next item is from Renew Economy.
Australian renewables hit 50% of the main grid's net demand on Easter Saturday. I'll mention what the main grid is a little bit further on.
And the picture here, by the way, is the Murrawara wind farm in Victoria. I think the people in Australia have weird names for that.
I was thinking that same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Renewable energy hit what may be a record level for renewable energy on the grid demand in early in the afternoon on Easter Sunday, when a combined output of rooftop solar, large-scale solar, wind, hydro, and so forth accounted for 50.4% of net load. And I'm sorry I did such a bad job of delivering that. But rooftop solar...
Plus, Australia is such a large and sparsely populated country.
Yeah.
Main grid doesn't cover the whole country.
Well, actually, it only covers about half the country.
The eastern states and South Australia, but it does not cover Western Australia, which is their biggest state, and the Northern Territory. So it's only, you're right, it's about half the country.
About half the country. And the Northern Territories and Western Australia have got grids that are segmented all over the place. Nice picture, though, of that wind farm, I think.
Yeah, look at it again. Interesting picture. Yeah.
Well, we should go on, Tom. We're up to Tuesday, April 14th. We've got 6 items in 15 minutes. So this is a picture of a penguin.
Looks like it to me.
Huh?
Looks like it to me.
But it's walking in green.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. That area that it's walking in should be covered with snow.
Well, 5 visible signs of climate change in Antarctica.
This is from Clean.
That's the 5, but I don't think we got time to list them.
No. Clearly, Antarctica itself is not disappearing, but Antarctica, we know, and the life that depends on its glaciers and snowy mountains is being transformed. There are visible signs of this transformation. Here are a few that present a troubling picture of a warming world. And basically, this article is just pictures. I think it's...
This is a good article. All pictures. If you like pictures, this is the one to look up.
Yeah, and this was the one picture I chose to represent it. But it's really quite vivid when you think what it constitutes. Yes, and you know there are penguins that live in areas that are. I think the Galapagos Islands are tropical, aren't they?
I don't know.
Well, there are penguins living on the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, it's down off South America.
Yeah, which is
in the ocean.
Kind of warm compared to what these guys are, but
oh yeah,
they're an entirely different species that has become accustomed to living in warm territories. And
yeah,
this guy is in trouble, and you know because the warming lands are not what he's used to. Okay, you want to go on?
Yeah, let's move along.
We have a graph here showing electric sources and another article from Clean Technica.
Talk about the graph. Well, we'll talk about I'll mention what it says and then take a quick look at the graph because it is very interesting.
Yeah.
The fossil fuel renewable energy inflection point. Inflection point.
Yeah.
3 perspectives.
Okay, the world is struggling with a coronavirus pandemic, but even the darkest clouds can have a silver lining. Years from now, when historians look back and try to pinpoint exactly when renewables surged and fossil fuels contracted, this pandemic may be what they focus on.
But I can't read the article from my computer. The blue lines and the gray lines represent different things than the red line.
Okay, the blue lines, which are darker, are the increase in renewables, which has been...
It's demand, though, isn't it?
What's that?
Demand. That's what they're actually using.
It's capacity expansion. Let's see. I believe it's capacity.
Capacity, okay.
Yeah. The gray lines represent non-renewable, new non-renewables.
So they're going down.
They're going down in the last actually about 10 years. They've been on a general decline where renewables have been pretty steadily
going up.
Yeah, and the
red line there.
The renewable share of the total, which is, you know, the one divided by the other, I guess, or the total the combination divided by renewables, is the renewables divided by the combination is the red line, and
that's going up very steadily.
Yeah, it's been going up steadily, and I don't think this article is right. I think the inflection point has actually passed a couple of years ago.
Well, the article mentions 3 people, the Los Angeles Times writers in New York.
Yeah.
New York Times. You ought to read it. It's pretty good. There's a takeaway from it. The Earth may not get another chance to avoid overheating to the point where most living things will be threatened with extinction. That's scary. An opportunity for renewables may be knocking, but someone has to open the damn door.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, our next item is...
at the end here, because I remember looking at these guys.
Our next item is from Renew Economy. We have a picture of a couple of scientists.
Gun, Geis, and Ryan, France.
Yeah.
Scientists set new solar power efficiency record at almost 50%. This is interesting because almost 50% doesn't seem like a lot.
It does not, but you know, really good solar panels that you can buy today are like 20%.
That's absolutely true. That's just what it says. Well, I'll let you read it.
Okay, scientists at the US DOE's National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which is called NREL, have a new world record solar energy conversion efficiency, producing an innovative 6-junction solar cell with 140 layers of semiconductor materials. It converts light into electricity at 47.1% efficiency.
I read into this article, and it looks like what they're looking at is to gather more energy from the heat of the sun than from the light of the sun.
Yeah.
And, you know, the article doesn't say it, but they're looking to capture both.
Yes.
To increase the efficiency tremendously.
Yes. And what this means, in effect, if you think of good solar panels being 20% and this thing being 50%, that means that you can get the same amount of electricity out of 40% of the space.
Yep.
Or
more electricity.
Yeah, you can get 2.5 times. If you have a rooftop solar system, you could put in a new one, a replacement, and get 2.5 times the amount of electricity. So
interesting. It's going to happen eventually.
It's going to happen eventually. It won't happen this year or next. So if you put in a rooftop solar system, don't feel bad about it. But we are up to Wednesday, April 15th, with an item from the Washington Times.
It's a funny looking picture. It looks like an egg.
It looks like a what?
An egg.
An egg? Okay. It's a
so my version of it is kind of compressed, so it does look like an egg. But
okay. This is
the Earth as seen by NASA.
Yeah, who knew that NASA was where you could see the Earth? Anyway, it's from the Washington Times. I'm being a wise guy and doing a bad job of it. What do you got for a title, Tom?
NASA fights campaign to remove 97% climate change claims as the consensus is challenged. And they're talking about deception here.
Yeah, this is something that I found very interesting. Nothing sends climate skeptics into orbit faster than seeing NASA repeat the 97% climate consensus claim, but the effort to have the Obama-era declaration removed from the government website is suffering from a failure to launch. And
well, NASA's looking back at it, they're saying, hey guys, we were right.
Yeah, they're saying this is true. Why should we take it down when it's true? You
well,
know,
I don't think people like the 97% there.
Well, I don't like the 97% because everything that I've seen that goes into this in more detail and more carefully says, no, it isn't 97%. It's more like 99% or even more. It's 97% is actually a low representation.
Well, that's interesting. Well, this Competitive Enterprise Institute is pursuing the suit. And if I remember correctly, that's a Koch thing, or it's Koch funded.
Yeah, this is what they're trying to do is they're trying to force NASA.
Yes, they call it Koch, the Koch brothers.
Koch brothers. They're trying to force NASA to take this statement down.
Exactly, and NASA said, "Why should we take it down? It's right."
It's right, exactly. And you know, it's one of those things. People don't like the 97%. And if they don't like it, they should either show that it's not true, which I have not seen anybody do. I've seen some attempts at it, which were pretty ridiculous.
That's what this article is basically about.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a picture coming up here of some solar cells.
The Cascadilla Solar Farm. I thought Cascadilla was a tortilla with cheese.
Yeah, well, it's just a name for the solar farm because it's not in Cascadilla.
Okay, and this is from the Cornell Daily Sun.
The new Cascadilla Solar Farm sustainability powers 10% of Cornell University's annual electricity usage. Just this one solar farm.
Yeah. Cornell celebrated the opening of its 6th and largest major solar project on the 1st of March. The newly minted 18 megawatt Cascadillas Community Solar Farm will be responsible for generating 10% of Cornell's energy. Now, this is Cornell University. So
Yeah, which is in Ithaca.
yeah,
And this farm is about 10 miles east of Ithaca. They got farms all over the place down there.
they do. And
It's farms.
Cornell University is not small. So 10% of their electricity is not a small part of a load.
No, it's significant.
Yeah.
No, it's part of the university's goal to become entirely carbon neutral by 2035.
Right. And, you know, if you think about this and think about the various organizations, companies, and so forth, states that have that goal, it paints a picture of somebody having really stiff competition and losing customers, which is why they're fighting it so hard.
Well, if you got to look at it, why should you pay for the fuel when you don't have to?
Yeah, well, you know, Tom, there's another thing too. If you're going to burn oil or burn coal or burn gas, you got a machine that's going to happen in that has a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
Be kept clean, they have to be lubricated, they have to be replaced when they break.
Yeah, sure.
Down.
You don't normally think about that, but that's absolutely right.
And solar farms, where are the moving parts?
I guess you could say the guy that keeps the panels clean.
Who may or may not show up. You know? Yeah, we're entering a new era. We're entering into an era when, you know, we've got cars and we don't need buggy whips anymore. And what they're trying to do is use the Supreme Court and the legislature to make sure that we need buggy whips.
Nice try.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Well, we got one coming up here. Stronger action on climate change would benefit the economy.
Yeah, and we have a solar test facility in Widerstahl.
That picture, yeah, that's interesting.
It is.
Well, those different solar panels are different.
Yeah, and they're strung up in ways that I don't quite understand, but you know.
Well, they're testing them.
Yeah, they're testing them. They've got ideas about what they want to find out that, you know, are different from anything that I can imagine. Okay, one main argument against taking action on climate change has always been that it's too expensive. But research published in the journal Nature finds the opposite is true. The net global economic benefit would range from $127 trillion to $616 trillion by 2100. And you know, it makes
it's going to cost you money if you do it, but it's going to cost you more money if you don't.
Well, not only that, but this is a huge business opportunity. We can save an amazing amount of money by switching to renewable energy. And that's, you know, if we look at that, it looks like we could pay.
Look at that from the standpoint of the economy. It's a winner.
Oh, it's an absolute winner. Do we go with fossil fuels and spend a lot of money, or do we go with renewables and make a lot of money? And that's basically what it comes down to. Millions of people, millions of jobs. But it's a completely different paradigm than what we've had in the past.
Well, what it says is the more the globe warms, the greater the economic damage.
Yes, but on the other hand, the more we switch to renewables, the greater the economic benefit.
Well, the last sentence in the paragraph says aggressive action would be beneficial to both the earth and the economy.
Exactly.
That's the last article.
We've run out of articles, and it happens that we did that just as we ran out of time.
Amazing.
Isn't it? Well,
George, it's been fun.
Yeah. And for all the people who've been watching, we hope you have a lovely week and come back next time.
recording, I'll quickly just read through who's here again. Crystal Mansfield, Will Bissonette, Steve Frisk, Sherwood Lake, Rob Wright, Irv Stoll, Helen Hunt, and Rich Melanson from BCTV.
And me.
And, oh, sorry, and Carla Lumbra.
Thank you.
So we'll start with, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the March 24th regular meeting.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes for the March 24th regular meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Crystal, you don't want to approve the minutes? All right, so if we don't have a unanimous vote, we have to do it by roll call. So Carla, can you just read the roll and everyone can vote yay or nay?
This is for the minutes from March 24th. Crystal, these are, okay. I just wanted to clarify that these were the minutes.
I did approve them.
Oh, you didn't get a copy? I see.
Oh.
All right, but we still have to.
I did approve them.
Oh, you said yay when I said opposed. There must have been a lag. Okay, let's do this one more time. All those in favor.
Just do over.
Those in favor of approving the minutes from March 24th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the Special Emergency Management Response Virtual Meeting, April 3rd, 2020. That was the Friday check-in that we're doing with Sherwood every Friday. And we did, in fact, form a board.
So moved.
So
We have a second?
moved.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second
discussion?
by Crystal.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the Special Emergency Management Meeting from April 3rd signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I will vote in the affirmative. Opposed? Abstentions?
I abstained because I never knew nothing about the meeting.
Yeah, it's a check-in that we do where Crystal represents the hospital and then Sherwood and Steve is representing the highway department. So
yeah, but it makes no difference. If it's a select board to do with the select board, it should have them all be notified.
Well, we don't make any decisions. We're not representing the select board is the thing.
Right.
Still, it's information that nobody else, that we don't get by just, you can't just have a few of the select board be at a meeting, because that's a quorum. Which is three of them.
And that's why the minutes.
Why Carla takes minutes. That's why you have to notify everybody.
Okay, going forward, I will. So I will let everybody know about that going forward, starting this week. So we did not have a unanimous motion, so we need a roll call vote. Carla, you want to read the roll?
Sure. All those in favor of approving minutes for the Special Emergency Management Meeting on April 3rd. Will Bissonette?
Yes.
Crystal Mansfield?
Aye.
Okay. Stephen Frisk?
Yes.
Rob Wright?
Yes.
Irv Stoll?
I abstain.
Okay, motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the special select board meeting from April 8th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the special select board meeting of April 8th signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, I would entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of taking the agenda out of order signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Sherwood,
Yes.
what can you tell us about the LEMP and other stuff?
Okay. The LEMP is the same pretty much as we've done for the last 3 years that I've been doing it. The only thing that is that was started last year at the suggestion of state emergency management was the delegation of authority, which basically means if there's an emergency wherein several entities have to come together in accordance with incident command system and the NIMS system, that there's an emergency management or that there is a person designated as the incident commander. And in most cases, it's the emergency management director, especially when you're talking about a place as small as we are. The emergency management director can designate somebody else to be the incident commander, but in general, it starts out with the emergency management director. Just a quick example of something that would be designated away, or incident command be designated away. If there was a huge forest fire that involved all kinds of resources, highway, anything that would involve getting state emergency management involved, because it's a fire, you would designate the fire chief as incident commander, and he would run that circumstance from this perspective of the town, and then emergency management would fall back into a kind of a subordinate role to fill resources. So last year we signed this delegation of authority. It also allows for $10,000 to be designated per an emergency that you don't have to vote on. If we have a situation where we need to spin up an EOC, we need to feed people, we need to house people, we need to buy resources for that particular emergency. If it exceeds $10,000, then at least 3 of you would have to vote as usual to approve that. But this is not money that's put into a budgetary item. It's not a line item thing. It's only there as a contingency. We have just started using, as an example, that contingency on the COVID-19 issues, which I can get into a little bit later. So in this particular case, there is nothing different from last year, other than some names have been changed.
To protect the innocent.
Changing in positions.
Right.
Okay.
So what is it we need to do, Sherwood?
Well, I've gotten permission from the state, received permission from the state to allow this to be signed by Will via electronic signature. So once you're have voted to accept it, he can sign off on it, and I can transmit it to the state. Where this is extraordinarily important, and I probably should have told you this before, is that when FEMA designates funds in what they call the Stafford Act, which pays a certain percentage of disaster relief. Without this, we could end up footing the entire bill for whatever relief was necessary in town. With this, we end up paying roughly about 7.8% of the bill. There's a couple of other instances or a couple of other things that have to be done, not this year, to keep that 7.8% match. So what basically we need with this is a vote from you that you have it, you have all the questions answered that you need, and that you vote to approve sending it forward. And of course, the contingency on would be on page 2 of the packet you have.
Okay, I would entertain, anybody have any questions for Sherwood? Okay, hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the LEMP and have the chair sign it and have Sherwood transmit it to the state.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the updated LEMP and transmitting it to the state via Sherwood, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Sherwood, I will get that signed and scanned and email it to you in the morning.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay.
Would you like that update?
Sure. Okay.
So what's been going on with COVID-19 is when it first started, or there were first mentions of it and starting to hit in this area, we convened a meeting of all of the local emergency response partners. That involved the school district, the hospital, the town, the fire department, members of the town staff, to discuss plans moving forward, how we were going to respond to it. Since that time, we have held weekly emergency response meetings. These are in the form of briefings that basically I put together the week's worth of meetings that I've been attending, and they're pretty much daily at this point. Meetings, training, any updates that are coming in from the different entities, and they're discussed at these weekly meetings. They occur 6 o'clock Friday evening via this Zoom application. There has not been a situation where there's been a decision made but input collected. Fortunately for us, we have had very little impact so far. We are not at peak, according to the state, although there were some encouraging numbers that came out today that says we're not doubling as fast as far as new infections. The concerning thing, at least for our area, is that we have now graduated to 3rd on the list of total confirmed, at least the county has graduated to 3rd on the list of confirmed cases. The other big thing that I've been working on, and I will have it to present to you at some point here in the near future, is the continuity of operations plan, which basically allows us to identify who will take over jobs as people get sick. Hopefully there won't be that situation, but if they do and it causes vacancies in positions, how we're going to fill that. That will be forthcoming. There's a couple of more pieces that need to be done.
Okay. Anybody have questions? All right. Thank you, Sherwood. I appreciate that.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Sherwood.
You are welcome. Take care.
You too.
Sure. See you Friday.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's go back up the agenda and we'll do the warrants. Rob, do you have a copy of the warrants? Did you able to grab it today?
No.
Okay. Okay. So did nobody get a copy of the warrants?
Pretty much. I was heading to work. I didn't know anything about this or I knew about the meeting, but not anything about signing warrants or taking them home or anything else. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize about that. It was in an email at some point. We might have to, well, let's move down the agenda for a second. I talked to VLCT last week about the warrants. We can adopt a single signatory has to sign them, as long as once they are signed, the summary sheets are dispersed. So, which is what I tried to do today, is make copies of all the summary sheets so that you guys could look them over, you know, like we do, without making copies of all of the invoices. But if there was something that you wanted to bring up, we could deal with it. So I think the plan going forward is we should think about doing that, and then we will discuss the warrants at the meeting, pass them or not, and then I would go in the next day and sign all of them. Or we could have the treasurer do it, or Irv, or you know, whoever you guys want to do that. We could set that up.
I would support that, Will, just because from my perspective, it's really a challenge for I realize I work right around the corner, but I would share with you all that it's really a challenge to try to get to the town hall during working hours for me. And I went today and the building was all locked up, as it should be, but I didn't bring my keys, so I'm sure, I mean, we all have other things that we're focusing on, and my sense would be if we could discuss them at a select board meeting until we're all back together and can review the files, then we just delegate someone to sign off on behalf of the select board and be done with it.
Once we sign off on it, there's really no sense in discussing it, isn't it? Isn't there?
Well, that's why I would do it. I would print this. I think what we might have to do in this case is maybe have a special meeting tomorrow so that you guys can all look at them and we can sign them. Because I went down today and looked through them and signed them. But going forward, I would get the copies into our boxes probably Tuesday mid-morning so that everyone can swing by town hall, grab them, or I can email them to everyone who can get them through email. And then I wouldn't sign them until the following day so that we could discuss them first before they got signed and make any amendments that we need.
Yeah, I would think that would be fine. It's fine with me. And email works really well for me because physically trying to get to town hall while things are happening at the hospital is next to impossible.
Yeah. Steve, Irv, what do you guys think?
Well, I got a question on these ones, that the copies I've got. How come the highway is right in with the general fund? They always was a separate sheet of paper instead of the general fund, like the town clerk and all that was on one sheet, and the highway was on a separate sheet, so it went on to the highway stuff, and they're all mixed together now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I picked them up. I went down there this morning. Elaine had them all printed up, and I did notice as I was going through them that the general has the general has everything but payroll on it.
Yeah, but the
But it
payroll
should
is
have been
all
broken
on,
up.
the payroll was all on one thing. The town clerk and everything, the highway and the whole 9 yards. So that shouldn't be. That should be separate. So you have
That might
case
just
of-
be the cover. That might just be the cover sheet that Elaine was talking about on, I think, Wednesday.
According to FEMA, I've been through this FEMA business, and you do it that way, and you ain't going to collect crap.
No, I don't think that those are actually the warrants. I think that the warrants are like they normally are, always in the red folder, all separated out. I think that the cover sheets.
No,
Oh,
this
no,
is
something
this
different.
I took off the warrant covers and made. Yeah, and I don't understand why the general is so huge.
Give me a shot.
Okay. Then I don't
So-
know. I'm sorry. I knew Elaine was going to do something a little bit different for the actual
She did.
cover
She did,
sheet,
but it
but not for
that
the
had that wasn't really usable. It was
If
just
you-
a list
if
of
you
all the
don't-
invoices.
Like, especially for flood. If you don't have that documented to the highway and stuff, and you got to go back through all that stuff, you're not going to get nothing, because I went through it in '96.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to show in the highway papers what the wages were, what truck done, and what project it was on, in the whole 9 yards. Well, I'm not worrying about the projects, but the wages should be under the highway.
Yeah. I don't know what to do here.
Well, Irv, I don't have the documents in front of me.
I got a copy. I know it's a little different than what it was, but I got a copy of one of the old pay orders where we had to do it, and I'll just bring it in, and Elaine can look at it.
Okay. It's just, yeah, it's weird. The payroll. Yeah, I feel like she printed this differently.
Yeah, but the payroll is under the highway. It's not under the general fund, like where all the rest of the wages are.
I'm gonna have to. You know what? Let's table warrants, and I'll go down to town hall tomorrow and talk to Elaine and figure out what is good. Because Irv, I'm not really exactly sure what you're saying about the payroll.
Yeah, because see,
you have the sheets that I put in your box, right?
Yeah, I got all the sheets right here in front of me.
Which warrant are you looking at? The number 6, the general?
Just a second here. Oh, come on. Well, number 7, for example.
Yeah.
You got Anita Bean, you got Stanley Bills, you got Jennifer
No,
Gray Cole.
That's number 1. That's the payroll.
Oh, well,
payroll.
all right, but also you've got Robert Gurman, Steve Fisk, Lyman Roberts, and Dombrowski, all on that same payroll.
Yeah,
What
because
warrant? Which one is he looking at?
he's looking at number 1.
Well, that's the way it's always been done.
It's always all the payroll is together.
That isn't always the way it's been done. Maybe it's been done lately that way, but that isn't the way it's supposed to be done.
I've never. Go ahead.
They're broken out by separate accounts. This is just a cover sheet for payroll, and then my guys are charged to highway, and the rest of them are charged to whoever they belong to. But this $11,016 doesn't all get charged to one account.
Well, I tell you, if you get into FEMA, you're going to run into trouble because you've got everything lumped together.
No, they're not lumped together, Irv. They are charged to separate
Well,
accounts.
it is all lumped together because it's all coming out of the same order.
If you go into the highway fund on the general ledger and look under the 200 accounts under wages for the highway department, that's where our wages are applied every 2 weeks.
Yeah, but this piece of paper right here, if a FEMA comes in, they're not gonna go looking all over everything to find it. You gotta keep
I'd like
it
to say
separate.
something. Excuse me,
Yep.
Irv. Excuse me,
Yeah.
Irv. Can I say something? I'd like to
Yeah.
say something. Thank you. I'd like to say, I think what you're trying to express to the group is that any payroll that is associated with what we're doing right now for COVID or whatever needs to get sorted differently. I think you're saying that the highway department, that things need to get sorted differently than we have typically sorted them.
Right, that should be like there should be a separate number for the highway department, and then that would be strictly separated from all the rest of the general fund. In other words, you take the four highway workers, or if they contract anybody, they should all be on a separate sheet. Not saying the checks maybe are the same, but the information should be on a separate sheet in case a FEMA comes in. If we have a flood and stuff, if you can't prove anything and show the payroll sheets and stuff, forget it, because I spent a month going through that stuff and straightening it out.
Well, if that were the case, we would have Elaine pull the payroll records by account.
Yeah, but that FEMA's not going to sit there for 2-3 days waiting for them to pull the stuff out.
No.
Well, we can give them the time cards.
But I say the checks and stuff should be on a separate list for the highway.
What I'm saying is I have not seen payroll done any differently than this in my tenure on the board.
Yeah, no.
This is how we were doing it.
Can I speak for a second? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think that Irv is thinking that the entire payroll comes out of the general fund, but that page is broken out to the appropriate departments. It's just totaled up for payroll, like reasons. So I think that he's thinking that the highway department payroll is coming out of the general fund because he's seeing it all on one list.
If you look at this sheet, you can't tell any different.
Right, because this is the summary sheet that's always on top, and then we go through the timesheets and the list from the front office and the highway stuff.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you have an emergency and FEMA gets in here, you're going to have one hell of a job.
They're not gonna look at the warrants, or they're gonna ask us to pull up payroll specifically for the highway department, and that is something that Elaine's going to be able to do pretty easily.
Hey, don't tell me they don't look at the warrants, because they do. I say I went through it, so I know. Grafton got washed out, and Spellsbrook got washed out, back road to Wyndham, and all that stuff. I had to come up with the payroll sheets and the whole works. I'll tell you what happened. The way it is now is they had a board in there after I got off the highway that changed everything around just to suit themselves, and it's never been right since.
Okay. So I guess the big thing we want to talk about is so we can get the warrants paid tomorrow.
Yep.
Can everybody meet tomorrow night briefly and go by town hall tomorrow at some point to look through the folder and sign off on the warrants?
I already did that today.
You did? Okay. So Steve?
Yep.
Irv, did you do that too?
No, they weren't there. When I was in there at about noontime.
They were in the red folder.
I didn't see that.
In the office next to our boxes.
All right. I'll do that tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So
do it before noon sometime.
Okay. Does anyone have it? Since Steve, you looked through them, or if you need to look through. Okay. So we're going to have to table warrants and have a special meeting tomorrow night to do the warrants. I'm sorry, everyone. This is just way more difficult than I thought it would be. But for the future, I would entertain a motion to move to a single signatory on the warrants going forward, to be done the Wednesday after our meeting, so that checks can go out and everyone will be given the summary sheets on the Tuesday of our meeting day, so that you can look them over, and if you have questions, we can go through questions.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of moving to single signatory on the warrants going forward until this crisis is over, signify by saying aye.
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 Rob?
Yeah, sure.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we will, once the crisis is over, we will go back to our regular format. We'll just have to vote to go back to everyone having to sign them. And if it takes me on Tuesday afternoons driving around to drop copies off for people, I can do that. Okay.
I'll pick mine. I'll pick it up.
Okay.
I'm going to sign it tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're tabling the warrants. Brings us to in everyone's box was a copy of counter money, which you can all pick up tomorrow if you didn't get in today. So one thing Anita wanted me to bring up was she would like to waive dog fees while this crisis is going on, late fees for dog licenses, since no one can come in and get them. So I put it on the agenda with an end date of 5/15, which matches the extension of Governor Scott's executive order. If this is still going on, again, we can vote to extend that. So I'd entertain a motion to waive late fees for dog licenses until May 15th of 2020, while Town Hall is closed.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just want to say that if you do it till the 15th, you got to give people like at least a week after that to actually register their dog.
Yeah, of course.
That was
we will revisit it probably the week before to see if
that's a real date.
Right, exactly.
But that'll be the day that they have to have them registered by.
Well, that's the day that we'll stop charging we'll start charging late fees after that. We can move it. Right. So, I mean, if you guys want to move it a little later to account for that week.
When is, when is our next, when's our meeting? Is a meeting before that or after?
Before. Yeah, it should be the
second and fourth Tuesday. So it would be before then.
Our meeting
So what
would
if we
be
said
the
June 1st?
Yeah, our meeting would be the 12th.
All right, then, so if we, what you said, if we make it, then we can discuss it at that meeting, and if we find out we have to go longer, then fine, or else it ends.
Yep. I think that sounds reasonable.
That's what I think it is. That way we know what's happening.
Yep. Any further discussion? Oh, we lost Crystal. Okay, any further discussion on waiving dog licensing fees? Hearing none, all those in favor of waiving dog licenses fees until May 15th, 2020, to be discussed at the meeting just prior to that, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, next item is, do we want to consider having the town purchase a Zoom account to do these meetings on? Right now, I'm using my personal account, which is not that big a deal to me. But I was thinking in the event that I were to fall ill, we would have to have another account. It's $14.95 a month, and it can be canceled. You don't have to like pay for a year ahead. You can go month to month and cancel. So as we get past this, if we decide we didn't need it anymore, we could do that.
Yeah, I absolutely think that's a good idea, Will. And others, I think it's a really good idea not to use your personal account. I think it should be a town account. This is town business. It's only appropriate.
We could also have it then for other town entities, like Sherwood could use it for emergency management meetings.
Absolutely.
The listers could use it if they wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, I agree as well.
All right. So I have a second.
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 All in favor of using town funds to purchase a Zoom account in the amount of $14.95 a month, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. We did that. So we have a liquor license renewal for a first-class hotel license to sell Martin Venice beverages from B Borough Corporation, 311 Lawrence Drive, West Townsend. And that's what they are doing business as. It's the Windham Hill Inn. So I would entertain a motion to approve the renewal of the liquor license for the Windham Hill Inn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second. Okay.
Who
all
wants
those
to
in-
name on this one?
all those in favor of renewing the liquor license for the Windham Hill Inn, doing business as Beboro Corporation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Who seconded?
I think
Sorry.
Irv.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to leave this in the red folder in the warrants. No, I'm going to leave it on the clipboard. When everyone's going in to pick stuff up and sign warrants, we could sign the liquor license, it'll be right on top of the clipboard. Rob, sign on the left.
Didn't their license run out as of today?
No, I think the whole state turns over May 1st.
They probably extended it now, but I say normally it's usually the 15th of April.
Oh no, liquor licenses are May 1st.
Are they May 1st now?
Yeah.
They used to be the 15th of April. I suppose that was income tax time.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Okay.
Will, can I just ask you a question? Just procedurally, or maybe the whole select board, if the building is locked, how do we get in? I mean, I have a key.
Yeah, we all have keys, right? Does anyone
So
not
just
have
let
keys?
yourself in and go back there and let yourself into Elaine's office? That's okay?
Gloves and a mask.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, that takes care of the agenda, except that I will entertain a motion to.
I hate to interrupt, but Highway didn't do
I'm
a
sorry.
report yet.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Steve. Okay, highway report.
You're doing great, Will.
Wyndham Regional has suspended the grants in aid project that we are were approved for last fall, and we awarded that contract to Hunter Excavating for the Plum Road project. So that has been suspended, and Hunter Excavating has been notified of that. The reason for the suspension is because no one at Wyndham Regional is working in the field. There's no face-to-face interaction. So until the governor lifts the current ban, that program is suspended. Both small structure grants have been submitted, and acknowledgement of receiving from Megan Bronk for Bridge 43 and Bridge 34. Those are in, and like I said, have been received. Signs. If you remember, several meetings ago, I mentioned that we had some street signs that came up missing. Some of them were found in Mercedes Pit in Newfane. This weekend, we were hit again with a dead-end sign being removed from Jordan Lane, and the Acton Hill Grafton Road sign and post removed. I did call the state police, filed a report, brought them up to speed on all of the signs that have been taken down or stolen, and they did some increased patrols on the Grafton Road and Acton Hill and the Simpson Brook. More than we've seen. I had people calling me last night asking why the state police were driving up and down Acton Hill. So
Anita asked me why they were driving up Simpson Brook.
Yeah, so that's what's going on with that. We're had minimal storm damage from last night. We just had some trees down and some branches to clean up this morning. The grader was back out this morning doing road maintenance, and that's what we'll continue to do. And I would ask that for the next meeting, we put on the agenda how we're going to move forward with the food scraps with Wyndham Solid Waste.
Yeah, we got to do something about that.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, and we need to get something moving on that.
I had a question for you, Steve, about road sweeping. Are we going to do that this year?
No, we are not.
For a reason, or?
We don't have the accumulation of sand on the asphalt intersections. We have very minimal on the shoulders of the Grafton Road, and I don't see where we need to do it.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Again, I apologize.
No problem.
I'm a little frazzled over here tonight. So I would entertain a motion to enter executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF for discussion of attorney correspondence.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
All those in favor of entering executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. So I am going to move Helen into the waiting room. And that's just us now. Now I'm going to pause the recording. I'm going to put Rich in the waiting room. We have come out of executive session with no resolution. So I would entertain a next regular meeting is the 28th of April at 6:30, right here on Zoom. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Rich.
Have a great
Good night,
night.
everybody.
I'll
Thank you,
email this
everybody.
file. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right, well, we've got 8 of us. It's a couple minutes after 7. Go ahead and call the meeting to order. We do have BCTV recording this, so we're live. Any additions or corrections to the agenda, folks? Nothing? Okay. For board norms, normally I'd say look in front of you, but no, just remember to be respectful, try and stay on task, respect the agenda. You know, these meetings have been working pretty well for me in work life. So let's hope we can get through this one. Oh, just a little bit of housekeeping. There should be on this, I think everybody's in on a computer from what I can see on the panel here. There should be, if you hover over your name, a more, and on that more, you can raise your hand. So just raise your hand and I'll recognize you, and you can unmute yourself and speak when you need to. So that being said, members of the public, if you're here to just observe and speak to something on the agenda, we'd ask that you do it then. If there's something else that you're here for, now's your chance. Anything? And obviously, when you do speak, if you can identify yourself for the listening and viewing audience. Okay. Anyone have any correspondence? I don't have anything. No, I see shaking heads. Okay. All right. We had warned a couple of policies for possible adoption tonight. So Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to speak to those and walk us through what needs to be done?
Sure. The weapons policy and the school closing policy. We're going to change. This is what do we call it? It's not it's not closing, school closing. It's called
it's emergency closings.
Emergency closings. Okay.
Yes.
Because we don't want to go open up a can of worms saying we have a policy on closing schools. Okay. So anyway, so emergency closings, F32, we warned it at our last meeting. We need to adopt it, and we need to also adopt C5, the weapons policy. I will be eventually calling a meeting to resign as chair and take up apparently we're going to be taking up the weapons policy. So I didn't have time to do it before this meeting. So what I'll do is I'll just get in touch with Meg and have it warned, and then I'll set up a Zoom meeting. I just need to make sure I have everybody. I think we have 1 or 2 new members on it now.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and check my notes to make sure who's on the policy committee, but I know there were some new members. Okay. I can get it to you. I just don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, if somebody can send me an email with them, then I'll set up the meeting.
You bet. So we would just need a motion then to adopt policy C5, the weapons policy, and F32, the emergency closing policy.
I'll make those motions.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Oh, gotta let Mike Foley in. Any further discussion on those policies?
Joe?
Yes?
Do we have to vote, this is Dana, do we have to vote on them separately? Or can we group them?
I don't see any reason to vote on them.
We have to have a verbal.
We have to have a verbal aye on each one. So we'll do the motion, I guess, as 2 parts. That makes sense. So any further discussion on those? Seeing no hands. So all in favor of adopting policy C5, the weapons policy, please say aye.
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 Wait.
Aye.
You have to do a roll call.
Let me just go down the list here. Emily?
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All in favor of adopting policy F32, the emergency school closing policy? Again, please say aye. Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne. You got to unmute. Lindsay?
Aye. Did we
Leanne, can
record?
you unmute?
Yeah, we have to unmute Leanne.
Let's
My internet cut out. Aye.
Okay, thank you. I'm like, I can't even unmute her. And Mike, you're the last one. Or did I? No. Mike. Trish.
Aye.
There's
I had
a
already
list
I had
down
already
the-
said aye.
Yeah, I know. There's a list down the side of my screen, and as people mute and unmute, you move on the list. And I was using the list as a way to go through it. Again, the ayes have it. The motion carries. We have adopted policy C5 and F32. Thank you. Okay, we don't have a student report. I know they got invited to the meeting, but they didn't send a written report, and I don't see them here. I haven't actually talked to any students to know how they're doing, but I think from what I hear, they're actually admitting they missed school, or most of them. There, we had the principals' reports. We have all the principals. If anyone has a question regarding any of the stuff regarding any of the materials in the principals' report, anyone? Trish?
Hi. So this wasn't really in the principal report. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Bob. Question that I have is what, besides the lessening of, I guess it was Google Classroom alerts and some work, what's the reasoning behind canceling all humanities for the remainder of languages, art, I think it was band and chorus?
Yes, the middle school, what we were hearing others, that middle school students in particular were really overwhelmed. And when you think about a high school student who has 4, maybe 5 teachers, they get the alerts from the Google Classroom for those, credited courses. But the middle school level, they have 5, 6 really with PE and health added on to the 4 cores, plus all their exploratories. And so what we try to do is limit the overwhelming feeling that we were getting. And with the recommendation from the state of the 2 to 3 hours per day of work for middle school students, we wanted to also lessen the workload. So all the exploratories have been taken off. Band is still in the mix, and PE and health are still in the mix, but the others have all been taken off, and they're building a spreadsheet or building a website that families, much modeled after Newbrook's, actually. Nice work there, Scotty. That people can go in and use. You do it as enrichment exercises and things like that instead, if kids are needing more work to do. But that way it takes that onus, the additional burden on kids, and not to mention the additional emailing of the alerts that parents are being inundated with. So that was the idea. I don't know if that helps clarify.
It does. I guess I have 2 follow-up questions. One is, when will, I guess, just as a parent, a concern of mine is, so what happens to Spanish? Where do the 8th graders who are in Spanish go from here? When they become freshmen, are they taking Spanish 1 again? Is there going to be some kind of testing? When will we know what the next step is to do these things voluntarily? I have so many questions in spot. I'm sorry. Will they be graded? How will they be graded?
Yep. So let me try to answer those as they come in, so I don't lose track of them. The first is that earning credits towards the high school coursework. So all students, regardless of the dismissal, would still start at Spanish 1 in 9th grade. So in that process of selecting courses for 8th grade has already begun, and hopefully you've been in touch with Sarah Grasso about selecting courses for next year, which could involve a level 1 of a Spanish class. So the grade part of those exploratories is really not, it's not an essential part. We really want kids to use that as a way to explore what the things are that we have at the high school level, and not do it as in a way to overburden them. So it doesn't have an impact on them, what they would do in high school in that regard. They won't be graded on it at this point. The 4th quarter scores will just be the 4 core subjects, PE, health, and band if your student is in band.
That makes sense. And then I guess the final question is, what are those teachers doing now?
So because those are teachers that are shared staff with the high school, they're focusing on their high school classes, and working on developing the enrichment stuff, because they're still going to have things on that website for kids to do and families to engage with. It just won't be required work. So they're still providing work and putting on the website. And like Kevin Burke, for one of them, is actually doing the website building himself as part of his role.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, anybody else have a question for one of the principals? Moving on to the superintendent's report. Any questions from there? Bill looks ready to get grilled. Ken. Ken, you're on mute.
There we go. Now I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
It's because the host muted me. Don't you wish you could do that in a live meeting, Joe? Anyway, so we have new recommendations from the Secretary of Education. A new grading policy up to high school, correct?
I wouldn't call it a policy, but I would call it how we're operating under the COVID-19 pandemic period of time for the final 9 weeks of school.
So we don't need a policy.
We do not.
Awesome.
And the specifics to that, Ken, will come out with report cards this week from quarter 3.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Yes, Trish.
Bill, how do you think it's going? I mean, it's such a, I don't even know. I have a lot of words that I could use, but none of them are appropriate here.
I would say that I'm unbelievably proud of the team that you guys are a part of. The frontline workers, our counselors, social workers, teachers, food service, people that are paraeducators that are jumping into new roles. It's really quite amazing. I'm very heartened by the approach that all of our people have taken. It's been very team oriented, but yet specific to the talents and skills that people have. More often than not, I am communicating with principals about how they are communicating with their team members, about how to get people to stop communicating with families, how to give themselves times to recover, because the care and dedication of our colleagues is unbelievable. So as crazy as this time is, it has really shined a light on the quality of people that you all employ. And it's been very enjoyable to watch everybody rise to the occasion. In terms of specifics, we have certain families we're very concerned about, but again, when you have professionals as the social workers and the principals and the teachers, the paraeducators and the counselors that are focusing on those families that really need it, I don't worry. I'm concerned, but I'm not worried because people are on top of it. People are making sure that needs are being met. I think the flexibility and the creativity of the teachers has been amazing. And I'm really hopeful that all the skills that we build during this time will be able to be transferable for the foreseeable future. So as challenging as this time is, I'm really proud of our team, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Watching this go. Oh, Emily, go ahead.
You were about to say, I'm sure, what I was going to say. So I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had my hand up and you didn't notice it. But I just need to say that I so respect what we just heard from our superintendent. And I so respect our teachers and our staff and the people, the parents and community members who are working so hard to make this effective for our students. This is the most challenging time ever. And I had no doubt that our SU would step up, being intimately knowledgeable about it. But I just wanted to also say that this is what we're seeing across the state. And while we're still trying to figure out how we move forward, what we've done in Wyndham Central is exactly what needs to be done everywhere else. And I just can't thank the staff and faculty and every support system beyond that, which we have a ton of, including our community members. This is really, really challenging. And thank you, Bill, for leading that, and all of the principals and everyone beyond that, because this is really, really challenging, and our families and our students will make it through this. I have no doubt. So thank you.
You did. You did. That's essentially what I was going to say, although I think you said it better. You know, it's really, you know, gratifying to watch. This thing twists, turns, and changes every week, every day. And you guys just kind of calmly adapt and continue moving forward and do the best you can by the kids. You know, I've seen it in not so much because I don't have any students anymore, but in you know, the feeding the students and, you know, the support that comes out that I see just copied as a board member that goes out, the weekly briefings and the daily briefings and some of the, you know, things that go out. You guys are doing an incredible job. And thank you.
I definitely agree with that.
Yes, Bill.
I just want to thank all of you, because I've had multiple principals and teachers reach out to me to let me know that you all, as board members, have individually reached out to teachers and counselors and social workers and principals and food service professionals, whether it's a kind word or it's a quick email or it's sharing something with somebody else in the community. That means a lot to our team when we hear from our elected representatives that they feel like we're doing a good job. So I just wanted to thank you all for continuing to reach out to the people that are doing the work, because it does mean a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Now I actually have some business I got to do too. Can I do that?
Okay. We'll let you.
So I just wanted to update the board on a couple things that are going on. And Emily, feel free to jump in if I say something wrong. But the legislature is working on some possibilities for voting of budgets. There are 18 districts or SUs or SDs that have not had a budget completed yet. 9 of them had a budget that was turned down. 9 of them, like West River, have not brought it up yet. And the legislature is working very creatively and very helpfully to have some different possibilities rather than the only fallback being the 87% of borrowing from the previous year. A couple things that are up for consideration, I believe it is coming out of the Senate, is the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20, or the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20 plus whatever the average increase is for all the budgets that have been passed, not the 18. Is all in the beginning stages. Things are moving rapidly and fast, but I just wanted you all to be aware that those paths are happening so that the legislature, I think correctly, is thinking through what would the reality be if we can't have a vote in June, and what is the position that we need to have for school districts to operate responsibly in their communities in an unprecedented time. So I'm going to ask you guys later to change your date to June, but I wanted to prepare you that June may not happen. But I think the legislature is doing good work to make sure that even if that doesn't happen, there'll be some other possibilities that would do well by our community. Emily, did I hit that?
You did. I raised my hand, want to step in until Joe recognized me, but you absolutely did hit it. And just for a quick update about what's happening in Montpelier, the Senate has already been able, with 30 members, it was a little easier for them to navigate the training process it takes to vote remotely. So they have already started work kind of ahead of us a little bit in the House. We're still in the process of training members so that we can actually take a vote to authorize ourselves to vote remotely. I know that sounds a little crazy, but that's the process we're on. We need a 3/4 majority of members of the House, of the 150 members of the House, to be able to actually vote to enact legislation or to change legislation. So you're absolutely right. The work is happening in the Senate. And I applaud the work that they're doing. I thank them very much for that. I do know that our House Education Committee and our House Ways and Means Committee, they're both meeting and they're both following this very closely and working closely with our colleagues in the Senate so that we can come forward with some form of legislation that will be supportive of not only our kids and our schools, but our state. We are in an unprecedented time for challenges around funding. If anybody has been following the VSA and the VSBA and the work that they've been doing, trying to get a handle on what this actually looks like with the loss of sales tax revenue in the Ed Fund, it is going to be a huge challenge, without a doubt. I mean, we're facing challenges in every area, but the Ed Fund is particularly a challenge. So thank you for staying connected and sharing with not just me, but everyone who's working up there trying to find a path forward. I don't know what we're going to end up on, but I do know that when we end, it will be the best path forward. I have confidence in that because everybody's focusing on what can we do for our kids and our communities. And so just stay tuned, as I guess all I would say. And the path for the House to be able to enact any legislation, because obviously the Senate can't do it on its own. It has to be both the House and the Senate and then signed by the governor. And we're staying very closely connected with the governor as well, both of our bodies, so that we are all working in the same path to try to find answers for all these questions. But we're still in the process of training, as I said, to be able to enact remote voting. You all know, you're feeling in your own homes and your own communities, the challenge even around broadband and whether our members of our House have enough internet access to be able to do remote voting. So since the governor has extended, rightfully, it seems, the stay at home to begin in the middle of May 15th, we have to adapt to that. So we're moving forward, hopefully by the end of the month. Don't hold me to any schedule because it's all dependent on how things are panning out. But by the end of the month, hopefully we'll be able to start to enact some of this COVID legislation that we have on the path, and we're working very closely in our committees to have it happen. So thank you for all of your patience. We really do have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're focused on kids first. So thank you.
Yes, Bill.
So further segueing where Emily's coming from, Joe and Lori and I got to participate in a joint fiscal office presentation on Thursday, which followed presentations to the legislators. And just in a nutshell, FY20 revenues are looking really bad in the fourth quarter. And we could be talking anywhere from a 70 to 100+ million shortfall. That's for FY20. And then for FY21, which will be starting to collect revenues July 1st, they're predicting that it could be very similar and could go into the multiple hundreds of millions, which will mean when we build a budget in the fall, it's going to be in the context of the ed fund having serious downward pressure, which means serious upward pressure on the tax rate to raise the same amount of money. So don't want anyone to get too scared, but I don't want anyone to be too surprised when we have these very difficult financial conversations over the next 6 to 8 months, because the context has completely changed from everything we were talking about 4 months ago. And so I will keep dribbling the crumbs down the path and keep you guys well informed, but I think it's critically important to understand we're in a whole new world. And raising, just for our example, raising the 12,047,000, if we duplicated that next year, it would look very, very different in tax rates than it would today. So it's something to consider as we start thinking about what we're going to be doing over the next 6 to 8 months.
VSBA sent out actually a link to go watch that webinar along with the 3 documents that were presented to the attendees. As a board member, everyone should have gotten it. If you didn't get it, let me know and I will get the VSBA link to you. It's about an hour and a half maybe of the gentleman from the Joint Fiscal Office and a couple of other people presenting.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's very clear. He says, you know, it's not policy, it's just facts. And this is actually what the legislature got as well, so that we're all working from the same information. It was an interesting presentation.
Yeah.
So let me know if you don't have it.
I don't have it, Joe. Would you send it to me?
Sure. Does VSBA not send you things?
Yeah, for some reason I never get their emails.
That's because you keep changing your background, man.
Come on, it's the closest I can do to an LNG meeting.
Hey, Mike, you should contact them immediately and add yourself to that list because you need to be getting those.
I will send it to you, but yeah, you should definitely follow up with VSBA.
All right.
Okay. So the next thing on the agenda, nice, Bob. You got a top mic. The next thing on the agenda was the discussion on postponing the annual meeting and budget vote. So, do we have to go through the same procedure that we had before, where we call the special meeting to actually do it, you know, at the right before it, or can we just have a motion to do it right here?
You can do it right here, right now, but you just have to do it in a roll call vote. You have to have a motion to change the meeting from May 5th, 6th,
May 6th
to June 10th.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to postpone our annual meeting from May 5th, 6th to June 10th. Any discussion on the motion? What?
Joe, I made the motion, so I just want to quickly say for the folks who are listening in and for minutes, maybe I should have said Emily Long, I make the motion, just so that everybody understands. And my apologies for not doing that.
Well, they can see you. They'll be able to see you.
They can see me, but they may not be able to recognize my voice and they may not see it quickly. So I think it's probably really important for transparency that we state our names when we make a motion in the second.
Any discussion on that motion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. I'll run down the list. Emily,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're pushed to June now. Thank you. Okay. Next item was the class configuration update. Bill, you have some information for us?
So at our last meeting, we had a vote, I believe it was 5-4, to allow us to post the position. I made the executive decision not to do that based on after your guys' meeting, we got way into the world of COVID-19. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, but after hearing the Joint Fiscal Office report, I just don't think we should be committing any dollars beyond what you guys have proposed for the budget at this time. If there becomes a time in the future that it becomes necessary to recommend the hiring of an additional teacher, I will take the responsibility of working in partnership with the principals. I will bring that forward in an evidence-based argument saying that this is why I believe it should happen. That does not have to happen today. It does not have to happen in a month. I think we have to understand what the context of the decisions you guys will be making further on in the future. So my recommendation is to direct me not to post an anticipated position and scold me if necessary for not following your original direction. But I felt it was necessary not to take that action during this unprecedented.
I would say those are the decisions we look to you to make. I think that's a wise decision given what we're facing right now. Dana's got his hand up, like using the thing, not waving at me. So Dana and then Ken.
I just want to point out I'm in a closet the way my household is going right now. So you don't need to see my closet. I agree with Bill that maybe we better hold off and see how this COVID-19 plays, because I think with this shifting economic structure that's going on right now, we may lose families because they need to go somewhere else in the country or things have changed. So we might want to wait and see. And then if we let Bill pull the plug real fast and find somebody, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there looking for a job. So let's, kind of wait and see on it and see how these chips fall.
Ken?
Dana just said it all. That's pretty much it. Good job holding off, Bill. I think you made a wise decision.
Anybody else? Okay, so there's your new direction. Well done. Okay, now we need to talk about the long-term work planning calendar.
So last meeting, I presented 2 calendars to you. You guys had a little bit of discussion. We said we were going to talk a little bit about it tonight. Basically, one calendar is adding a second meeting every month for the next 5 months. This other calendar is keeping those meetings, but then adding a check-in with the budget committee in between. And so I need the board to make a decision about one of those 2 calendars. And then secondly, I need direction for me and my team to start working on what those different scenarios can look like for the board. And in doing some reflection and chatting with my colleagues, I would like to keep it as open as possible in terms of direction so that we can provide you as many different options as possible. My suggestion would be that every scenario or option that is presented back to both the board and to the budget committee reflect the West River values. But any other constraints, I would say, can come during the process rather than at the beginning. But I take my direction from you all, and so I'm just going to make that suggestion. And then I need to hear from you what marching orders you would like us to take.
Okay. I know we talked about it at the last meeting, some which calendar we wanted to use. You know, there was discussion back and forth about whether or not we kept the budget committee involved and let the budget committee do some of the extra work. You know, what's the pleasure of the board? Mike.
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee, and I mean, it's all going to go in front of the whole board anyway, but let the budget committee do some of the groundwork so we don't have to have multiple full board meetings every month.
I also, you know, I know there were concerns about the budget committee maybe not sharing. I think if we use the budget committee more like we've been using the administrative tasks too, you know, the board can set the budget committee to look at certain elements of the plan, or, you know, investigate certain things the way they can happen. And you know, then that'll get reported back at a board meeting. So I was, you know, just trying to think of how it works. Emily's hand is up. Lindsay's hand is up.
Very quickly, I agree with what Mike just suggested, and I think that that's maybe a more efficient model at this point in time with all the unknowns. I would just also add that we should probably be prepared to be called to a board meeting in case it's necessary. So maybe a second meeting as needed by our board any month, but in the meantime, the budget committee could be acting in, you know, to keep all of us apprised and to make sure that they are sharing whatever they're learning with the full board as it unfolds. So thanks.
Lindsay.
Emily just said what I was going to say. That, yeah, I definitely think that's the right structure. And I also was going to say that in terms of communication between that committee and the rest of the board, I think it's totally fair for the larger board to ask for clearer communication, and also to be prepared to step up and do some more of the work as need be, because things are probably going to be pretty strange.
True enough. Anyone else? Oh. Dana agrees with you. He's chatting. Okay, so it looks like move forward with the budget committee schedule. In terms of direction, thoughts? As much trouble as it got us in last time, I'm sort of like, remember plan A, B, and C, where we just said, show us what you can do, and you know, go back to the values and show us what you can do. I'm inclined to let you have that sort of freedom for the initial discussion anyway. Yes, Bill.
My only caveat would be that what we learned from our last process is that we have a process that both Lindsay and Mike talked about the interplay and the information being transferred from the board level to the committee level, as well as presenting something to the public in a rollout in the fall over multiple meetings, multiple periods, not at a summertime period when it could be challenging for parents to fully participate and community members to fully participate. So the idea is that we would do the work from this point up until about August, back and forth, board, budget committee, so that the board would have some options that they felt that they had vetted, that they felt comfortable, and then they would present those to the communities, even though the community can participate throughout the whole process, but have an official opportunity just to present those things in September and October. So the board would be well informed about where the community stands before they got into budget building season.
Absolutely. Yes, Mike.
Just wanted to piggyback onto that. And I mean, obviously, we all know we're in unprecedented times, but how are you even going to be able to come up with options? Because you got the options based on this year's numbers or last year's numbers, and then this chasm of we have no idea what our budgets are going to look like and what the fiscal end is going to look like.
Yeah, go ahead.
We will build it on the best information that we have at the time. And it'll probably involve multiple options because you guys are going to have to vet them. You guys are going to have to say, oh, I like this part. Can you build it over this way? Or can you take this core and can you extend it? I consider the next 4 or 5 months this ongoing conversation as we get more information and we realize what's possible and what's not, and then what's palatable and what's not.
Right. Are you finding, I mean, any glimmers of hope from what we're going through right now as ways to cut, reduce costs going forward? You must be seeing something, right?
No.
No.
Nothing is on a positive side of money as of right now.
Yeah. I was more thinking like with more stuff online or ways to cut the costs that we currently would be spending.
Well, I think Ken and Lindsay's dream of not having snow days is a real possibility. So, I mean, that's low hanging fruit. I think we've just basically trained everybody to be able to make that happen. In terms of the ability for us to offer more remote learning, I think we're kind of doing a little pilot now to see what's possible. Mm-hmm. But in terms of building for the long term, I don't know how that's going to look.
Fair enough.
Go ahead, Ken.
Got to unmute. I was going to say, we got to be saving money on transportation and mileage.
We are in certain arenas. Some of our transportation is currently being spent making sure everybody gets fed. So we're using that transportation system in a different way. But our special education transportation is different. But remember, every time we don't spend $1 right now in special education, we lose 56 cents on the dollar in reimbursement. So there's a little one coin and the other. And we're spending more money in other areas than we're not. So we may be saving some money on electricity, but we're spending 3 times as much on food. And we're spending way more on outreach to families that goes above and beyond contracted hours.
Well, these are points that should be made to the state, that these things are being done.
They absolutely are. And as Emily said, what is going on in Wyndham Central is going on across the state. And so there's $31.1 million that's supposed to flow through to the SUs and SDs. Unfortunately, a lot of that money, there's a lot of places where that money could be gobbled up. One is the things we're currently doing right now in overspending certain line items. Another one is the discussion at the state level about whether that money will actually end up getting to the SUs and SDs, or whether there will be some other accounting structures that would have that money be making up for other money that would not be being received. And if you need more explanation on that, Lori Garland is fabulous at it, and she's on the line.
Yeah, she just popped in when we started talking money. Yes, Lori.
So just to piggyback on what Bill is saying, basically this COVID CARE Act, COVID-19 money as we refer to it, will be coming down from the feds into the SU level. It does not go into the ed fund. However, they need this money because of the shortfall. So I envision something like maybe the healthcare recapture. I don't know if you all remember that. Some of you were on the board at that time, where they captured the potential savings of the healthcare changes when we went to the new plans. So what they did was they reduced the ed spending money over a 2-year period. So I can envision something like that happening, where the money will come down from the feds, and it will probably come down, think ERA money, through grants, that type of thing, and have to be used in a supplement, not supplant, way. So, that means you can't, you might be spending more on, teachers contracts or counselors or something like that, but you've already done that. You can't pay for that type of thing. And then sometimes you can. So it is a little broader than a grant, but that's how I envision it happening. So we may get this money, but then there might be some other mechanism for the state to take it back. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, Ken.
It always makes sense when the state intercepts your money. Got it, Lori.
Okay. Do you need more, Bill, or do you have enough to go?
I just want to make sure that the board is comfortable
Howie.
with me and my colleagues coming up with options for the board to consider over the next 4 or 5 months. Obviously, every time I touch base with the board and every time we touch base with the budget committee, we'll get feedback. But the goal is by the end of August to have some fully vetted options for the board to be able to share with the community and get feedback before they go into budget building season. And the only guiding document we're going to use, or the only requirements, the only guidelines, the only guardrails are going to be, it has to meet the values of the West River Board.
Thanks, Scotty. Howie, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say plan for the worst as far as the budget goes. Give us a worst case bare bones budget as a basis, because things are going to get bad. Wyndham Elementary School has cut down to one teacher / principal, to keep our end going. I think we need to look at, now that kids are getting used to doing online learning, switching over any class that can't attract 20 or more kids into an online version of that class, so we can continue to keep our offerings without, exceeding our budget. We need to look seriously at it because it's a serious situation. So yeah, I would like to see in that range something where we sharply curtail staff and continue to offer the range of options curriculum-wise by online learning.
I think that fits in with, as long as we, make sure that we are satisfying the values of the West River. I think all those options are open. I mean, that's what I'm hoping that the discussions are about for the next 4 to 5 months. We have to look at them all. Then the board has to decide what they want to present to the communities, and the communities will give you guys feedback, and then some decisions will be made. So yeah, I think we're in the same line there, Howie.
All right. Thank you all. Any final words on that? Okay. So administrative tasks for the next meeting. Anything? Keep us posted on, essentially just kind of keep us posted on this. I mean, the next meeting on the calendar is April 27th, where we're going to start talking about designing goals and parameters. There's really,
I'm thinking you don't have to meet on the 27th, as long as you guys are okay with letting us go forward to start our work, and then we can give our first, salve to you all at your first meeting in May.
okay. And if you need a budget committee, if you need feedback, board feedback for ahead of that, You could always ask for a budget committee meeting.
Perfect.
Or a full board meeting, whatever you want.
Okay.
All right. So there really aren't any tasks then, necessarily.
Well, we're going to be doing some work before your next meeting.
Oh yeah, but nothing we're going to task you with. And I don't think there's unless there's a policy committee meeting where you look at the weapons policy again to take care of those things. I think that's the only committee task there is.
Yeah, I'm confident that the policy committee will get together prior to you guys meeting at the third week of May. Just to let you all know, Scott Tabachnik has volunteered to assist that committee as the superintendent's designee. I thought it was important to have a principal on that committee to be able to have voice and reflection. And he will keep me well informed of anything that I need to know, but kind of that boots on the ground so that those conversations can be really fruitful for the budget committee. And so Scotty, I just want to thank you for doing that.
That's great. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, so I have a question just before we move down the list here. We're going to approve pay orders. How are we going to do that remotely, Lori?
Okay, so what's going to happen is next Monday, I'm going to email or share a folder with 2 people on your board to go ahead and approve pay orders. And then that way you don't have to come in and you don't have to touch paper because there's certain time frame that you're really not supposed to touch paper. And then because you haven't touched the paper, then the treasurer can come in and sign the checks. So typically you have a meeting on the 3rd Monday. So that's what we planned for, is the 20th. And you know, it's been a little slower with people not being in the building, getting all the information together as well. So if you want to just give me the names of 2 people I can email this folder to, that would be terrific.
I'll do one. Anybody else want to volunteer to review the pay orders by mail? Trish,
thanks, Trish. Okay, so look for an email from either myself or Terry Fletcher. It'll probably come in a Google folder type of thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we won't have a motion to approve pay orders tonight then?
Not tonight.
Okay. Trish, question.
That's a question.
Sorry, just a total aside, nobody cares. Just be patient with me. For some reason, sometimes I have multiple email addresses, and so Google Docs are sometimes a pain. I might have to do a little back and forth, but I'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th. Ken?
I will make the motion to approve the minutes for March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th.
There a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Howie. Any discussion about the minutes? All right, ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye. Howie?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes. Okay, we have an executive session for a contractual matter. There's actually a way to do this without canceling the meeting, starting another one and doing it that BCTV has figured out and given me the directions. So essentially we need a motion to go into executive session for the contractual matter. And then anybody who wants to be here after the executive session, after we come out of executive session, I'll just put you in the waiting room and then I'll let you back in. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. So we just need a yes, Bill.
So Lori and the principals can go and enjoy their evening.
Thank you, Lori and the principals.
I'll make the motion to go into executive session for a contractual matter.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
We're out of executive session, and we didn't take any action. So we just have one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't all make it at once. Mike, you made it. Ken, you seconded it.
So be it.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye. Be safe.
Emily.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. BCTV and Aaron, board members. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.
too.
Good night.
Bye now.
Night.
Good.
Thank
Good
you.
night,
Bye.
everybody.
just traders speculating.